Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yo, Shadow Lilith. I see Watcher. Hi. Not Millie Bobby Brown. Stranger Things. Uh, uh, uh. We're running up that hill. All right, let's go trade in our fishies. Dude, do you see the patch notes? Are you talking about Global Labs? Not yet, Icy Watcher. But I've been, every time I'm on Discord, people are always like, you know, I see what people are typing about it, but I haven't seen like it in detail. Soul here. I have been seeing what everybody has been saying. Like, apparently the grabs got a little bit buffed. Like, if you fail a grab, you have protection. So even though it's like a little bit slower now and more like, you know, telegraphed with the visual, they have a protection now in case they fail. You should. I feel like I'm really bad at patch notes. I used to watch her. I think I'm not, I feel like I'm not that very good at patch notes. Because when I think I've explained to you before, like whenever I'm reading stuff, right, it's like hard for me to understand until it's like there in front of me, like when I'm playing it, you know, like when they say like, oh, they're buffing something by this much, like I still don't, like my brain still does not process it, you know, like I don't know how much stronger I'm actually getting, right? So it's like more like a feel for me, you know. So if they change some sort of damage with whatever class, they raise or lower the numbers with whatever thing they have there, it still doesn't like make sense in my brain until we have the patch notes. So I feel like I'm really bad at like talking about patch notes. So I don't think you want to like hear my thoughts about it. I promise. I promise. You have like way better people to explain the patch notes to you. I'm very bad at patch notes. Visual learner? Yeah. I'm a much more visual learner. So again, like whenever people talk to me about numbers and stuff, I don't understand. Oh, what the heck? How do I get out of here? Oh. I guess you can teleport out like that. I didn't realize you could do that. Can I spoil you a bit? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I don't really... I've been seeing things already. Like, I know, like, the summon damage is, like, getting changes and whatnot. So, if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. But, again, like, anything numbers-wise, like, it's hard for me to really, like, explain things if people are, like, asking about it until it comes out on the patch, you know? So... Woosa was not in the patch. I think whenever it comes to that, I think that's a very common thing I see, Watcher, is that, oh my god, they forgot about my class. No, they didn't forget you. They're getting to you. Don't worry. Is that if you didn't get changes now, you'll get changes later probably, okay? It's all about waiting. There's 30 classes now, so... It's like, if they didn't change your class now, it's probably because there's 30 classes to get through. And so they're prioritizing what they're going to prioritize first, right? Don't worry. I think people are always so worried about these changes. I mean, fair enough. Like if your class gets like buffed or nerfed, fair enough if you're like worried, but at the same time, let's wait until it comes out and then make our like thoughts and stuff. Cause I feel like a lot of people make they jump to conclusions right away, right? Fair. It's much more like, what's the word for it? Like if it comes out and it's bad, fair enough. But if it's not out yet, like let's be patient, you know? That's how I like to feel about things. Because again, like my brain just doesn't work when it comes to seeing things in the like words. It has to like come out on the patch for me to like feel it out, you know? So I remember somebody earlier, like the other day was a great video has been blessed in the Vita community about Mad Lad has grinded out a lot of zones and make a video about it, Lunai. Not as make a video about it. Oh, like where to grind? Fallen Monster? Like where to grind? I feel like it was a little early though for whoever that person was, because I was it like lower end stuff? Because I did hear that they're changing a lot of like AP stuff, you know, going forward, right? Like the AP scaling stuff. So, you know, we might clear faster in certain areas depending on your gear or whatnot. So I guess we'll have to see what the numbers are like after the changes. Please react to it. It's amazing. Oh, this one. Maybe when we take a break. Fallen more so. Maybe when we take a break. It's a 44-minute video. 44. Maybe when we take a break, because we usually take a break like later on when I'm like, you know, taking a break from grinding, but I'm ready to grind right now. If it was like a shorter video, like a 1-minute video, then I can just pull it up right away. But if it's a 44-minute video, maybe we'll wait until we like take a break from the grind, you know? Maybe we'll take a little bit of a break, you know? Dolan's 2 got buffed. Like, you get more money buffed? Butters? I mean, that's good. Why are you disparaging? Is it like number stuff? Are they changing number stuff? Again, don't worry. Or like worry after we see the numbers like live. Okay, let's just wait until it comes out on live servers before we start worrying and despairing. Okay, it's still global labs, guys. Everything on global labs is still subject to change. So if you see something you don't like, it might change in the future, right? Just like how the grabs just got changed, right? They nerfed the grabs and then they slightly buffed them. So like the week after. So things are subject to change still, okay? So don't be scared. Icy Watcher, don't be scared until after they come out, okay? If there's anything to be scared of after. Let's react to things after they've changed, not before we've changed, guys. Let's wait. Let's wait until they start coming on live servers. Numbers are numbers. They can just change them, right? Surely. Okay, we're boofed up. And again, this is coming from someone who's played the game for 6 years, so I know how the flow of it, flow of the changes go, right? Is that, let's say a new class comes out, right? If you're, oh, what the heck? I remember crashing at that exact spot the other day. What the helly? That's the same spot I crashed at last time. Is there like a bug with that spot? What the helly? But I was saying, same thing with like class releases, right? There's always a lot of worry when a class gets released on the global labs, and you know, the following patch they like add some stuff, and then you know, if it's a brand new class, they don't have their entire kit. So if you think it sucks, it's because you know the class is still not like complete. At the same time, you could make the criticism, why aren't they completing a class day one? You know? At the same time, you could say, hey, maybe there needs some extra data and opinions from the community to make it better. So there's like, on one hand, they should be making a class complete. On the other hand, hey, maybe they leave some room for completion. You know, they leave some room for completion to make it better based on feedback, you know? So there's always two sides to things, right? Fish4495 real, thank you so much for the follow. We just crashed, so we're logging back in. We just crashed in the game. Black Desert crashing online. Releasing Overtune class and nerfing it because it was not complete on release and needed crazy buffs will always be crazy business practices in my opinion. Because it needed releasing Overtune class and nerfing it because it was not complete on release and needing crazy buffs will always be a shady British practice. I had to read it twice because like my brain has trouble understanding things like right away. It was releasing Overtune class because nerfing it will be a shady business practice. But that's not always the case. Fallen. Right? If I had to look at it from an Awakening Woosa enjoyer, day one, it was not it was definitely not overtuned. It was they did not, you know, there's some classes that like Scholar as well, like that was not like there's some classes that did not become overpowered in the beginning, so it's not always the case, right? It can go either way, right? Whatever the case is, it's still the same statement, is that there's going to be a class that's not balanced, quote unquote, right? Not balanced meaning it's either overtuned or undertuned, and then they need to tune it like as the game keeps going, right? So my statement still stands. Whatever you think about the business case one is, I mean, that's a different kind of conversation, which, you know, I think that's always been an issue too. Fallen Morningstar is that what's the right answer? Do you release an overtuned class and tone it down, or do you release an undertuned class and tone it up? Because there's been so many polarizing comments about both, right? The most common one, this is specifically from Divios, who said that if you release an undertuned class, nobody will play it and you will not get the right feedback you need, right? So that's like the side for the undertuned. But obviously, if you release it overtuned, people play it, right? And then if you nerf it, people will get angry, right? So there's always like two things that like you can't win, right? So you just got to pick you just got to throw it out there and see what happens, right? That's what I'm I guess that's the only thing you can do is release a class, get the design and concept going, and then try your best to tune it one way or the other way depending on which way it needs to go, right? Why would they not make it the FOTM? Why would they not make it the what's FOTM? I'm really bad with acronyms. What is FOTM? FOTM tards by inventory and weight. Ugh. Oh, flavor the okay, thank you. Bro, I'm so bad with acronyms. So why would they not make it so the flavor of the month tards by inventory and weight? Oh, like if they release a new class, they would buy inventory and weight as like a business opportunity. I think that's okay. There's like two ways to think about it. From Fallen Morningstar side, you know, right? They said it's like, oh, if they release an OP class and nerf it later, it's like a shady business practice, right? Meaning, hey, people will play it, buy inventory and wait for it. That might be shady. Some people might think it's smart. Maybe that's a smart business choice. You release a class that's really strong, people play it, and then they buy inventory and wait. So that's another like two sides of the story, right? Where I stand, I don't know. It's like I don't really care too much, you know, for the most part. I just want to play the game. If I find a class that I enjoy it, I play it, and I don't think about like those other like complexities that doesn't have to do with me personally. I'm just a gamer. John, yep, John. Yep. Hi, Chaitona. Hi. Part of me was hoping for Awakening Dosa speed buff. Oh, you think it needs a speed buff, Sacred Rose? Really? Okay. Like on specific attacks? or like an overall general attack speed buff. Sacred Rose. Like on specific attacks? Because I know they had done some speed improvements for Awakening Woosa in the past where it's just specifically attacks. Like for example, River's End is like slightly faster. Life Lure, they cut part of the animation, etc., etc. Do you mean like that kind of attack speed, or just like a general, just an attack speed buff? It is, but legit BDO does a lot of shady stuff, so one more is a drop in the bucket. I think when it comes to whatever business practices a company does, right? I for the most part have always thought, you know, despite whatever like has happened with BDO, it's always been on the positive side for me, right? Like sure, like crystal extraction those crystal restoration coupons were like, you know, like definitely for sure. Like there's some like pearl, like the 30-day one. I don't agree with the the pay to win fishing rods and stuff like that being like capped now instead of that for sure. But it's never been like, you know, affected me that it like it ruins the game for me. Does that make sense? I'm thinking of all like the shady stuff that they've done to the point where like it's never been enough for it to like ruin the game for me personally. But maybe for you it is, but that's just my opinion for me. Is that there's never been like anything like so egregious that it's ruined the game. Like it's like I cannot physically play the game anymore because I don't agree with whatever it is. So okay, nobody's here. But again, I am biased towards the game. I have been playing the game for 6 years. And I agree with, you know, a lot of the criticisms for sure. But I think for the most part, whether it's a you know, a negative criticism or a positive criticism, I feel like if you are making those kinds of comments, wherever it's positive, you know, if it's positive or negative, I think it's all coming from a place of passion, right? Again, whether you are criticizing the game for something or saying something positive, I think if you didn't care about the game, you wouldn't have made the comment in the first place, right? So that's how I like to think about it, is that for those people who are being negative about something, maybe they really care about the game and they want the game to get better. And that's what I want for the game to be as well, is to get it to, you know, the perfect MMO for you, right? But for the most part, I think in the last 10 years the game has been out, I feel like it's done a great job of just being in its lane. Being in its lane for what it is for MMOs out there, right? And that's why I still play today. That's why it's still my longest standing MMO that I play today. Because it's just fulfilled a lot of those check marks for me, at least. And if it doesn't for you anymore, that's okay. That's what happens, right? You grow out of something, right? Whether it's a game or a job or your lifestyle or whatever, you grow out of it sometimes, and that's okay. And then you move forward. Hi, Michael. Hi. Hi, Incrello. We're just about to get started with the grind, and we're just having a passionate conversation about the state of the game. I don't know how we got here. I thought we were just talking about I guess the patch. I think maybe the patch was the inciting conversation about how we got to this conversation. Definitely one way to start a stream. Hello, everybody. Hi. Hope you guys are having a nice afternoon. I need 15k more Kafras to get my second C20 sub weapon. Are you putting them in right away, Michael? The Kafras? Because I would advise not utilizing your Cafris right away. Like, don't shove it in right away because you're not using it right away, right? So I think save it until Idana comes out, and then make a decision to shove it in your weapon, you know? Hi, Kurt, how are you? Any, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I would advise maybe waiting to like put it in your weapon if you've been putting in your weapon, and then wait until the weapon comes out, like the sub weapon comes out, and then use your Cafris. Because right now you technically don't need to shove it in your weapon right now, right? So then you have the option, you have more options open of whether, hey, maybe it might be cheaper to go another route. You know, you keep your options, because if you put it in, then you're kind of like locking yourself into that decision, right? So you might as well just like wait, because there's no harm in waiting, right? Whether you shove it in or not doesn't make a difference, right? If you're going to make that decision. But if you don't put it in right away, then you have more options, right? So, hi, is there some accessories worth crawling or just Kara? Just Kara nowadays, Oni. I think most people raw tap everything, every like even Debos nowadays, right? You don't really cron them anymore. Just Karas. What did you think about the global apps? I haven't seen it in detail yet, Michael, but I have heard a lot of comments and concerns. We were just talking about some comments and concerns earlier before you had come, Michael. And I was just telling everybody, hey, it's global apps, right? If you see something that you're upset about, hey, they might change it, right? I think they just buffed grabs when I heard to have a super armor after you fail a grab. So hey, that was a change that they had made in 1 week. So, you know, maybe we should wait until it comes out before we start being upset about certain changes here and there. So, okay, I think we have finally boofed up properly. Oh, I forgot to grab a house buff. This would sound very fun out of context. What do you mean? Do you mean like the Cafris thing, the shoving in and out of Cafris? Why did you hop off Dosa? I didn't really, Oni. I have just like been focusing on my Woosa. Oni. Like I'm still like, if I want to use my Dosa, I'll still use my Dosa for certain things. But for the most part, I'm just having a lot of fun on my Woosa right now. So I'm just gonna play whatever class I'm having fun on. And then whenever there's a shy needed for like, I don't know, like a party content like dungeons, I use my shy. So it's like tagged for now. Did you play Suck or Awakening Dosa? I mostly played Suck Dosa when it first came out. Awakening is like kind of newer to me, but I do know some of the abilities for Awakening. I have played it when it when I had come back from the TNL stint. So if you have any questions, I do know a bit about Awakening Dosa, but I mostly have played Succession Dosa when it first came out. Hi Kenya, how are you? How's it going? We were just having a passionate conversation about the global app changes earlier the start of stream. So I was just telling people, hey, it's global apps. Let's be patient a bit until it comes out before we panic. Before we panic, guys. Let's just wait until it comes out first. I find it funny they nerf Suckvalk and then she's the worst class in the game. What did they change about her, Michael? Was it just numbers? Or was it like mechanical changes? Because if it's number changes, again, they're making a bunch of number changes like overall. Right? With like the AP scaling. So I feel like whenever it comes to number changes, at least for me, I have a hard time understanding what it actually means. And so that's why I always tell people, hey, let's wait until it comes out before we call it a nerf or buff or whatever it is, right? At the same time, you know, things are subject to change in the global labs, right? So, as they always do. Hi, Rexy, hi. Have you had it? I have not, Kenya. I honestly haven't had the time, Kenya. I went to bed last night and then woke up, went to work, and then I started stream. I think because of stream, I just haven't had time for like watching anime. A lot of people have been asking me about like, hey, have you watched any anime this season? No. I kind of just been streaming and been just going hard, like really going hard on getting the sub weapon. And so I for the most part, I only really play BDO whenever I'm streaming, and I really want to play BDO, and so I might as well stream. And I really want to play BDO because I want to get like my goals done before Idana releases. So we're kind of just going all in on BDO at the moment. So I know it's a bunch of excuses. I'm so sorry, Kenya, but it hasn't like, if it crosses my mind and I just happen to be free, I will try to listen to it. But it's just like, the only time I'm reminded of it is honestly when you come to my stream and tell me, have you listened to it yet? And so it hasn't crossed my mind. Is there something important to you about that song that is why you want me to listen to it? Maybe you could tell me about it. I know it's like probably hard for me to understand if I don't listen to it, but is it like that important for is it like an important song to you? Grinding is getting harder, but money is going up. And grinding is getting hard. I for the most part, I think grinding is just getting easier and easier. We're just getting more power creep and power creep. So like the spots that we're currently at, like we're getting stronger and stronger. So for the most part, I think it's getting easier. And that, you know, with money going up, doesn't that also make it easier to grind too? Can you elaborate on why you think it's getting harder? Maybe we can discuss about it and then you can have like a more open mind to it. But for me, I've like, as I kept playing, like I'm like, we're killing things so fast nowadays. After patch, this is another thing that, as I mentioned before, Fallen, numbers, like, hey, like I would be very confused why we would get nerfed numbers wise. Like, why would we get weaker after the patch? That is something that is confusing for me. At the same time, the patch hasn't hit yet, so we cannot say for sure that we are getting nerfed, right? Because they are scaling a lot of things up, right? Isn't Blackstar getting 100 monster AP on it or something like that, right? So that's why I'm like, hey, Fallen, just wait until the patch comes out before you make an actual like opinion about it, because we don't know how it's gonna feel after the changes. Numbers are numbers, right? Numbers could change, but at the same time, again, we need to see it to really understand it, right? This numbers are numbers, right? So I feel like it's like we shouldn't really talk about how the result is until we actually get the patch, right? We don't know what the numbers are going to be like after the patch. If it does get worse, then you can talk about it getting worse. Well, we haven't hit the patch yet, so how do you know we got worse to grind, right? So I would say be patient. Be patient about it. Don't like stress about it too much. Focus on what you're doing now. Focus on your goals now, and don't think about something that hasn't happened yet. Is what I would say to you. Because I feel like you're getting stressed and like sad or angry about things changing, but it hasn't happened yet. So let's wait until it happens before we be sad about it or something, you know? I just wanted to know your opinion, and no, it's not important at all. I see. Okay, I will try my best to remember if it crosses my mind, but I honestly, again, I just haven't had the time to make it cross my mind. Maybe you could like ping me or something on like after stream, you could remind me. That would be maybe one way to get me to listen to it is like after stream, just ping me, hey, once you're off stream, could you, you know, can I remind you to listen to the song? And then I will. Interesting in Global Labs is that the min and May AP for the spots are very narrow. Min and May AP spots is very narrow. Oh, like if a spot has like 1100, you know how like I think Derek Seeker's like min 1100 and maximum 1300. Is that what you mean like that? Do they have any class updates in the Global Labs? Yes, there was a lot. There was a lot in Krello. You can find the translated notes on Black Desert Foundry. I don't know them off the top of my head. People have just been mentioning some classes being nerfed and buffed. Seems like on the Global Labs, they're at least lowering the DSR and Orzekia damage. Oh. We're also getting tankier in general as well because we're gonna get more like defensive stats, right? With like Idani armors too. So maybe that will make it a lot more less butt clenching, if you understand what that means, Shao. Have you grinded Orzekia before? If so, then you would understand what butt clenching is at Orzekia. There's a lot of butt clenching moments in that spot. Beautiful to see almost every class getting love except Woosa. We were just talking about that earlier, Kerr. I see Watch here was like, where's the Woosa buffs? Where's the Woosa buffs? And whenever I see that, hey, if a certain class doesn't get changes, I always just think it as there's 30 classes in BDO, right? And so I don't think there's any ever case in a Global Labs that all 30 classes has been changed. Does that make sense? Is that every time there's been a bunch of class changes, it's never been all 30. It's always been like, oh, 10 this week, and then 10 the other week, and then the next 10 the next week. You know what I mean? So maybe it's just a matter of time until we get our turn, right? But I've never ever seen every single class in BDO get changed all at once in one patch. You know, is all I have to say. Thoughts on the new changes, and why they said nothing about Woosa's E-buff. The new changes, I always like to wait until the patch comes out before, so for me, I've always explained to my chat, Ikanoa, that I'm a very like visual kind of thinker. Whenever, let's say there's an IKEA table, or let's say I buy an IKEA table and I'm reading the manual on how to build it, reading it, the manual, I will not understand how to make it. Like if it tells me, oh, put the screw here at the top left or whatever, I'm like, my brain like gets confuzzled. But if I see somebody build it, right, in a video, I'm like, oh yeah, that's where it goes. Like I'm more of a visual learner. So whenever they talk about numbers and all that jazz and stuff like that, my brain always has a hard time really like envisioning it in my brain. Does that make sense? And so I always like to wait until it comes out before having an opinion on like number changes or mechanical changes, because again, my brain just sucks at understanding just theoreticals. It needs to be something practical. Does that make sense? For me to understand it. Racial damage will not go over the cap. Yes, from what I heard, yeah, they're making it so that it's essentially the same way it works as regular AP. And if you do go over the cap, I believe it is a 5% 5% cap, which basically means you're not going to do very much damage after the cap. But they are raising the cap, so I don't know what everybody's average AP will be after the patch, because I do know for a lot of endgame players, right, their average AP is like what, like 1200, 1100, 1200. Why is my Vels out of charge? What the hecky? What the helly? That wording is risky. Oh, racial damage. I guess if someone clips it out of context. It's also super good that Shy not finally mandatory for Olins anymore. It's still gonna be nice to have a Shy for sure, like the attack speed. Sean, I love grinding with the Shy attack speed, but definitely it always felt like it was required, right? I mean, some people might argue, oh, technically you don't need a Shy, you know, regardless, but it will just be a lot slower. But like, it's just not very realistic for, like, you know, if you want to get the grind done properly, right? Because there's a dynamic flow, especially since they added the Golem Heart. Have you grinded a lot of Dolans too by chance, Shaohan? You know how like the Golem Heart, if you do not meet the DPS check properly on the Golem, the heart will like spawn with the Golem, like if you're not killing it as, you know, accordingly on time. And so like the only way to do that is if you have a Shy. So Missy won't be mandatory, but the speed buffs are so good. Yeah. Shy won't be forgotten? No, I mean, the Shy buffs are like very, very nice to have in any group settings. So it will still have a niche, right? It will always still have a niche. Hi, Wayne. How are you? Hi, Garnier. Hi. Can you open with the pigs? Is it opening soon? Wait, is pigs opening soon? NA estimated open 53 minutes ago. So it could open anytime. Oh my god. Hi, Garnier. Hi, Karatashi. Hello. Thank you again so much for the raid last night, Karatashi. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. Oh, Vemi. Vemi Lee. Hopefully I said your name right. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. We're just grinding some Tangrad Ruins, and whenever Pig spawns, we're gonna head over to Golden Pig. Wait, did you change your family name now, Garnier? Is it Garnier now? It's also super good that Shy finally, yeah. I think I'm sure you've seen the changes, right? Garnier is that it's like flat now. It's like a flat DP buff now for Misty Haze. So maybe we might not need Shies anymore. If they ever add more classes with speed buffs, that's when Shy will die. Well, the Shy buffs stack with the speed buffs, right? The Shy buffs stack with speed buffs because it's a unique thing. So maybe it will stack with a Shy buff, whatever, like new speed buffs. Why is your voice like cute as fuck? Oh, thank you, Bemi. Thank you. I've always thought it was cringe, but thank you. Dosa up special attack buff didn't get changed. Oh, the 5% one? Yeah, that's gonna... I mean, the Dosa buffs have always been really nice. You know what I've always had? Okay, does anybody remember how Shy worked in the past with her buffs? If you didn't, she used to only be able to choose one level 3 buff. So her buffs can scale up to level 1, 2, and 3, and you could only choose one level 3 buff before, and it would lock you out. And so it was like an interesting choice of which buff you wanted to empower, right? And I've always thought that was a unique, fun thing, you know, fun skill diversity kind of deal with Shy in the past. Nowadays, it's like you can choose all level 3 now, which is great, which is amazing. But I've always wanted like some form of like a little bit of a, you know, choice, like so you can like make your buffs a little bit stronger. And so maybe they could potentially add some more songs, you know, because she does have some other instruments, right? She's not using like the piano, she uses this bongo, but there's like a drum set or something. The violin, she has a violin, but those specific instruments are just used for the song portion, right? The little song mini game or whatever you do, the song maker. Maybe they could incorporate those other instruments as potential new buffs that you could maybe choose from, you know? And then maybe Shy will have more of a niche in that way, you know? If people are worried about Shy not being, because people were talking about how, hey, we don't need Shies anymore, right? But maybe this will give some more variety for the Shy to have its niche more powerfully, you know? Maybe. But maybe it'll be a bad idea because then it might make Shy required again. So, I don't know. Just throwing out ideas. Just throwing them out there, you know? If you pick them up, you pick them up. I'm outside cave on Bellino 6. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I'm on Bellino 6 as well, Garnier. How's she gonna pull a whole piano mid-fight? Ari, yo!
Ryan just raided us with a party of 62.
Thank you so much for the raid, Ari.
Let's give him a warm welcome. Orion and the Fantastic 62.
Fantastic 62.
Welcome to the Raccoon Den. Get ready for cuteness overload and gaming extravaganza. Thrilled to share this epic stream with such amazing folks.
Amazing folks, yes. Welcome everybody from Aries stream. My name is Jay. My favorite animal is a raccoon. We are just waiting for Golden Pig Cave to spawn. And so we're getting ready for that, or just biding our time in Tundra Ruins in the meantime. What'd you do on stream today, Ari? And also, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice, long, well-deserved break from your stream. So if you have to go eat or sleep or anything like that, don't let me keep you up. I'm sure you're probably saving up for the Sovereign Offhand, right? Everybody and their mother is preparing. We're preparing for the Sovereign Offhand. 3 more weeks, guys. August 7th. August 7th. You need a nap? You're crashing? All right. Get some rest. Get some rest, Ari. Thank you again so much for entrusting me with your viewers. Thank you, thank you. And if I missed anybody's messages, like if anybody had a question earlier before the raid, because I know that the bots kind of like just shove everything up. They scroll everything up. So if I missed any like questions earlier, yeah, I'm not ignoring you, I promise. It's just that sometimes I miss messages because maybe the chat goes up really high sometimes, like if there's a raid or something. One time someone actually got like really mad at me for missing their message. Like they specifically wrote in my chat, like they had a question earlier which I had like deeply answered, and then 10 minutes later they said, oh my god, all right, time for me like to head out, have a good one, you're the only one ignoring me, like after I missed their I'm like, huh, I thought I just answered your question earlier. I'm sorry if I missed your next question, but like I'm not ignoring you. Don't take it personally, please. Or maybe I am. The VT actually stands for very toxic, you know? Jaykun very toxic. And I love ignoring people. Get ignored. Some chatters are like going in your changes is you don't give them attention. That's why I also feel bad too, because like I want to get to everybody's messages, but you know I am only human, so sometimes I do miss some things, and I do feel honestly really bad about when I miss messages. There was actually someone on YouTube a while back. Do you remember, Fudders? Remember someone I missed their message? They did come back eventually, like the next day, and I apologized to them for missing their message, and so. Like I think we're on good terms now because they said like it's okay, like you know, I get it, you know. But like it definitely honestly made me feel really sad when I missed their messages on the YouTube side a lot, so You're tired? What time is it for you, Lily? Is it like late night for you? Guilt tripping on Twitch is a what? Well, you know, I can understand from their point of view too. Hanwi is that like what like, now that I am so I used to be a Twitch frog. Hanwi, if you know what I mean by Twitch frog, right? Somebody who hangs out in Twitch streams a lot, just like being around, lurking, or like typing in chat, like hyping up, you know, when they're like everybody's emoting. Right? I loved being a Twitch frog. And so there were times when I was like younger, right, in my teenage years, right, where they would miss my messages or they wouldn't read it, and I would honestly feel bad because, you know, like, hey, where's my attention, you know? So I get it from their point of view. But now as a streamer myself, like as when I got started with streaming, you know, I've been streaming for the last 3 years now. Like I get it from the streamer's point of view now, so I see both points of view now. I understand where both parties are coming from. Oh, it's 5 p.m. Oh, did you have coffee like really early in the morning by chance, Shadow Lily? And is that a regular like caffeine in the morning? Because that was like one of my kind of big triggers for feeling sleepy, like in the afternoon, is if I have caffeine like really early to wake me up. So I've tried like other methods nowadays to like wake me up, like a cold shower or something like that, to wake me up in the morning, rather than utilizing caffeine, because I know that if I drink caffeine in the morning, I'm gonna crash in the afternoon. I go eep, see you in a few hours. My raccoon dog a person. All right, Grello. I appreciate you hanging out, and I'll see you later. See you later. That explains why you're so tired afterward. Yeah. Are you very reliant on caffeine, Rave? Like, do you have to have your fix? Do you have to have your fix? I should probably change these to Mac LODs. Get a bit more AP. Okay. Are you join like, do I do any node wars or sieges? Not really. I mean, I'm mostly a PvE player. I have participated in a few like beginner node wars, like T1s, T2s, and some, you know, guild league with my guild last season. And if you'd like to see how that's going, I do have a YouTube channel, and I have posted some of my node wars and my guild league matches on my YouTube. If you'd like to see how the dynamic of Awakening Woosa is in those kinds of matches. Spoiler alert, Awakening Woosa is not the best PvPer. Her PvP kit is like not really meta. That's the best way to describe it. It's not really in the meta right now. But it's fun regardless. Regardless of whether something is meta or not, I have a lot of fun playing my Woosa. From stuff that I've read, it's recommended that you wait at least 2 hours-ish after waking up. Oh my god, you know what I heard, Wayne? This might seem weird, but apparently if you put butter in your coffee, it like absorbs into your veins better or something like that. Like it's like it absorbs better, like the caffeine. Does that make sense? That's what I heard. It sounds weird, but just think of it as like adding, you know, milk or dairy, like a dairy to like a cream, like creamer to your coffee, but instead you're using butter. But apparently that's a thing, is that you use butter to like cream your coffee. I know it's weird. It sounds weird, but apparently it's a thing. So, but it came from TikTok, so it's like a hit or miss, you know. It's a hit or miss or something with these TikTok recipes, you know. It's it's a hit or miss sometimes. What if I use something else to cream my coffee? Or like what? Like, what? 5-minute crafts. You can only wait 30 seconds to... Hi, Wayward. You can only wait 30 seconds to drink a sugar-free Monster. Oh, like Monster Energy Drink? Incrello? Monster Energy Drink? I've tried energy drinks before, but every time after a couple hours, I feel sleepy. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like my body just rejects caffeine really fast. Because after like an hour, I would just get sleepy after like my Monster Energy Drink. And I looked it up. I Googled it and like, why do I feel sleepy after drinking energy drink? And apparently, the like energy drink, like caffeine is supposed to like relax you, like make you more focused by relaxing you or something like that. I don't know if that makes sense, but it like relaxes your other senses so you can focus more. But sometimes the relaxing makes people sleepy, I guess, something like that. But yeah, every time I drink an energy drink, I just like start falling asleep after like an hour. So maybe my body just hates caffeine or something like that. Your body is metabolizing it like really fast. Hi, Rusian Alu. Is that your real voice, or are you using any editing programs? Oh, I do add like, you know, noise suppression and EQ to make me sound bassy, I guess. But it is my real voice. Yeah, this is how I talk. This is how actually, this is my real voice. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I used to drink 6 Monsters a day. Now I cut them out completely. Yeah, actually. Do you know the... Wait, I'm pretty sure I haven't actually... This... The cat. Oh my god, I love the cat so much. Guys, if you guys don't have 7 TVE, you're missing out. You guys are missing out. If you can look on the bottom right. Do you see on the bottom right here? The actually cat. That's what you're missing out on. We love the actually cat. Not why diva ass. What's the skill of the tornado? It's called Cloudburst. You're talking about this one, right? Shift Z. This one. When it's off cold. This one. Cloudburst. It's helping. It helps me transition to pre-awakening. If that's what you're wondering of why I use it. Can I join your So Funny? Join what? Like my community? Yes. You can. You're already here. You're already joined. And later, guys, we'll be having a bit of a story time. I have prepared some notes for another story time. A little story time. Maybe we'll do story time after Golden Pig, because I think Golden Pig is starting soon. Like it's gonna open, and so I don't want to like start story time and then I get interrupted because I want to, you know, because I want to do Golden Pig Cave. You know what I mean? But yeah, after Pig Cave, we'll do a little bit of a story time. This one's another. It's a mystery story. We have a mystery story. This song, you know this song? Mr. Wayward One. Dear Maria, count me in. It sounds so... You know that one song from Owl City? You would not believe your eyes with 10 million Firefly. You know, they got that 2000 boy band sound, you know? They got that 2000s boy band sound, right? or you know, Panic at Disco. I chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard? We love the 2000s boy bands, you know? Can someone queue up I Write Sins Not Tragedies? Can someone queue up I Write Sins Not Tragedies? Yeah, if you guys have any song requests, you can do what Rexy did. You just need to type in the name and artist. If you have a Spotify link, that would be more accurate because sometimes the bot, you know, sometimes the bot is a bot and does not put the right song. So if you get the direct link, it will do the direct link. However, if the song is very, you know, mainstream, popular, the bot should find it, you know. Is that an AI chatbot? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why is it so hard to sleep? Do I need to drink energy drink or what? Incrello. Welcome back, Incrello. That was a fast sleep. I think you only slept for like 15 minutes and then you came back. That's crazy. Welcome back. You single? To the bot. Here it is. Not believe your eyes. Fireflies. Bot in a relationship confirmed. What about Lil J? Little J, are you in a relationship?
JaykunVT says, Lil J, are you in a relationship? Me, in a relationship? Nah, my life's about games and giggles with you, boss. Although I might have an on and off fling with adventures and snacks.
I see. Thanks, Lil J. Volume up? Is the volume too quiet? Here, I can raise it, yeah. Is that better? I raised it by 3 decibels.
Says, so you are single, Lil J? You bet, Sverters. Single and loving it, because it's all about gaming, snacking, and sprinkling sass everywhere.
True.
Who needs romance when you can have epic adventures, right?
Right, yup. Right.
Sfutters says, Lil J, what would happen if I stuffed JaykunVT in a box and sealed it in there? Oh, Sfutters, you'd break my lil raccoon heart. Plus, poor JaykunVT would miss all the gaming action and my snazzy sass. Let's keep the mischief fun but free for epic adventures together.
True. In a jar.
Sfutters says, don't worry, it's not JaykunVT going in a box, it's the horrible JaykunVT bot that's going in a box. Oh, if it's just the bot, then sure, box away. The real deal, JaykunVT, can handle all the snazzy gaming vibes while I provide the cheeky commentary. No bots in the box to steal our spotlight.
Good job on clarifying which one you meant. That's a good one. I wonder if JaykunVT bot can communicate with Lil J. Oh my god, that reminds me of this one clip that I saw where 2 people put or like a person put 2 AI bots, like text to speech AI bots together, and they would like communicate, and they eventually was like, hey, would you like to communicate using this other like, you know, programming language because it's more efficient? And then they started communicating in like a different programming language that the like humans couldn't understand, only like AI stuff could understand. And it was a little bit scary. So yeah, we got Panic at the Disco. It's reminiscent of the guy calling two pizza places and trying to sell each other pizza. I think I remember seeing that, yeah. Okay, whenever I think of somebody calling the pizza place, I think of this one commercial where this woman, it was like, I guess she was getting like domestically abused by her significant other, and she was like calling a pizza place to quote unquote put an order, but she was like trying to like call for help, right? But she had to like speak in the phone as if she was like taking an order, right? But the operator was like smart enough to understand like what was going on. Do you remember that? And it was like a commercial for like domestic abuse. And there were some actually like actual cases where they did that, where they called the pizza place. You see so many of them, Deeponi. The acting, or some of them weren't acting. It was happening. There's a whole movie with a similar situation. Oh, what movie was it, Deeponi? I remember there was this one movie with Halle Berry. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I think it was called like, she was like working as a phone operator for 911. And there was basically this girl who was kidnapped, like this teenage girl was kidnapped, and then she was like getting driven away, but she had access to a phone in like the trunk, and she was like stuck in the trunk, right? And then she had called like 911, and they were like trying to find her. Anyone know what I'm talking about? And it was starring Halle Berry. I remember one about a woman calling the police and ordering pizza, and the officer picks up on the situation. Oh. Your girlfriend says the pizza is armed and aggressive. The guilty with Jake Gyllenhaal. Oh. The movies. Is the music volume still okay by chance? Because I had raised it earlier for one song, but I don't know if it's like too loud now. Or is it okay? It's okay for you? Okay. Just let me know if I need to raise or lower anything. It was way too quiet. Yeah, and that's why I was wondering if I should turn it back down, you know, because some of the songs are just naturally quiet, right, on Spotify. So I'm like wondering, should I turn it back down? Unless it's like better this way. Maybe like a wee bit? Okay. Okay, how is that? Is that better? You said a wee bit, so I was like, a wee. So I did a wee bit. An X wee bit? Okay, I see, Watcher. I see what you did there. I get it. Good one. Haha. No, 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 no. Oh my god, Pink. I haven't listened to Pink in so long. I know she had a lot of bangers. Made 2 people make Woosa last night when I posted 200% rage video. Oh my god, that's what I need to do. Hold on. 200% rage. Okay, soon, guys, soon. Woosa cult is growing? Yes. Well, did you show them anything else other than 200%? Because you can only use the 200% like once every 30 minutes. And that's if you have Jin, you know, or BSR capacity items. Also, hi senpai, how are you? Welcome. Yeah, we're not killing that guy. That is definitely not unwritten. What's the Lightstone, BIS Lightstone set for PvE? Right now it depends on which spot you're grinding at. So in spots that you can go over the cap, you would want to use species Lightstones. So let's say you're grinding Thornwood Forest or something like that, or any place where you're going to go over the cap, you would use the Camasylvian one. Demi-human for like trolls or anywhere else that has demi-human where you would go over the cap. Otherwise, if you're not over the cap, it would be all-out attack generally, so which is 2 rages and 2 strikes. However, Arsha, they are changing a lot of AP scaling stuff in the near future, like in a couple weeks from now. So the Lightstone BIS sets might change, but currently that's how it would be. It would be BIS if you go over the cap with species Lightstones, but if you're not over the cap, then it would be all out attack. But again, it's changing, right? It's changing in a couple weeks, so just we'll see what it's gonna change into. Also class by class too, as well. Because for example, Awakening Dosa, apparently their BIS is like the blade set, which gives them crit rate. And so certain classes might take advantage of certain Lightstone sets better than other classes, right? So, but according to ADVgg TV, who is an Awakening Dosa main, I heard that the Blade Lightstone set that gives a bunch of crit rate is much more helpful overall. So You should try to write the artist as well, Rexy, because the bot will have if you're not going to use the link, you know, the writing the artist will help the bot a lot out. Because you probably mean Avril Lavigne, right? Avril Lavigne. Oh my god, Kesha! TikTok on the clock. You're lazy? Oh, I see. Well, I feel like you're doing more work if the bot gets it wrong, you know? I feel like you're actually working harder if the bot gets it wrong. You know what I mean? Kind of sucks. I've been enjoying going to Dark Seekers, but after the changes, I won't be able to go there anymore. Wait, why? Can you explain why, Wayne? What happened? What happened? Like they're changing like the AP caps and stuff? Well, high enough? Have you considered the changes happening for like the Black Star, Wayne? Because they're giving Black Star like 100 more monster AP. Did you consider that? So maybe you're actually clear faster. Because again, they're giving Black Star 100 more. It's going from like it's going from like 67 to like 170 monster AP, right? So maybe you will have enough. You know what I mean? Because that's what I saw in the changes, right? Well, I wouldn't really not to say like you shouldn't look at your sheet AP, but you should always look at your total AP, right? Because your total AP will be the biggest determiner. Because some classes will just have more naturally AP because of like self buffs or something like that, right? So consider self buffs of things too, right? Class buffs, furniture buff, like consumables, furniture buff, right? Sheet AP, I feel like does like not the best job of informing you if you have enough AP or not. The best thing is like your total AP, right? Additionally, if you're 325, you'll get some more monster AP because you're over 310, right? So 15 times 8 is... what is 15 times 8, guys? I'm so bad at math. 120? Is that 120? So yeah, so you would get 120 more monster AP because you're 325 AP, right? So again, lots of things to like. Don't calculate things before the patch comes out, okay? Let's wait until the patch comes out, okay? I feel like we're worried about things that haven't happened yet. You know what I mean? Let's hold our horses. Hold your horses, guys. The patch hasn't come out yet. Tell me this song. Oh, I know Kesha, but I'm not familiar with this song, Icy Watcher. But I do know Kesha though, because she's a very famous artist. But I don't think I recognize this song. I know another Kesha song where it's like, where they like knock at the door or something. I think it's like Young, but it's like, I'm trying to remember how it goes. I feel your heart beat at the sweet of the drums. Oh, what a shame that the standing it's on. And the feet in the arms. I like that. You know what I'm talking about? And then like they like slam at the door. It's like a TikTok trend. Hi Amber, how are you? Yeah, I don't know this one. I'm not familiar with this one. I know her more like famous ones, you know, like TikTok on the clock. That one. I didn't know of the Black Star buff. All I thought it was 100 AP ashore. Yeah, the Black Star is getting 100 more AP on it. And then again, like if you're over 310 AP, every sheet AP is 8 monster AP. So again, like guys, don't worry about things that haven't, like the patch isn't out yet. So let's think about the stuff after the patch hits, because you might be considering things that you haven't weren't aware of, right? Like the Black Star, you know, giving more AP. So I promise you guys, we're not getting weaker as well. Well, maybe there's some class changes that might make it weaker, but in terms of like PvE, I'm pretty sure the changes that we're getting for AP scaling will, for the most part, should make us stronger. I think that's the best way to put it. Like, it would be weird that they would rework all this monster AP stuff and then we got weaker as a result of it, you know? That would definitely be weird. So we're most likely going to get stronger after the patch, not weaker in PvE. Do you think the Garmoth will be buffed for Sovereign Offhand? I have like a slight inkling feeling that we might get 3 sheet AP on it, just because you know how like they added 3 sheet AP for Awakening and Main Hand? That's what I'm speculating. Is that the offhand for Garmoth will also provide 3 sheet AP, but that's just speculation. But I have an inkling that that might happen. There's a chance. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for the 200%? Watch this, guys. Sheesh. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, now we take off her. Oh wait, we can do 200% Stormfall. Hi Jay Chan, anyone needs this organ or Zeka's outfit? Is there a case where the amulet arm is still not included in the outfit? Is it still the case where the amulet arm is not included in the outfit? Like you can't see the amulet? Ember? Here, let me do you a favor, Ember. Do I have extra boxes? Box. Where is it? Do I not have one? Okay, I'll go get one. Hold on. Do you exchange it at the library? Like the arm? I'm gonna check for you. I'll go get one and then I'll go check for you. Every item in the game? Not every item. Power-ups. I'm still wanting to acquire the null and the lamp for the what's it called? The forest path wagon. You have so many cheaters? What happened? Renos, did more people get banned? Did more people get banned? Did more people get banned by chance? That's a lot of lungs. Yeah, that's just the lungs and not even leaves. Because I have like almost 10,000 more leaves, probably. How many, what's it called? Couturon. So I have 17 left lungs and 74 right lungs and 900 black sleeves and 6,800 ashen leaves. I grind a lot of Olins, as you can see. Oh, Pig Cave closed in 26 minutes on EU? Like, people just got one run? That's crazy. What? I see people with Black Star weapons doing 11-minute runs. Sheesh. Did Korea already get their changes, Renos? Like their, like, you know how like Black Star got, what do you call it? The 100 AP? Did they already get their changes? They got a 20 euros buff? Wait, what is it? What is the 20 euros buff? What is that? Oh my god, why did my autopath disappear? What? What the frick? Did my autopath stop disappearing? I don't know where to go. And I might die because, like, I don't know where to go. Oh my god. I think I know where to go, but, like, there's a chance I might die. I just have to keep walking. No. No, 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 no. Oh my god. And it's so dark too. Why is it so dark? Okay. The autopath is starting to work again. Oh my god. Okay. Did we make it? Where is this autopath taking me? Autopath? I just went through the entire... I'm going out of the... There's no way. There's no way I'm getting blocked by the... I'm dead. 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 There's no way the freaking wolf blocked me. There's no way. I don't know where the library is. Why is Crypto Rising... I hate Crypto Rising Thought so much. No, 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 no. Oh my god. The bear. The freaking bear's butt. The bear's butt. Is it up here? Please tell me it's up here. Okay. We found it. We found it. The bear's butt, man. What the frick, man? I'm good. I'm good. Oh, that was not the booty. Do 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 do. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Does the amulet show? Do, 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 do. Yeah, it does. Right? Is that the amulet? This one? I don't have like a proper weapon, but I guess that's it. Jay, how do you get the fishing rod? Which one? Or like, how do you take it out? Changes to non-booby? I'll have to like go to the thing. I was just showing a viewer what that looks like on a sork. So, and apparently your hand is out. The blue one in your storage? This one? It was from a previous season, Isako. I don't know if you can still get it, but it was like from one of the previous seasons. But it's out of, mine's out of durability, so. And this one was from Christmas. This was like way back in when Christmas, because Grandpa Kron is like the Christmas guy. So, hey Jay, want to ask where? Just want to ask to AFK fishing. Where would you say is a good spot for someone who's got no mana to fish for money? Also, you awakening Dosa. If you have questions about awakening Dosa, I like ask away. And where to fish? Probably Termian Beach if you have no mastery. If you're like a brand new player, you have no mastery, probably Termian Beach. If you have mastery, probably Velia. Everyone's kind of fishing at Velia. There is a 30-day limited one, Isako, this one, which I might pick up, to be honest, because fishing is popping right now. But there is the yellow one, but it's only 30 days. So, not brandable. Well, it doesn't matter if it's brandable or not in less 30 days, right, Rixel? So that's the biggest nerf. Is that you can't last, because you could last the Grandpa Kron for like months if you just properly did the DR reduction, which I did not do because I'm not smart. Same thing with the cool fishing rod. I didn't even brand this one. You still have 800 durability. Sheesh. Yeah, if you did it properly with the Grandpa Kron, it should still be alive, but I did not do it properly, so. Lower rates to catch 2 to 3. Wait, what? Really? Is that like, did they say that? Oh, you're asking for a guide, Velkin? Yes, I have a guide for you. Not from me, though, but from someone called ADVgg, and this is who I usually follow for Awakening Dosa stuff. I wish they put the amulet on top of the outfit. The arm skin is so off. Hold on. Let me try something. Let's see if I can take it off, because you can get the non-boob window one, and that might take it off. Let's see if we can see it without the non-boob window one. You'll run out of durability before 30 days. If you don't brand it, Rixel. Even if you're running, like, let's say you're running a full durability setup without branding, you'll still run out in 30 days? Mia, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Sheesh. I don't know where that came from, but thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Mia. That actually adds 2 more, I think it's 2 more sub points for my partner plus. How far are we along? We're at 28 points. Let's go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try for, so this month is actually my last month of Partner Plus. I'm getting booted out next month because I got Partner Plus last July, and you have 12 months of Partner Plus until you get booted out. And so we'll try for Partner Plus again this month and try to renew it for the next 12 months. But we basically need 100 points for level 1. So I think the majority of my recurring subs is towards the end of the month. So we might be kind of close, guys. We might be like 60 or 70 points, because I know I have like 60 or 70 like recurring subs, and this is only for like the recurring subs thingy. So we'll try it for July, August, September. If we can reach those 100 points for July, August, and September, we'll get back into the program. Yeah, we're getting evicted next month. Is your map visible? How the hecky do you know where to go? Like when I'm grinding, Isako? Well, I just know where to go when I'm grinding. I don't need to look at it if I know where I'm going. But if I need to go somewhere like really far away, then I would follow the autopath, right? So I would just like click here and then follow the autopath. The only time I would turn it on is if I'm PvPing, Isako. But yeah, I use the big map. Well, how are you gonna like auto, like let's say I'm like here. how am I going to autopath to like from here to Tangrad Ruins without using the big map? You know what I mean? So the mini map, like again, I feel like you don't really need it in PvE or if you're in town because you know where everything is in town. And I feel like the only usage of the mini map is mostly for PvP. Because again, PvE, I feel like you don't really use it in PvE. Like when was the last time you looked at your mini map during PvE? You know, think about it. Probably not. Probably never. Yeah, PvP, Breno. We just said, Breno, in PvP is where you would use it. In PvE, right, you never really look at your map, right? You're just grinding mobs, right? But if you're PvP, and that's much more understandable because you can see. But in PvE, like there's 99% of the time you're looking at your game, right? So you're lost in Histria. I thought you couldn't even see your map in Histria. Like it was just like a blank. Unless you mean like if you're going north or south or east or west. Is that what you mean? Because I at least from what I remember in wait, was it primeval form? Oh, it's turned into a box. This one. Or is that form? Okay, here we go. And then is this simple alchemy? No, manufacture. Was this PvE you speak of? I've only fished for the past year. Well, it's content in the game where you hit mobs and you get loot while hitting mobs, Rixel. Yeah, there's more to the game than just the ocean, yeah. Yeah, you never really use the, yeah, Senpai, you don't really use the minimap in PvE, right? So, all right, let's go check if you still see the arm here. You do. Yeah, it looks like with the non-boob window on, you do still see the arm. Guess we'll just keep the lower Zeka armor on her. Thank you. No worries. No worries. Happy to help. I finally got the chance to use the my other lungs on another character. Where's the best place to get wind shards? Not Narkion Step, Navarn Step. That's what it's called. Because Narkion Step is over here, right? Narkion Step. What's it called? Narkion. Yeah. Yeah, Navarn Step, you just kill the birds. Or you can grab something called a Krogdalo's crafting box from loyalties. Where is it? Is it not here anymore? It's a Krogdalo crafting box. Did I take it away? Is it gone? I think it's gone, guys. Search. Because I don't know what's exactly called. I don't know if it's what is exactly called. If it's like called Krogdalos. I know it was like a crafting box of some sort. I think we might be able to see it here. Not this one. But it essentially gave you a choice with like 100 fragments, spirit fragments or something like that. I just can't remember where I got more. This one. This is what it was. Sorry. Krogdalo horse gear crafting box. I thought you could buy it with loyalty, but maybe they took it away. But I don't know if you've done much Imperial training during the event, but you can pick these up for easy fragments. I don't know if there's any. Ooh, do the horse emblems give any? No, not the horse emblems. Yeah, if you do any horse training, for the fragments, for the Imperial training delivery notices, is only during the events. You can just pick it up from here, but I think there were some other events that might have given it. I just can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember. Oh, back to Belinus. You get some from season seals? Ah, okay, okay. Seals of Journey, right? Aha, here. Yes. So if you don't want to grind for it, you can just pick these up for 40 seals. Jay, yes. Can I help you? Can I help you? Sip? Oh, true. I also need to grab more water. Slurp. Yep, slurpy slurp. Ah! Oh my god. I guess we won't. I'm running, Garnier! Garnier. Oh my god. Isako, I swear to god, if you get the if you get the treasure again, Isako, I swear to god. I mean, I'll be happy for you, but I swear to god, okay? Okay, I think we're good now. Okay, where's the NPC? Here we go. Okay, surely this time we get the treasure, right? Surely we get it. Oh my god, my elixirs, no. I keep seeing it keeps turning off. Ree! To the left. To the left, to the left. Everything I own in a box to the left. To the left. To the left. Can I get summoned? Oh, I just went in, Isako. I just went in. I don't think I can summon you inside. What does the treasure give? It can potentially give you up to 20 bill worth of stuff. Oh, I don't know if you knew, Isako, you can separate your tags locations now. And so you can leave an alt at Pig Cave as well. Or if you want to play the same class, you can leave like the same class. You know what I mean? At Pig Cave and then just like transfer your gear over. It's like a little button at the tag. Here. Travel separately. So that's what a lot of people do for Pig Cave if they just want to be here right away. But I don't do that. I just telescope. Is it jackpot random? Yes. So you get it after you kill the inside boss. It's not from the outside boss. So if you killed the inside boss and you didn't get it, that means you have to wait until the next round. To the left. To the left, to the left. Oh my god, I haven't switched my crystals. You must not know about me. Oh my god, my crystals. And then I need adamantines for no knockdown. You must not know about me. Okay. Okay, there we go. Go, go, go. Tastico. This is a classic. Paparazzi. You know what I heard about one of her older songs called Poker Face? Is it's actually supposed to there's actually an explicit version where it's not poker face, it's like F her face. And that came from Lady Gaga herself. That's what it's actually supposed to be. And I'm like, oh. Good for you, Lady Gaga. You can hear it too? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you've seen those videos where it's like you're hearing the wrong lyrics. Like a really famous one is from Taylor Swift, where she says like you know, Starbucks lovers. I've got a long list, Starbucks lovers. You know that one? What's that one song? What's that song called again? It's supposed to be I've got a long list of ex-lovers, but then you hear like Starbucks lovers, right? So it's like a very common to like hear lyrics all the time. I knew you were Trevor when you walked. I knew you were Trevor when you walked in. Yum. And then Goat Scream. That's a classic one. Ah! Yeah. There it is. I knew you were trouble when you walked in. Oh, thank you. Next, bacon and eggs. Bacon, eggs, bacon, eggs. Ah, who's that? Senpai? Especially if they're like singing cursive. You know what I mean by they're singing cursive? Sia. Sia sings in cursive all the time. Right? Instead of saying party girls, don't get hurt, she's like, you know, party girls, don't get hurt. You know what I mean? She's singing in cursive, you know? Not the singing in cursive. What's this? Remember this meme?
White, green, or blue, show
Bleh.
off your natural flamingo. If you're multicolor, eyes, eye.
Oi, oi. That's good.
Like white, green, or blue, show off your natural flamingo. If you're multicolor, eyes, eye.
That's good. That's good. That's a good one. uh, I saw a baby on TikTok and someone said in the comments that baby is in caps lock. He was. You know, that reminds me of this one TikTok where this mom had like 2 giant babies from Daily Dose. You know what I'm talking about? It was like on a Daily Dose video. And she was like so tiny and her babies were like half her size. And she had like twin babies and they were like literally, if you put them together, that's the size of the mom. Let me see if I can find them. Alpha denied. Giant baby daily dose. Yeah, this one.
So,
This one. You see?
how is someone that is this small able to pop out 2 giant babies?
Got
You
me
see?
that girl. You know, everyone knows her. It is not for the weak. I don't know if I'm just weak or my babies are just chunky, but
So how is someone that is
See?
this small able to pop out 2
Ain't no
giant
way.
babies?
got me that girl.
They're huge. Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, Zerker babies. They're huge. Starbucks lovers. Those babies are definitely caps lock. Yeah. Did I miss your message earlier, Deep Oni? Here, let me scroll up. On Suck Dosa, whenever I use a skill to teleport mobs, I'm too far. Do you have this issue? Or too far to hit? Yeah, that sometimes happens, Deepone. Is that actually a lot of the times it's more damage to be fully casting it instead of teleporting. One. So like don't utilize the teleport too much. Maybe you can use it to reposition, but ideally like fully cast it, like Shift E fully casted is like stronger than canceling out of the Shift E with a teleport. And don't be afraid to also copy paste the question again. If I miss any questions in chat, again, guys, I'm not like ignoring you. I just miss it sometimes. So you can just copy paste it. Okay. Copy paste it. But yeah, that's always been a common issue is just, you know, hitboxes have always been very iffy sometimes, especially when the hitboxes are like, there's an inclination, right? There's an angle in the terrain and stuff, etc., etc. Same thing with mobs. If you just happen to target, because how the teleport works is that you have to have a target, right? For the most part. Well, you don't have to have a target, but it will be based off that target where the teleport will go, right? It tries to aim and position towards the target you have, and sometimes it might not be in the most prime position, and so you might miss and not do much damage. But again, ideally, to maximize your damage, you actually want to fully cast it, like full slow cast it, like Shift F, Shift E. I don't know if they changed it since I had last played it, but that's how it worked before all the like number changes, was that if you fully cast it, you actually get more damage out of it. Because the teleport skips the first initial hit, right? But that first initial hit sometimes has like really good amount of damage, especially if it's like Shift E. Shift E provides a lot of HP per hit, right? And you get more HP per hit, you know, if you do it from the full cast, right? Way to speed up? No, just Shift Q. There is no, I tested every other skill. Only Shift Q will fast cast Shift C. However, you can get more total damage if you slow cast Shift C, but it is more DPS if you fast cast it from Shift Q. So yeah, it's like a bit of a decision, right? Do you slow cast it for the extra damage and super armor time, right? Or do you fast cast it for higher DPS, right? So most of the time the answer is fast cast it from Shift Q. So the kind of general rule is if you're going to cast Shift Q, you might as well cast Shift C because it has the same cooldown as well. So utilize Shift C with Shift Q. And hi Malakoop, how are you? How are you doing this fine Friday afternoon? We're just doing golden pig. Surely we get the jackpot, right? Hit the dance. Those babies, those weren't babies. Those were full-grown shot. Hack and sheath. How are you, Hack and sheath? I feel like we haven't talked in so long, Hack and sheath. How have you been? I feel like it's been like a year. Did you like take a break from BDO or something? Hi, Hack and sheath. Where's my... Did I cancel out of it? Huh? I was like, where's my golden pig? Did I get canceled out of it? Hello? It's not summoning my golden pig. Huh? It says the monster's already summoned. Okay, I'm switching channels. What the hell? It said the monster was already... I thought I summoned it, and so I'm like, I'm summoning it again, and it says it's already summoned. Was there just so many people that like my golden pig just didn't want to come out? Is that what happened? You've been working like crazy in PoE. How's the new PoE season, Hack and Sheath, by the way? That's the new PoE season. There we go. There's the guy. Can't believe my golden pig was just denied that summon. That's crazy. I took a break from this game for a month. I promised I'd never come back and tapped Panemos. Guess we're back. It's social. I mean, maybe the game's hearing you. You know, the game here is like, oh, you're quitting? Just kidding. No, you're not. The Black Spirit heard you. The Black Spirit heard you say, I'm quitting. And the Black Spirit was like, no, you're not. Here's a Panemos. How's your progression in the game, Social? Did you get anything good with your hammers and blue balls from the Halcyon Ball? 20,000 blue balls. Last time I said that, I got all my Charizard accessories to Oct 1 to 3, tapped all of them. Icy Watcher, sheesh. Maybe that's a secret. You just threaten to quit the game, and then the game's like, oh, no, you're not quitting. You know? Gotta get back in quick. I wasted some time changing channels. Oh, looks like wait. Did we kill it? But even with the change channels, we killed it in time before the 5 minutes. Shit. Oh, there. Oh my god. We just killed it in time. Perfect. Okay. Nice. Also got my free Garmouth, which is Huggies, because I just hit 200 hours. Oh. Wait, you just hit 200 hours of gameplay, Social? Oh my gosh, congrats. You don't really leave your computer AFK? Because 200 hours, like, you can easily hit it if you leave your computer AFK for, like, AFK fishing or something like that. Do you just not leave your computer on or something? You're only recently into EU. Oh, I see. PoE servers are frustrating, so I've been catching up on B. Oh, what's happening? What's happening with the PoE servers? I have heard a lot of like negative reception about like PoE 2 lately. Like there's this new league. It was a while ago, like the Huntress League. Like whenever Huntress came out, like people are like hating the changes happening. Okay, surely we get a treasure. Please. 24 ounces of coffee and I still feel dead. Demusions. Are you like a coffee connoisseur? Is that what, if that makes sense? Like, do you do like special kinds of coffee? Like, do you have like a fancy coffee maker by chance? Or do you just like, are you simple with like, I don't know, instant coffee? What is this, Jazz? It's from Expedition 33 from Claire Obscure. Oh, another one. Here we go. Alicia. Six Rockstars and I could still nap. Well, I mean, if you drink too much caffeine, you kind of build up a tolerance towards it, don't you? Something like that, right? So maybe you've just tolerated it for so long that it just doesn't affect you as well. You just like to wake up. Got a Keurig, but instant coffee is pretty good. Yeah, I'm not too big on coffee myself. I mostly drink tea. I've tried though. Like I've tried like researching like recipes. And it's like not the taste of it too. Like I'm not like turned off by it. I actually really like the taste of coffee. I just haven't been like too into just, I guess, maybe like preparing it or something like that. The taste is okay, but it's like sometimes I crave it, sometimes I don't. You started the compass yesterday? Ooh, did you get any pieces yet? It takes more and more coffee to wake up. It's a never-ending pit of sleepiness. Oh. So I have started taking like cold showers to kind of like wake myself up instead of relying on caffeine. So you could try that. Is some other methods of waking you up. Just stimulating your brain, I guess. Fucking 2 hours, Achman, 8 hours? Sheesh. There you go, you're almost done. You just need the Elton piece and you're done. Oh my god, this was not a well-grouped pack. The monsters did not want to group up very well. In a fantasy. This is Striker's favorite song. I think it's now my favorite song too. Or one of my favorite songs. Never-ending story. It's a very yeah. I've never seen the movie, and I've only actually. I think this is the first time I've ever heard this song. Was on Striker's stream, and it's like a jam. It's a bop. The movie kind of sucks. Oh. The songs are awesome though. Where's my trash? I can't find my trash, guys. There it is. On the bright side of doing 100 hours, I'll get my Tet and Pen demos. You already have 100 bill. Let's go. Money, money, money. How do you figure it being 1.4 bill? Well, I mean, don't you just count the stuff that you drop? How else do you figure it out? Wait, how else do you figure it? I thought that you count, right? I have 10,000 trash, I have 500 blackstones, and you just like how else do you figure it out? Is there a different way to figure it out? That's how you do it, social. You count the little things, right? The strongest skill, I think Soul Shower has more total damage now, because they giga buffed Soul Shower a while back, so I think it might have more damage than Blooming Death, like total damage. 5,200% times what is, okay, 3 + 3 + 2 is 8, and this is also, oh, this is 9 hits. So Soul Shower is 8 hits, and then this is 9 hits. Maybe Blooming Death is still like the highest hitting ability, but like Soul Shower is not far behind if it's only 8 hits. Maybe it is. I don't know. Do the math, I guess. But Soul Shower and Blooming Death are the highest hitting abilities. I just don't know which one is like a little bit higher. They're both like very similar though. I just show up in time. Yes, the cave just opened. This is my second run right now. Cave just opened. Size is your favorite? Yeah, it's a very pretty ability. Have you just started getting learning with the Awakening Woosa Senpai, or are you still? Have you gotten used to the abilities yet? What's like a starter? I see, I see. Where there's a lot of flexibility you can do with some of the abilities. So look into how to cast Soul Shock and River's End from multiple different sources. So here I'm going to use it after after Perilous Waltz. It's a nice way to get behind the opponent and use River's End. Is to use Perilous Waltz first, hold E afterwards. Hi Wataru, Golden Pig just opened. Wataru, get to pig. Get to the cave, Wataru. But don't steal my treasure, thank you. Yeah, just opened. Hi, Mr. Jumps. Past 6 hours, you've gotten 4 demos. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, that's already like 700 mil right there. So, that's great. Compass after you run? I can, yeah, I can. If you want to wait, I mean, I don't know how long I'm going to be for this run. I feel like you might get faster if you run, to be honest, Utar, because I might be here for another like 5 or 10 minutes. But if you want to go like set up crystals and whatnot and then wait for my summon, I can. I'm on Balanos 5 if you need a summon to Golden Pig Cave. Collecting your pepperoni, Lord JQ. Oh, my pepperoni. Thank you. I love pepperoni. The pepperoni cave. Oh yeah. We had this conversation the other day. Pepperoni. There's beef and turkey pepperoni apparently. Pepperoni, pepperoni. Mostly pork, yeah. Is Sovereign offhand like 14 extra AP? Yes. 13 to 15 specifically. Because it has a range, right? So 13 to 15 sheet AP specifically. This is not a good grouping up. Okay, here we go. Do you still need a summon, Utaro? We are at the boss here. Seems crazy? Yeah, it's insane. It's a lot of stats. You do? Okay, okay. Once I get out of here. I'm on Balanos 5. Balanos 5. So whisper me when you're here. Reach the stars in the fantasy. Okay. Okay, Wutaro, I need you to... Oh. Hold on. It's on my shy. I forgot to leave it on my shy. Forgot I left it on my shy. That's unfortunate. That's okay. I mean, there's still a 5-minute cooldown for me to like get back in, so I can usually kill the pig before I get back in anyways. Okay, pop in, summon out. Get back on my shoy. Which one I need shy buffs? Quick, can you shy buff me real quick? Can you shy buff me real quick? Hey, shy buff. Reach the stars. Above and the sea. Okay. Thank you. Oh, I have to leave party. Thank you. Thanks, Wataru. I'm iframing your buffs right now. Thank you for the... Because the summon gives you an iframe, so like... If when you're summoning, you're an iframe, so... Thanks, Wataru. I saw you E-buffed, but it's good. Thank you. Can you Misty Haze the boss? I don't think you can Misty Haze the boss. Go in the cave, Utar. Go in the cave. Go get your... Go do your run, Utar. Go do your run. Don't worry. Don't worry. I should kill this before I can go back in. Don't worry. Thank you. Thanks, Wataru. Oh my god, Wataru, did you see? Okay, I thought it was gonna be like minus 100 DP. It's only like minus 35 DP, and I'm like, oh, that's not very much DP on Misty anymore. Unfortunately. Let's hope it like stacks at least with the other DP debuffs. Let's hope it at least stacks with the other DP debuffs. It doesn't. 20 RP, thank you so much for the follow. It doesn't. Puppies. Welperinos. Oh, well, does it not have any evasion anymore? Because it used to be both DR and evasion, right? Percentage. Does it not have like minus evasion anymore as well? Evasion's gone. Oh. I got a bond. Let's go. Do. Bun. We got a bun. Do. Let me in. Let me in. Is it's more than 100 AP if you're above 310 though? No, because 8 tons. Yeah, every sheet AP is every one sheet AP is 8 monster AP that you're getting. Yeah. So the Sovereign will be higher than Blackstar if you're worried. However, if you're under 310 AP, then Blackstar's better. But if you're over 310 AP, then Sovereign's better. Ooh, maybe that could be a new combo, guys. Is I do Moonlit Blasts to like group them up a little bit better, you know? I do Moonlit Blast here and then twirl backwards. Ooh. The River is such a good song. Okay, okay. Well, let's take a listen whenever it's up. Is this JoJo? Wait. Is this JoJo Siwa? Did you just put up JoJo Siwa? I see what you did there. You get it? I JoJo see what you did there. I see watcher. I'm to mute for 3 minutes now. It's not a bad song. It's just that JoJo is just like not the right person for the song, you know? Like I like the song. I just think that JoJo's not the right person to sing it, you know what I mean? Because it's not a bad song. It's not a bad song. Like, do you guys know the original artist who sang this? I think her name was like Brittany something. Brittany something. But when she sang it, like it sounded good, you know? But when JoJo sang it, it's like, it's not the right voice for it, I think. So. I should have known better. And she's looking at her. Ameno. 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 Yeah, Britt Smith, that's what it was. I see Watcher. Britt, like when she sang it, like it sounded good. I like the song. IVX, are you? That's not the song you requested. You'll have to type !RS I'm social to get it out, and then try to get the Spotify link instead. Because the bot's a bot, right? So it might give you the wrong song because the bot's a bot. But yeah, type !RS. OpenVideo says a suspicious program detected. What are you running, VX? Hips Don't Lie is fire. Isn't that from Shakira? Tonight and my hips don't lie. It's time to start tonight. Right? Hi Kushiro, what's up? Oh, Golden Pig just opened. Kushiro, surely we get the treasure, right? Surely, the first time? Surely we get the treasure for the first time? Surely! Which spot do you think will be the next deck? Yeah, well, they mentioned Muromach and Gyfins a while ago, so Hopefully those places. Hopefully those places. Surely. We're never getting those. We will, fudders. We will, surely. Garfin party? I hope it's party. I hope. Because the upper Gyphins was a 5-man zone, right? And that's the only 5-man zone in the game. There's no other 5-man party grind spot other than upper Gyphins. So I'm hoping the Dekia version is a party one too. Hope. $26. Yeah, it's been around for a hot minute. Well, it can't have been 2016, at least 2017, because Sylvia came out in 2017, right? I don't think Sylvia was out in 2016. Maybe you're talking about Korea? Was Sylvia out in Korea by 2016? But definitely not in NA or EU. Dekia Shericons? I'd really not like to go back to Dragon. Hi Iris, how are you? Welcome back, welcome back. Surely we get the treasure, right Iris? Surely. Maybe we get Elvia Medea, surely. Yeah. I want to change Shirley to the sure face. You know the sure face? The sure face? This one? I love this one. It's so good. The sure face. You can change it? Yeah. Can you change Shirley just like SURELY to the Sureface one? Yeah, remove the current Shirley. Because I think the Sureface one is much funnier for the Shirley. After that, it hasn't been relevant. They should do something to Medea. Oh my god, my freaking elixirs were not on. Here we go. By Brett Smith. Yeah, I like this version. It's like very 2000s. Like the vibe is very 2000s. Like Britney Spears almost. Thou shalt not cheat. should have known better. Can you run more than one blessing of mystic beasts at a time? The different versions? No, they're basically like furniture buffs. Retribution. So you know how like you couldn't stack furniture buffs? Same thing. Just think of the mystic beast buffs as a furniture buff, but it's a scroll version of it, so you will not be able to stack multiple. I'm pretty sure it says that too, no? Yeah, this does not affect with other residents' furniture buffs. Only the most recently applied scroll or furniture buff will take effect, yeah. So don't pop more than one, otherwise it overwrites it. I like to run the DR one just to be safe. Oh, a DSR? Ah. Well, what's your current DP right now? Retribution one. What's your current DP? A lot of the times, I mean, at DSR for the most part, if you are standing in the laser beam or something, or you let the mobs hit you, I guess maybe the smaller mobs are the more dangerous ones because it's hard to, you know, dodge them. You kind of just have to kill them. But for the big one, if you're getting hit by the laser beam, you're kind of, you know, not supposed to be standing in front of the laser beam, you know, so. I should have known better. Just don't die. Yeah, if you don't get hit, you won't die, right? Surely. Let the knife twist. Trauma's a bitch. And she's with you right now. No! Oh my god. No. Oh. Every time. One day. It should have been you. It's never me. You got a last minute entry, Mr. Jobs? Damn. That's my body. I'm tonight and I hit so light. Well, I mean, I guess it might be story time soon, guys. I have prepared some notes for a little bit of a story time after Golden Pig. So grab some snacks. Grab some snacks. No treasure for you, Jade? No, Iris, no. One day. I just want it once, you know? Just once, and then I'm happy to like never get it again. Well, if I get it again, I'll be happy, but like, you know what I mean? Just once my knife, okay. You buying? Sure. On tonight and now my hips so light, down the hands right. Shakira. Welcome back, Retribution. What browser do you have by chance, Retribution? You happen to use like Firefox or a non-Chrome browser specifically? Because there's a way to still hear people in case the ads roll. And if basically whenever there's an ad playing, there's a little mini player on the top right of your screen, and you can pop it out. Just hover your mouse over it, you can pop it out, and then you can unmute the stream, and then you can still hear it. You don't know what if you say? Well, you don't have to say. It just needs to be a non-Chrome browser. For some reason, it just doesn't work on Chrome. Edge, it should work on Edge. It should work on Edge. Do subs not get ad? Yeah, if you have a sub, you don't get an ad either. But you can do this little trick on any stream if you don't have a sub on those streams. How do you do it? So when you hover your mouse over the little mini player, because there's usually a little mini player of the stream, you should see a button to pop it out, and then you can unmute the little mini player that pops out, and then you can meet the ads as well. Oh, there you go. There you go. No more ads if you also have a sub. There you go. Thank you, Skullfire. Thank you so much for gifting Retribution a sub. Thank you. Gorillas. I love gorillas. There's something about the singer, you know? He has a very like nonchalant style of singing, and it's very... Is he singing? Or is he just like talking? You know, like there's like talking singing. Nonchalant king, yeah. There's just something unique about the quality, right? And also the band is like animated too, right? Well, obviously the singer is not animated, but like their whole like, you know, branding is of the animated characters, right? Damon always sounds like that, really? It's one guy? Oh my, I didn't realize it was one guy. Oddly catchy, yeah, exactly. Been listening to him since the first album. Oh. Wait, why did you spell album with an O with an umlaut? With an album. The umlaut O. Were you trying to be like special, like different? You know how like there's like people with names and it's like a very common name, right? And then they have like a different letter, you know? You know what I mean? They spell their name with like a different letter to not be like the other, I don't know, Brian. Like Brian with a Y. Wait, actually, I think Brian with a Y is common. Both Brian with a Y and Brian with an I is common. They're right next to Aiden with a Y. Ain't no. I remember I saw this one Starbucks skit where somebody was like, "Oh, if I misspell your name, you get a free Starbucks," right? And then this guy had just like a really complicated name, and but he was still able to spell it, and he was not able to get the, you know, the free coffee. Let me see if I can find it. I think most people from Whitechapel are fairly nonchalant. Is that where they're from? Whitechapel? Enemies? He's a London boy. Oh. Okay, we got 3 chests. What are we gonna get? Surely a tat. At least we got one bond, okay? I'm happy with one bond. We got one bond. That's fine. It's always the 10 mil bar. I know. Do you know the group Blur? It's the same lead singer. I don't. Do you have any? Are they on Spotify? Are they on Spotify by chance? If so, you can request it with the Spotify song request in the top right. You just need to type name and artist. So !SR plus name and artist. Favorite Gorilla songs are Feel Good and 192,000. Oh. Mine is probably just Feel Good. That's the first song I heard from them. And then the animated video for it is also really cool. Baby, don't you need me like in... Whenever I hear the song, I always hear the story about how Bruno Mars was like at $50 million in debt. Did you guys hear that? Apparently Bruno Mars was $50 million in debt. And then this song, like, Bruno Mars does this thing where he like doesn't do anything for like years, and then he just randomly comes out whenever he's in debt to do a song. And this was the song, and now he's almost out of debt thanks to this song. Oh, you saw the you saw the tweet? You saw the tweet? Yeah, that's the exact tweet. I love that you know that one. Dude, I love that you saw. Oh, Bruno Mars. Let me see if I can find the skit here. Is it this one?
Hi.
It might be this one.
So I'm not really used to cafes. Can I just get a black coffee, please?
Sure thing. Can I please get a name for your drink?
Mr. Blackie? I feel like that's wrong.
I don't think that was the skit. It was like someone had like a very specific like spelling of his name. It sounded like a very common name, but it was like different spelling. And then again, the coffee skit was like, oh, if I spell your name wrong, you get the coffee for free. But then they were able to like find it. I can't remember what it was. Is level important for grinding? After 60, not really. Batuhan. I don't really notice a difference for like endgame grinding personally after like 60. So it does matter lower level because you'll miss on the higher levels, but after you like hit 60, I think everything normalizes, I'm pretty sure. But I haven't really noticed a difference for me personally. So, and Shahans, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, if you haven't followed already, follow. Why aren't you following yet? What the helly? Quick. This is the one I've seen. Let me see. A barista who can actually spell. Is it this one?
Is it true that if you spell my name wrong, my coffee
That's
is free?
the one.
Yes,
This
it
is the
Well, then
one.
I'm about to get a free coffee. It's
This
gotta
is the
be your legal
one.
name. Oh, it is. I've worked here 9 years, and nobody's ever gotten a free coffee off of me. You've never misspelled a name? Not once. Not once? Not once. And as you can see, this isn't a coffee shop in a suburb like Scottsdale. We're in Silver Spring, Maryland, one of the most diverse cities in the country. So what does that mean? It means I'm not just spelling sorority girl names like Piper and Parker. I'm spelling names from all over the world. Doesn't matter where you're from or if your parents came up with a crazy ass name. If you say it, I can spell it. Oh, really? I'm a 5-time spelling bee champion, a phonetic phenom turned badass barista. Wow, so you've got a gift. And when God gives you a gift, you use it. But as a barista? No offense. What other profession requires such spelling skills? Let me think. Don't think. Just give me your name. All right, you ready? I'm ready. Frank. Frank? Yeah, Frank. Okay. Frank, you look nervous. I was just gonna get a black coffee, but now that it's gonna be free, I think I might splurge and get one of those cappuccinos instead. Okay, I'm gonna put my Sharpie down. I'm sorry to break your streak, but all good things must come to an end, right? So how do you spell your name? Frank? P-H-R-A-I-N-C. Frank. And Frank thinks that nothing's gonna beat a cappuccino right now. How about a black coffee for $3.75? Frank, you are good. Is it true?
P-H-R-A-I-N-C. Ain't no way. Ain't no Not Frank. Ain't no way. Ba-da. Returning here, I claim the free pin Blackstar Mayhem and Awakening. Still have free Tet Blackstar to claim. Should I use an offhand or go for Sovereign Main Hand Awakening? Probably the offhand, Dane Mango. Because if you seen the base stats for the Sovereign offhand, they're actually like a lot of stats compared to crafting a main hand or an Awakening. You actually don't get too many stats or no stats at all if you get a base one, but the base Sovereign offhand actually gives you giga stats more than the main and Awakening. So I think the play is now when the offhand comes out is that you would actually go for your offhand Sovereign first before your main and Awakening, just because of the stat differences. So, but that also depends if you have higher AP than 310, because the bonus monster AP that you get over 310 is only active if it's after 310. So, you know, you might want to wait technically on upgrading your offhand to a Sovereign until you can reach over the 310 bracket. Does that make sense? But yeah, generally nowadays, like you would want to go for your offhand first. Do you know what the stats are, Dean Mango? So imagine Kudum and Nuver combined stats. That's what it is. They basically combine Nuver, C20, and Kudum. So imagine this C20 Nuver as my Sovereign offhand, right? So my Blackstar, I'm at 366. If I pop on my quote-unquote base Sovereign offhand, I would get 379, right? So it's a ton of stats. It's a lot. What is the song that you just song? Whose song requested this? Bruh. Wutaru. Did Wutaru do it? Tito's fire. I see. You're 284 right now? Yeah. Then you would work on your other accessories then. Dean Mango. So you would just have triple pen Blackstar for now, and then you would work on your other accessories to get your AP up above 310. You know what I mean? And then when you're ready after 310, then you can go for Sovereign offhand. True Kaizen 69, thank you so much for the follow. And Dante 009887, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna quickly use the washroom, and then we're gonna get started with our story time. And then during story time, I'll try to like not interrupt the story by like, if you have any questions about BDL, I'll wait after the story time. But for now, let me go put up. Let me go use the washroom real quick. I'll put up a daily dose real quick too. Go grab a snack.
Hello
guys.
everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. These people went to a Coldplay concert. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. These people went to a Coldplay concert and looked a little guilty.
Quit! Knock it off!
Confie nas suas colegas, tá certo? Só se joga, vai, já!
They all decided to laugh at their clumsy bird friend.
Whoa!
For your service.
Why did nobody tell me that capybaras have a secret button on their head?
Oh my god! Watch this. Check it out. All right, ready? I'm faster than the speed of light.
This guy somehow made the skinniest car in the world. The leaves on this plant shrivel up whenever they are touched.
Leaves, they fold up. Eh?
Sometimes it's a good idea to put the phone down. She managed to catch the sunglasses of someone in front of her.
Oh, you got him! You got him!
They're super.
So, why is he sitting like this? I feel like they don't need a DNA test.
Do you think mommy's funny? Do you think mommy's funny? No.
I don't know why, but the street dogs in South Africa are just getting weird. Like, look at this. Check this out. Seriously? Like, just come get your dog, bro.
¿Cuál es tu problema? Ay, ¿qué fue eso? Ah.
This bird managed to chase away this bear that wanted to eat its eggs.
Yeah, the birds spread out their wings again. They're like, you're staying away, buddy. Yep.
The cranes are chasing them. That's hilarious.
This cop had no idea what to do here. This little guy ran through the valley of death.
Looney, was it you?
This boat in China crashed into this pier, causing it all to fall down.
I came back. What's happening? Oh no. Uh-oh. My ship's going down.
Come here.
Bro, my smoke detector been chirping for 3 weeks. We just harmonizing at this point.
This guy was flying a drone and it got attacked by some birds, so he decided to land it as fast as possible. The issue is that he landed it into some random people.
Oh! This is my impression of the iPhone keyboard tap noise.
Whoa!
Her perfectly timed shot was totally ruined.
Oh! No!
This is what life with a dog looks like.
No, those. Whoa. Ugh. Wait, that entire carpet is
Barber
just.
wanted to mess with his clients to see what they would do.
Leafson. I wonder if Leafson does that too.
He wanted to race these motorcycle riders with his e-bike.
Hi, Angelic Knight. Hi. E-bike. Oh shit! And then he crashes. What?
Go inside. I need to go inside now. Bro, I don't freaking care. I want to go inside.
Oh!
I'm gonna be in big trouble.
This poor guy was in a particular predicament. Someone really brought their laptop to record a concert.
Oh my god. Aww. Is that a chihuahua? Why is he sneezing like a demon? Oh!
This heavy storm in Canada forced these sewers open.
Canada? Wait, I recognize that street.
So
Just kidding.
I was just in Amsterdam, and I saw that so many people had these tiny little cars. That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed.
Oh,
and
look at
I'll see
those
you guys.
tiny cars. What the heck? It's just one passenger, two passengers. Okay. What are we looking at here, Wutaru? What are we looking at? The pity. Let's go, Wutaru. Oh my god.
Told you.
Told you. You sound so disappointed. I feel like on the very last one, you just intentionally failed, don't you? You know, so you saved the stack. I feel like if you're on the final one pity, I feel like you're just intentionally fail, no? No need for a license for these tiny cars. For teens or people with problems like, why? You don't need a license? Where can I get one of these cars? You would have 180 stack, I didn't use a 260. Well, you still lost the 180 stack, you know, that could be used for, I don't know, like a prior duo sovereign, you know? So, crabs, I don't like going to crab. I mean, I might as well go to crab if I'm not doing anything. Well, I hate crabs, so I'm not going there. Not my thought process being like, oh, maybe, you know the kombucha girl? I just had a kombucha girl moment. You know kombucha girl? Here, let me show you. When I was like being indecisive there.
It really smells like a public restroom. It smells like a public restroom. You know what? No. Well,
that's me when I was like deciding on whether I should go for the crab or not. What server for BDO? What server for what? Shadow Lily. Like which server to pick? Well, the servers don't have any. They have a 5-minute cooldown, so it doesn't matter which server you pick. If you're making a new character, Lily, you should try to do it on the season servers because you get some extra XP. But you can always like go in and out of season servers on your season character. So, oh, are you talking about my region? NA. I went NA. My bad. Is that what you meant? What region am I? I'm in NA. Okay. Let's go set up for some grinding and then do our story time. Okay. What would be a good, so this next story is a mystery story. So the mystery gets solved in the story, but like what would be some good mystery music to play? Royalty free mystery music. Let's see. Not copyright free mystery. Mysterious music, no copyright. I feel like this is what they use in those recap videos. I should have looked for some music beforehand. Oh shit. No, it doesn't fit. That sounds like you're in a spy movie. Suspenseful music. Hi DBZ, I'm at 292 AP 347 and trying to grind honk limbs. Should I C6 my gloves? My armor is falling god, or get my helm to PE, or maybe 2 kabuas. I have the damage, I just can't survive. I have no crystals or anything set up. That's probably why you're not surviving, DBZ, is that you don't have any crystals set up. And so I would actually go for some defensive crystals that are very cheap, DBZ. So here would be a good setup if you just want like really cheap crystals here. Let me just save this. Here, let me set you up like a very cheap setup so you can survive. So probably 2 fortitudes would be nice. 2 bitterness would be nice. And then max HP crystals will help a lot as well. And then something budget. Something else that's budget. Maybe some wand crystals for more HP and AP. What else is budget here? Maybe some like cheap hooms. Like 4 cheap hooms. Not the expensive ones. I'm just using these to show you. And then 1 Gearin fragment, like a baby Gearin fragment. Well, you could probably use a Gearin. It's cheap now. And then that could be your setup. Like very budget. Just like all defensive stuff. Again, don't get the like the expensive Mechalods. But like that would be your best bet for getting a bunch of survivability right away. Is running some defensive crystals. And then afterwards kabuas. That's what I would do. If you're trying to increase your survivability a lot, is first set up some defensive crystals and then kabuas. And then that should keep you busy for the next little while. Keep busy. I'm gonna make some food while my game loads in. All right, Shadow Lily. You think that'll let me run Hogdoms? Yeah, this will give you a ton of survival. Like you'll feel it. You'll feel significantly tankier. So try this setup here. Let me screenshot you the crystals. There you go. So again, you don't have to run the expensive hooms, just run the cheap hooms. Stalwart Fortitudes. I don't know if gins are available in the market, but you can use Bond or wands. They're not that much different. These random wand crystals too give you some AP and HP. Bitterness for sure, 100%, and a Gearin's tier because they're also kind of cheap. So probably you're spending maybe like 2 bill total for these crystals. You have like 2 billion? Oh, perfect. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. That's probably about 2 bill there. And then you get a ton of survivability. if I had to prioritize some crystals first, it would be Girin, and then 2 bitterness crystals. Girin, 2 bitterness crystals, and 2 HP crystals. Those would be the ones I would prioritize first. You don't have to get the gin ones. You can get the cheaper ones. These ones, you can get they're not that much different. Do you see? The wands is 780. The gins are 850. It's only a difference of 70. So if you're on a budget, don't go over to 500 mil and just go for a 50 mil one. Okay. So go for the cheaper one. It's not that much different. It's just min max if you want the gin ones, right? And then again, you don't have to go for those hooms. You can just go for the cheaper hooms. Cheaper hooms are just the 5 mil one. This is fine. You'll get a ton of stats for these for the 5 mil, right? And then bitterness, they will be on the, there's no like cheaper version of it, so pick these up. And then the fortitudes are very cheap. They're also like around 100 mil. Well, 200 mil. Not too bad, not too bad. And they will save you some resistances too against some of the knockdowns. Wait, what's this? What's this? You got 200 crons. Oh my gosh. Yeah, happy for you. Happy for you. I graduated like 4 days ago, so I was debating saving up for Jatina Pen Helmet, Kabuas, or Crystal Stuff. Kabuas would probably give you the most amount of defensive stats, DBZ, out of anything. Out of any like upgrade going forward. It's just so much stats. It's 40 monster DR. It's a shit ton of stats. So that's what I would go for if you're trying to get some high survivability. Oh, Isaka said Rip Skull. I see, I see. Okay. Maybe sad cinematic music. Maybe this one? This one kind of sounds pretty good. Is this non-copyright? Maybe we can look for some in Spotify. That's fine. It's fine. I'll be fine. We'll just have it in the background here. Just look very quiet, very quiet. And then I'll put up this one. Story time. At the moment. Right now. Story time now. I will answer video questions after. There. Okay, and let me get to the grind spot. Let me set up some grinding. Let me know if the music's too loud or not. Okay, I think it should be looping now. Okay, perfect. It's good? Okay, perfect. Let me get to le grind spot. Wait, how long have you been muted? What the hell? What the hell? Okay, I was saying totally F-bent. Yeah, you could probably do a 305, just fully buff up. Maybe grab a Carolyn buff. Is that what I was saying before? Oh my god. How long was it muted? Monka. Was it like after I like jumped into the well? It might have been after I was like, is the music okay? Okay, we will start our story time now. So if you guys have any video questions, I will answer them after. Let me just get some more demi-human elixirs. You finished the story muted? Ain't no way. That would be unfortunate. Hi Jordax, welcome. You're just in time for some story time. Story time. Dude, we're telling a mystery story today. Ooh. We're gonna solve the mystery by the end, but it starts off mysterious. You're like, what the hell is happening, you know? But we're gonna find out together. Together. Grab a snack, grab a drink, empty your bladder, and we'll get started after I get a house buff. You're horrible with mysteries. Don't worry, we'll solve it together. Don't worry, I'll tell it in a way that we'll solve it together. Jordax. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Yeah, let me double check one more time that this rotation is free. I don't want to run into somebody. I remember last time I was grinding, like I was literally grinding on stream for like an hour here. Someone's like in my rotation be like, taken. Okay, and then I left because I didn't want to deal with that person. That was interesting. Wait, Risen? Wait, isn't Risen like Kythar? Is that Kythar? Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Oh, we just gotta change our this here. What was the buffer? Is it Carolyn buff? Totally FN. Do you know where to find Carolyn? She's like next to the node manager in Heidel. And then she gives you a 10% crit damage buff. Here, Carolyn. She's next to Jordine. If you don't have the energy, if you don't have the Amity to get her buff, you just need to wave. Wispy! Wispy just got wailing gloves. Sheesh, Wispy. Rats. Okay, story time. Let me pull up my notes. Okay, guys. No more beta questions. Okay, ready? Okay. This is the story of a woman that mysteriously vanished from a train. So, there's this couple who are like falling asleep to the, you know how like trains are like chick, 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 right? On the train tracks, right? It's almost hypnotic. This time they had prioritized their comfort over being financially responsible. And thank you for the follow. And so they booked the sleeper seats, right? Sleeper seats meaning, you know, like their beds are tiny though. They each get like one right next to each other, which is nice, but they're still like out in the open. Meaning it's like this 3-level bunk bed system. And they have a row of people above them and a row of people below them. So there's like 3 teams, right? And their bunks are just out. Anyone passing through the aisle, and Shao, thanks so much for the follow, can see anybody that's on any of these bunk beds just falling asleep. But at least they can fully lay down and sleep on the entire 11-hour ride home. Gia, the wife, she shakes her husband awake. Her husband's name is Lee, and he slowly opens his eyes and checks his phone. It's 1 a.m. Gia says, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Lee nods and he starts pulling off the blanket off of him, but his wife stops him. She's like, shh, it's okay. I'll be right back. And she points at the elderly people that are underneath them in the bunk beds below. They're both of them, both her and her husband. They climb down from the middle of the bunk, and there's a high chance that these elderly couple are gonna get awake, right? If they like come down, right? And so they're in this like deep sleep right now, and there's no point, they don't want to disturb that, right? And Gia says, it's okay, I have my phone, I'm gonna be right back, right? Lee, the husband, he hesitates a bit, and then he just watches his wife climb down from the bunk bed and rushes off to the bedroom, right? To the restroom, and he glances out the window. It's like pitch black outside. Again, it's 1 a.m., right? So there's no light coming from the outside window at all. Just the sounds, the noise of the train on the tracks. And then, boom. The train shakes, and it jerks to the side, and Lee jumps awake. Like, he's like, what happened? What was that? Like, he must have fallen asleep, and it must have been some sort of like rock that hit the window or something, right? And so he checks his phone again. It's 1:30, and he's like, what the hell? Like, my wife is not back yet. It's been like 30 minutes, right? Since she went to the washroom. And he's like, he quickly puts on his shoes, climbs down the bunk bed ladder, walks to the restroom in the carriage. And each train has a carriage. They're on carriage 13, right? It's empty. She's not there, right? His heart starts pacing faster, but it's fine. I mean, like, it makes sense. Like, sometimes if the restroom, the carriage, like, she might be waiting in line, right? And so he goes to the carriage over. Maybe she went to another carriage to the washroom, right? And it's still empty. Like, the next washroom over, it's empty. She's not there. He does this with carriage 15 and so on and so forth, until he starts panicking. And there's this like tightening in his chest, right? He's like so worried, like, where the heck is his wife? He runs all the way to the train conductor's cabin, and he starts banging on the door, right? It's 1:30 a.m. He's like, what the heck, sir? Like, he's looking confused and stressed. And then Lee tells the conductor, please, sir, you have to help me. My wife, she's missing, right? The train conductor looks at the husband, and he's like, he starts smiling because he's like, what? How is your wife missing? It's impossible. Nobody can go missing. It's a moving train, right? And here's one of the first things that all train conductors learn when they become a train conductor, right? If you press the emergency brake, you will come to a complete stop probably a mile later. Like, you don't stop right away, right? Imagine telling 100 elephants to just stop at full speed. It's not going to happen, right? Or a swarm of any kind of animal. It's not going to happen right away. Sometimes you see something in front of you, and you still got to pull the brake, but there's nothing you can do about it. The train won't stop. It will just keep going, right? That is the only thought that's going on the train conductor's mind when they suddenly see something on the train tracks. But a body. They think they see a body wearing a thick winter coat just laying there, right? And so they try to stop the train. Obviously, it keeps going. A mile later, right? After 30 seconds, it finally stops, and they run back to check what they just hit, right? And so they start calling the police, but they get a closer look, and it's not really a winter coat. It's actually a deer. They hit a deer, right? And so obviously, like, they didn't feel anything. They didn't feel anything when they hit the deer. And this is just like a regular thing that happens with train conductors, right? Not necessarily the deer part, but more so, you often don't know what to expect on your shift. It could be nothing. It could be an unsolvable mystery of why somebody put like a dead deer on the tracks or something like that, right? But the train conductor, Zhao, like, he knows that this is not one of those situations. And so he says to the husband, Lee, what do you mean your wife's missing? She was with you on this train, is she not? Right? And so the husband's like, that's what missing means. She's missing. You have to help me find her. So the train conductor, Zhao, he pauses, right? And then he's like, "Ugh, okay, this is probably going to be the least exhausting task of his day for him, right? And so when he steps out, like the first thing he smells, you know, it's the smells and the sounds of the train, of the people sleeping, right? All the rattling sounds, the silverware, the cups as the train is moving along. It's just what you imagine a train would be, right? Just everything looks normal. There's rows of tables and chairs on the side. It's like a breakfast restaurant that sells pancakes, the ones that you have with those sticky syrup dispensers. Maybe something a little bit nicer, right? The tables are covered in white linens, glass windows on both sides. You can just see, you know, it just being something really regular, right? As what you would expect, right? And so they quickly just, it's a quick search, right? Where the heck is she? They check under the table, they check under the booths, right? And so as expected, the conductor's like, there's no sign of your wife, right? They think she's probably in the restroom, right? Lee and the conductor, they start making their way over to the seating carriages. And this train in particular has 18 carriages, 18 different compartments, right? 8 are for sitting and 8 are for, 9 are for sitting and 9 are for sleeping, right? And those are excluding the dining carriages and the storage carriages and the train conductor carriages, right, et cetera. And those are just the passenger area. It's a big train, is what I'm basically trying to say. So in total, the train can carry up to 1,500 people. That's a lot of places to search for them, right? That's a lot of people you gotta search through, right? And so they start with the hard seat carriages, right? These hard seat carriages the carriages are typically split up into 3 different levels. This is not the first seating carriage. You have to stand, right? For less than $1 for an 11-hour train ride, you can stand in the train to get to your destination. That's pretty cheap, but caveat is you gotta stand, right? Maybe you can sit on somebody's luggage. Maybe you can sit on the floor. Or if you're lucky, maybe you can sit on somebody's seat when they go to the bathroom, right? But otherwise, you're on your feet the entire time. The carriage with the people standing are going to be the hardest to search because they're packed with people, right? It's not much different from trying to swim through, you know, a body of water, right? You can't see anything but the person in front of you, the water in front of you, right? And so Lee, the train conductor, they get to the hard seat carriages, and you might as well be sitting on an uncomfortable park bench, right? These are not comfortable benches. They're planks of wood at 90 degrees, right? These seats are so uncomfortable that you might as well prefer to stand, to be honest, right? And so they go through the hard seat carriages. Most people are knocked out. They're like dead asleep. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, right? They don't care. They don't care about like bumping into people. They don't care about social etiquette. They just gotta get some sleep. They just need to find a nice surface to lay their head down, right? The conductor is shining his bright light, trying to look for the wife, right? They're all the people are squinting and like, what the hell are you doing, man? It's, you know. And then Lee's like, oh, sorry, I'm looking for my wife, right? And he calls out to her, Gia, you know, trying to find her wife. But then they head over to the soft seat carriages, right? This is a lot nicer. This is a lot nicer. The seats that you would expect, more cushiony, almost like an airplane seat, right? And as they're going through the aisles of the soft seated carriages, they still can't find Gia, right? The more the train conductor and the husband feel more confused, right? Gia's disappearance doesn't make sense. It's like a weird magic trick. You know how those like magicians, they'll make somebody disappear on stage? There's no way it makes sense, right? It's like a visual kind of what do you call it again? Optical illusion, right? What they do over there, right? People don't just disappear, but they're doing on the stage. So it feels that way. So if you sit in the crowd, you just turn your bait off and you just have a good time at the magic show. The magician can do something that nobody else in the crowd can do. They do quote unquote magic, and poof, the person disappears. They're gone. And you start thinking, where did they go to? Right? Where did it disappear to? You start getting you're getting some real answers. It's never really magic, right? There's a hidden compartment or something like that, right? Or maybe there's a box that they're hiding inside, right? And then maybe the magician starts stabbing swords into the box, right? To potentially harm the person inside. It makes the audience nervous if they're actually getting stabbed. But when they take the knives out one by one, the person is unharmed. Usually there's like a false bottom, right? There's a hidden compartment trap door underneath. They hide it. And maybe a trap door behind them. We don't know, right? But now, the conductor, he doesn't know what's happening. Like, who disappears on a moving train? There's no such thing as magic. People don't just vanish without a trace. And as they're going carriage by carriage, the conductor is flashing light into each row, each face to verify that none of them are the missing wife, Gia. Lee, the husband, is glued to his phone. And this whole thing is a little bit suspicious. Why didn't the husband go to the restroom with his wife? It's 1 a.m. on the train. It might be dangerous. Wouldn't you want to make sure that your wife gets to the restroom safely, right? And if he didn't escort his wife to the restroom, how could he just like fall asleep, right? He couldn't just wait 5 minutes for his wife to get back before going back to sleep, just to make sure she's okay. He fell asleep and only woke up 30 minutes later when the train jerked to the side, right? So the train conductor, he's getting a little suspicious, right? And he's thinking maybe it's more of a situation where somebody harmed the wife, right? Statistically speaking, it could be the husband, usually, right? And so would this not be the most perfect place to commit a crime? A moving train, right? Wait till the train is passing a difficult to search area, perhaps on the edge of a mountainside on a cliff, right? And when the perfect opportunity comes, you kill your wife, you throw her out the door and say she's missing. You've already gotten rid of her body, right? And any one of the 1,000 people could be a suspect by that time, that anyone realizes that your wife is truly missing. And this is an emergency situation. And by that point, the train would be very far from her body, right? It would be such a puzzling mystery, and you would be the sad, confused husband who never gets closure. It's almost too perfect. Or, if that's too risky, maybe he hid the wife's body. Perhaps he's hiding the locations on the train that come to mind first, which, are the most dangerous ones. Underneath the train or on top of the train, maybe the storage carriage hiding amongst the cargo. But it would be nearly physically impossible for him to hide his wife's body in one of those areas. And now that the train conductor is looking at it, the husband, Lee, he does seem to be genuinely nervous and frantic and panicking to find his wife, right? He's been on the phone non-stop, trying to see if his phone would ring in any of these charges, in these carriages, right? Now, Gia, she's the wife, right? Gia, the wife, she tries to open her eyes, but it's dark. However, she can hear the phone ringing. It's ringing again and again, non-stop. And she knows it's her husband because they had set his ringtone to a custom one. And now it's just really painful to listen to because she's, laying there and she's unable to move towards her phone. I mean, she knows it would mean a lot to her husband if she could just pick up the phone and tell him where she is, but what happened? Why is she unable to do so? Maybe they can get some semblance of closure in that way. Maybe she's not going to pick up the phone, not yet anyway, right? He's just going to have to wait. Right? She can't come to the phone right now. The train conductor is looking at Lee, making non-stop phone calls to his wife, which, again, he's thinking, maybe she can't come to the phone right now. Maybe she's, busy with something. But the train conductor starts thinking, maybe she never was on the train to begin with, right? Are we even sure? Like Lee, the husband, got on the train with his wife, right? Her purse conveniently missing because she took it with her, but maybe, again, she never got on the train. That seems like a logical explanation for all of this than just vanishing on a moving train, right? Think about it. There's over 1,000 people on the train right now. What are the odds that at least one of them has lost their minds? Maybe husband Lee just genuinely believes that she was on the train with him, but she boarded with him and he's actually traveling alone, right? Just a little bit of a side context or side note, but there was this movie called The Flight Plan that came out a few years before this incident, back in like 2005 or something like that. And it goes like this. There's a woman named Kyle Pratt who happens to be an airline engineer, and she boards a flight from Berlin to the US with her daughter, Julia. And it's a very rough trip for them. They flew to Berlin to claim the wife's dead husband's body. The husband had passed away, so she's bringing him back to the U.S. Right, and he mysteriously died. And now they're bringing his body in a plane cargo all the way back home to the United States. How old is this girl? Maybe around seven years old. Now, Kyle, right? the wife. Also, I don't know why they called her Kyle. That sounds like a boy's name. So maybe it could be a girl's name. You know, it's 2025 now. I don't know. But she just lost her husband, right? And so when the plane takes off, she's feeling really nervous, so she takes some anti-anxiety medication that ends up knocking her out. That ends up making her falling asleep. And when she wakes up, the daughter disappears. And so Kyle, the wife, she starts freaking out. Right? She alerts the flight crew, very much how like Lee alerts the train conductor. And so naturally, they double check the flight tickets and are trying to help her find her missing daughter. But slowly, Kyle can feel the flight crew acting a little bit odd. They're getting distracted. They're not trying to help her. They're not making eye contact with her, right? And so she says to them, "What's going on? Why aren't you helping me? My child is missing. We have to find her," right? And they tell her, "Ma'am, you boarded alone." And the wife is like, "No, that can't be true. Your records, they're not right." And then they're like, the flight crew says, "Ma'am, I'm so sorry, they aren't. We actually spoke to the authorities in Berlin. Your child, Julia, she died in Berlin with your husband. You just must be in a state of shock and grief that your brain is not processing the information. You might be hallucinating." And Kyle, the wife, she almost believes them until she sees a little tiny heart that her daughter drew with her finger on the plane's window when it fogged up. Now she's on a mission on this plane in the air to prove that her daughter has been kidnapped on a plane. On a moving plane, right? In the end, just to skip a bit, they do end up finding the daughter. And why was the flight crew acting that way? Apparently it was a ransom, right? They were trying to get some money. And then so they were trying to gaslight the wife into thinking that the daughter disappeared so that they could, get the ransom money for the daughter, right? So, but essentially, yeah, right, her daughter is real. So back to the train story, the theory is that the husband, Lee, he just lost his mind and believed he boarded the train with his wife. However, it's quite easy to prove that she did board the train because he's able to show the train conductor that his wife had a ticket and she was seen boarding the train by the neighboring bunkmates, right? They all saw her before she went to the restroom as well. And so she was on this train, so she is real. The train conductor and Lee, they start combing through the sleeping carriages once more. This is technically where Gia, the wife, was last seen, so they want to be extra thorough. The sleeper carriages have 6 beds per section. The top, the highest 2 beds, they have the least amount of space. So if you try to sit up, you're not going to be able to without crouching your neck or slamming your head against the top of the train. It's also not the brightest, which is one of the biggest setbacks. Even when the trains turns down the lights at night, you're going to get the most light pollution, right? Since you're at the top. So it's like, because it's the brightest, it's hard to sleep, right? So, but at the same time, it's great because it's secluded. You have a little bit of privacy, right? People say that it's the best bunk. Nobody's going to bother you. You're not in line of sight from all the people who was down the aisle, right? Nobody's that tall, right? And then you have the middle bunk. It comes about to shoulder height to people who are walking past the open aisles. So if you're wearing a dress, you might want to like cover it with a blanket because they might see up there, right? But if you like scenery, that's like the best view. You get the best views out of the window. You can't really sit up too tall, but you can lay there and stare at the window if that's what you're into, right? It's a little less private than the top bunk, but then it's like easier to get out, obviously, right? And then you have the bottom bunk. It's actually the most spacious out of 3 levels. It has a nice table on the side you can use. You can also fully sit straight up, right? So the choice to sit or lay down, you could do so, right? It's relatively dark since it's covered by the top 2 bunk beds, but so you can easily get some sleep. But then why wouldn't anybody choose the bottom bunk then? The main drawback is that there's a lot of strangers on these trains, and people will just randomly sit on people's bottom bunks to just sit with each other and chat, right? So you don't get too much privacy. But because there's not too much privacy, they could steal your belongings. They could even steal you, right? And Lee and Gia, they're not the bottom bunk. They're actually in the middle bunks, right? But maybe somebody saw Gia laying in the bunk and started having very bad thoughts. Maybe they thought they could do something to her. Maybe she was kidnapped by a stranger on the train for whatever reason. And if that's the case, where are they hiding her? So now we're back to Gia, and she's just laying there, wherever that is. The floor is cold, but she knows she can't move. She's tried. Even when she wants to, it's not working. Her body's not listening to her. It feels like she's tied down to a bed of steel nails. And if she's known that this was going to happen, like, would she have gone to the restroom? Right? Would she have even gone to, would she have waited in line to use the one closest to her? The one closest to her husband? I mean, even if she did, would things have been different? Like, would this still have happened to her? We don't know. But everything is, it doesn't matter right now, right? Nothing is going according to plan, right? She just wanted to go to the washroom and then head back, but there's no time to think about that because now she feels some sort of sticky fluid dripping down her lower part of the body, right? Blood. And she starts screaming as loud as she can for help. Now, back to the husband. So Lee is slamming on every bathroom door, just checking if if he's missing something, right? Looking for his wife, right? And now he finds one carriage bathroom that's locked, carriage 11. And he doesn't care about anybody in the carriage. He starts banging on that door, right? He starts yelling, "Gia, are you in there? Please open up," right? Lee has all these probabilities running in his head, right? Gia, she's not great. She has motion sickness, right? Maybe she fainted in the bathroom and nobody can help her unless she gets this door open, right? Maybe she's fainted in there. He starts jiggling the handle door using brute force to get it open. And finally, there's a train attendant that walks over and starts unlocking the door for Lee, right? And he can see the desperation in Lee's face. So she, like, the train attendant's like, "Okay, don't worry, I got this." And starts doing, the protocol, right? Saying, "Hey, is anybody there? Please speak now. We're going to unlock the door. We will be opening the door now. If you're not, please knock if you're not ready," right? The usual polite thing to do, courtesy thing to do before opening the door, right? But before the attendant can unlock the door from the outside, they hear a click. The door opens, and just as the door starts creaking open, they look through the crack and they see a middle-aged man, and he's looking a little bit confused. So he squeezes past the door and closes it behind him. But as he walks away, he does not break eye contact with Lee. We don't know why he's not breaking. Maybe he's just like, it's 2 a.m. He's just like, maybe he's out of it. I don't know. But Lee turns back to the bathroom door and slams it all the way open and looks inside the bathroom. There's nobody there. It's just a very normal bathroom. Gia is not there. There's 1,000 random strangers on this train. It's a numbers game. How many of them have bad intentions? Once the train is in motion, the passengers are isolated from the outside world. If there is a killer, if there is someone trying to do something nasty on board on the train, you're stuck. You're stuck with them. You're trapped in with them, right? And the scariest part, you don't even know who it would be, right? Adding to the confusion of the mystery is, how did they get rid of the body from a moving train or hide the body well enough that they couldn't find her, right? It would require some planning ahead of time, right? This does not seem like it would be very easy for a random crime of passion to be committed. She's not exactly a prime target either. She's a 44-year-old mother who's traveling with her husband, right? And she works as a manager for a toothpaste company. So they're not exactly very wealthy, right? To have a lot of money for ransom or a lot of things to be stolen from. She's not in a position where she's creating enemies. They live a very normal life. Hi, Blurrin. And so if her husband didn't do this to her and a stranger didn't do this to her, maybe Gia did this to herself. Hypothetically speaking, if one were to disappear and vanish without a trace so that there's nobody looking for them, a moving train would be a really good choice, right? If Gia were to just vanish from her workplace one day, close friends would be notified immediately. They would be on the lookout for her right away. Maybe her case would even go viral on social media. But if she vanishes on a train, it would be an unsolvable case, right? There's so many people that they could look for her if she disappeared, right? There's no way to find her. They might be looking for her on the mountainside where she was last seen, and the steps to faking someone's disappearance, it's kind of straightforward, right? It's not too complicated for the most part. Like, don't get caught. And the second step is, don't forget the first step, don't get caught. Like, it's not anything that hasn't been done before, right? One of the most famous disappearances takes place on a train. His name was Louis Leprince. He was a French inventor. He actually created the very first motion picture photography. Basically, he invented the movies, right? He boarded a train from Dijon, France to Paris, France. And while on that train, he disappears without a trace. He vanished. It feels similar to this case with Gia. It feels like a magic trick. Even all of his luggage was gone. But there is proof that he did indeed board the train, so where the heck did he go? When the train goes to Paris, there are extensive searches to locate Louis Leprince, and they come up with nothing. They never found him and his belongings. Again, just like a magic trick. He vanished off the face of the earth on a moving train. So people start theorizing what they believe happened to Louis Leprince. One of the theories being, if this man is so smart, he can create the first motion picture, would he not be smart enough to fake his own disappearance? Maybe he waited for the train to slow down or took advantage of an unscheduled stop and slid away to start a new life. Maybe the pressure of constantly creating new inventions, living up to his previous accomplishments was getting to him. Perhaps he realized this is not the life he wanted for himself, and he can't face his family to tell him all that. So, he faked his own disappearance. That is one of the theories. However, one of the most popular theory is that Louis, he did not fake his own death. The most popular theory was that someone wanted Louis dead. They wanted to claim his own patents, so they wanted to kill him, and they murdered him on the train and got rid of his body. Now, Lee, the husband, he starts losing his mind on the train. He's been running through the aisles of the carriage, screaming his wife's name. He doesn't care if he's disturbing everybody. He just needs to find his wife. He feels like this is some sort of sick joke. How can she just vanish? He's analyzing every person's face. Does that person look guilty? Is that my wife? Does that person look like they killed somebody? Right? His brain is so busy hunting down his wife, it feels like the rest of his body is going into autopilot. He's running down the aisles, repeating the same actions again and again and again. Left hand, he presses the call. Phone up to his ear, rings, beeps, and he reaches voicemail. Left hand, presses the call. Phone up to his ear, rings again, beeps, reaches voicemail. Left hand, presses the call. Phone up to his ear, rings. Hello? Lee freezes. He looks down at his phone. It's the correct number. It's his wife's number, and a man just picked up the phone and says, "Hello, sir. Your wife is at the hospital. Please come to meet her." How the heck did his wife get off this train and to a hospital? So, the husband, Lee, he reaches the hospital and he walks towards the hospital door where his wife is left behind. He hears her screams, but they're not your typical screams. They're almost primal, like someone being viciously attacked and mauled by a bear. He had never heard someone scream like that ever in his life, and they were all coming from his wife, Gia. He can hear her through the door. The pain that Gia has been going through has been so overwhelming that Gia has not been able to sleep, eat, and she can't even distract her from the pain. She has to just exhaust herself until her throat is on fire and she falls asleep, right? The screams from inside the room keep getting louder and louder, and the husband, Lee, he needs to go in there. So he quickly takes a breath. He wipes his tears off the back of his hand. He clears his throat, straightens his back, and puts on a smile. He opens the door, walks in, and he does this every day, multiple times a day. This is what he does. He walks in there, sits at the edge of the hospital bed, and he puts his hand near his wife. He doesn't touch her, but he gets close and says, "Honey, it's okay. I know you feel a lot of pain, but you have to remember what the doctor said. It's in your head. Tell yourself the pain is not real. You don't have a leg anymore." She looks down at her left leg, her left arm, and her right foot. They're all gone, severed. Gia had lost 3 limbs, but she can still feel all of them. It's called phantom limb pain. It's when someone perceives feeling, and a lot of times painful feelings in the limb that are no longer there. The limb doesn't exist anymore, but the brain still thinks it's there, right? And so the nervous system sends out these receptors, and people get confused, right? Because they're not, and the brain doesn't get the proper responses, which eventually translates into the sufferer feeling pain, right? Your brain senses something is wrong because those nerves stopped sending the signals and triggers a pain response. The brain is a powerful organ. And so you can think of it like this. You have a best friend that you've been speaking to every day for the entirety of your life. Every second, you spent every single waking moment with them. And then one day, they suddenly ghost you. But your brain cannot comprehend or remember a time where you've been without them and you're confused. How can they just be gone? Nothing makes sense. You have no closure. You're bound to feel some sort of pain and confusion for very long times after they've ghosted you, right? An amputee once described their experience with phantom pain after they had their right leg below the knee removed. They said it starts like someone has a lighter on their sole of your foot, and it heats up, right? You can feel the foot is on fire, but the foot is no longer there. And then bam, someone slams a giant spike through your non-existent foot and just keeps stabbing it and piercing it all the way through. And the pain slowly shoots up your leg all the way up to the rest of your body. Another amputee said that it feels like their foot was being crushed by a metal bar across the top of the foot, being electrocuted at the same time. But what doesn't exist anymore? There's also the weird sensations that aren't necessarily painful, but it drives you crazy. Itching. You want to itch your foot so bad, but when you go down there to itch it and relieve that itch, it's not there, but it keeps itching. And another one that drives you crazy is that it feels like you're dipping your foot into a cold lake. It's so cold. You're getting frostbite on your toes. But again, your toes are not there. Your foot is not there. And as for Gia, the first attack of phantom limb pain made her scream so loud until she couldn't scream anymore. Lee did not want to ask his wife too much more about what happened to her. So he tried to get more bits and pieces from the investigators, the ones that found Gia that came to the scene. And when they got there, they didn't know exactly what they were looking at. They told Lee, he thought, is this a woman? A man? It has to be a person though, right? We had no clue. The investigators said it was difficult to tell if it was actually a person. It was just a pile of blood and limbs, like a blob just like a bloody blob. But it had to be a person. Logically, it made sense, but their brains would not let them comprehend it because of how mangled the body was, right? They're looking at the ground. There's blood and body parts scattered. It's like a human puzzle. They're standing there, staring at it, at a body that has only half their body left. And they're thinking, what the hell happened to this poor woman? Who did this to her? And there's actually something called melanoheliophobia, which is the fear of black holes, like the ones in space. The fear of objects with such extreme mass and gravity that consumes light itself, everything around it. Just visually speaking, people say that when you look into a black hole, the photos are terrifying. To know that once you get sucked into that black hole, you become spaghetti. You fall into the black hole, it compresses your body down from top to toe, right, and stretches you at the same time and turns you literally into a human spaghetti. And investigators for the train company are huddled together in a circle, bent over, staring straight into the black hole. There is a black hole in the middle of carriage 14. Let me explain. You know those trash cans when you press down the little lever with your foot and the top opens up, letting you, throw the garbage in, and then you let go of your foot and then it closes, right? Well, there's a particular spot in the middle of carriage 14 where if there's enough pressure placed on it, it will open up the compartment leading out from the bottom of the train. On Gia's way back from the restroom that night, she made sure to keep both feet planted on the ground because it was dark and she didn't want to trip in case the train makes like a sharp turn, right? And as she's walking through carriage 14, back into carriage 13, where her husband is, the floor underneath her just disappears. A tile of the floor swings open briefly, opening up in a blink of an eye, and sucks her down into the black hole, and she drops down onto the railroad tracks, and she is swallowed up by the bottom of the train. Instantly, for Gia, everything goes black. And then the pain hits. She can almost feel each wheel going through her body. These are the descriptions pulled from her court statements. The wheels of the train are just running her over. She said the pain was so intense that she cannot stop screaming, but nobody could hear her. She can't even hear her own screams. The train's roaring and the friction of the wheels in the railroad track are so loud it's deafening, and then she loses consciousness. Gia would be run over by about 20 train carriages going 40 miles per hour. By that time, the train she was on, it sped off, right? She looked like she had been chewed up and spit out. When she woke back up, she was somehow still alive. She said that she had laid there staring straight up at the night sky. There wasn't a single star up there. Everything was pitch black, and Gia, she was left for dead. If someone had seen her walking down the aisle 1 second and then gone the next, they might have thought it was one of those magic tricks with a trapdoor with a false bottom. A magic trick. And people say when things are in motion, they stay in motion, right? So to explain how physics works, right? When things are moving, they have more force than things that are still. Like if you calmly walk up to a basketball, and it's stationary and it's sitting on your table and you bump your head against it, it's probably, it's gonna hurt just a little bit, right? It's not gonna kill you. You probably won't have a bump on your forehead. But if that same ball, if someone threw that basketball and hit you from the top of a building, of a top floor, right, and it hits you in the head, you might be hospitalized from that basketball, right? Things in motion have a lot of force. That train that Lee and Gia were on weighed 2,000 tons. That's about the weight of 200 giant elephants. But now it's going 45 miles an hour, and they're running over Gia. They're stampeding over Gia. The impact of that injury, would be comparable to all of the elephants just running over her, right? Gia's laying there for just a moment, and she's almost feeling this kind of peace until she realizes that if she doesn't move soon, there's going to be another train that's going to rip the rest of her body off. And so now she has an objective. She has to get off the tracks. She's not even thinking about getting help or getting to the nearest town. She needs to get off the track. That's all she's thinking about. And she said, if I do not leave these tracks as soon as possible, she will die, right? And when she goes to move, there's this really strange sensation. She tries to move her left arm, but her arm doesn't listen to her. It doesn't move. It doesn't budge. That's weird. She's straining so hard to move her arm, and she can feel it. She can feel it in her head. It's throbbing, but there's nothing. Nothing is moving. All she can do is sit in the cold railroad tracks that are digging into her back, and that smell, right? The blood, the metallic scent. That's all she can smell. Now, she uses all of her strength to lift her head up by the neck, and she looks down at the state of her body. Her left arm is completely detached. Her left thigh is gone. Her right hand, the only hand she has left, is full of sticky liquid, the blood. The thought to just let it be is the first thing on her mind. Like, it happened? Like, what is she gonna do? She can't do anything, right? There's no way she can put herself back together in this state. There's no way she's gonna survive. That's what she's thinking. But she's also thinking of her husband. She's thinking of her son. And now the decision feels very logical to her. She said, my son cannot live without a mom, and my husband cannot live without a wife, and my aging mother and my sister will be so sad, so I cannot die. And so Gia laid there repeating that in her mind over and over again. My son, I'm gonna come home. She uses her only good working hand, her right hand, the one that's almost obliterated. She uses it to grip one side of the railroad tracks, and she's using it to pull her body over to the side. Maybe she could roll over her body, and so she grabs it, ignoring the pain, going upper hand with every ounce of everything left in her body. Strength, adrenaline, her love for her son. She pulls up as hard as she can, and she moves to the side less than 1 inch, and then she knocks out again. The amount of pain in her body combined with the amount of blood she's losing every second, she has no energy. She's very weak, and then she wakes up again. She tries to move her body again and again, and she keeps failing. All she can hear is this one song in her head over and over again. It's called I Love You 10,000 Years. That's the song with her husband that she had promised with her husband. But it's not like her life was like flashing before her eyes. The song is actually playing while she's struggling to move. It's the custom ringtone that she had set for her husband on her phone. I love you, 10,000 years. She can't reach her phone. It's too far. So she uses this song to try and motivate her to move upwards. Maybe if she can grab her purse that's just a few inches away, maybe if she can just get off this railroad track, she can tell her husband what happened and he can come save her. That's what she does for the next half hour or so. And at least that's what she said it felt like. We don't know how long she was actually there. But she lays there until she has energy to move again. This time she musters everything up in her system, and she knows either one more try and she's done, right? There's no other option. She starts inching closer and closer, 1 centimeter at a time, every few minutes, exhausting from the pain, right? And after what feels like an eternity, she manages to make it to the other side of the track. She hauls her body to the other side of the track and she lets out a big breath of air, and she feels the pain sink deep in her teeth because she realized that she essentially burned her lips off, grinding her face against the railroad tracks as she's dragging herself out of the railroad tracks. And she falls asleep again. She realizes that her face is numb at this point, resting on the railroad tracks. The thought is very clear in her mind. Her head is going to be cut in half. She will die now. She has no motivation to move, at least not yet. Her body is starting to give up. She no longer has any more adrenaline. She knows what's going to happen to her, but it almost feels like she has to let go. Like, why not? Right? She's so tired. She's never felt so exhausted in her entire life until now. But she still decides that she has to try. And so she keeps moving. Inches and inches. Her whole body is vibrating, and not because of her, but because there's a loud roaring sound happen. She opens her eyes and sees there's another train heading straight towards her. She, in that moment, perhaps like this determination or maybe a last burst of adrenaline, she was actually a little bit happy because there was hope that someone will see her body, right? She can't give up, right? She was thinking about how how to contact the train driver, how to let her know that she was still there, that there was a living injured person, and she knew what to do. So she waited nervously until the lights came up and shined over her body, and she said, I had to put all my strength into lifting my head up as high as I can so the train engineer, the train conductor could see me. She actually did get the attention of the crew, and so they pull the emergency brake and they stop a mile away. They run to her side and call the police to save her. The police initially did not even know how to help her. They didn't even have a stretcher to bring her to the car, and so they did what they could. They ripped off the door of their police car, right? They literally ripped it off from the hinges, and they ran back and used it to use as a stretcher for Gia, and they gently placed it on her, along with her severed limbs left, right? And they, as fast as they could, tried to get her to a hospital. They didn't know if she was going to make it. NASA did a study where they had these test subjects to lie in bed for 3 months at a time so they could learn about how muscle atrophy could work in space. And at the end of the 90 days, healthy participants could not walk after just 90 days. They had to be slowly lifted vertically, and even sitting up, the blood pressure cuffs hanging from their arms, they had to lay back down. Even just sitting at 90 degrees was too much. They started sweating. It felt like they were going to faint, even though they were just sitting, right? And that's for a healthy participant after just 90 days. Gia, in her state, had to lay in bed for 90 days, 190 days, while actively dying. Her body was failing. Gia said her right arm is in a thick cast because it required surgery. She was wrapped up like a mummy, laying straight in the hospital bed. Half her body was gone. She said, I couldn't move. I slept in one sleeping position all night. She continued, I think normal people can't even do one night, laying in the same position nonstop, unable to move an inch. I was lying in that same position for more than 2 months. I couldn't move at all. She had bed sores all over. And so like you're constantly feels like you're constantly on the ocean. Your whole body is slightly going, like having these wave-like stimulations, to try to relieve the pressure on those body parts, right? but every weight, every air compression made Gia scream in agony. She said that it was, although she got run over by 20 industrial carriages, trains from the industrial train, it was painful though, but it was nothing compared to the recovery. The recovery was worse. Even her right hand, her only hand left, it was skinned raw. Again, it was almost obliterated. Every time the nurses came in to take care of Gia and replace her bandages, she was in so much pain that she would scream, this hoarse guttural scream that would escape her body. The nurses would be terrified. Didn't even want to make eye contact with her. Gia said that's how everybody was. Everybody was so terrified of her. Nobody wanted to make eye contact with her. Every day the doctors had to go there and cut dead flesh off of her body that had turned completely black. And some parts were even starting to have maggots crawling. Every day they would cut it off with a pair of scissors. Gia felt like she had already lost so much of herself, and now they're taking more and more bits of her, pieces of her every day still. At this point, she needed skin grafts, but the only healthy or somewhat healthy part of her skin left was on her right thigh, so they took the skin off that too. Obviously, they did this for her, right? It was what her body needed, but Gia felt like she was being ripped apart again. She said she would look in the mirror and felt so detached from the person staring back at her. Her body was swollen, there were cuts and bandages all over, only her eyes were peeking out from the blood-stained bandages wrapped around her face like a mummy. She said that she couldn't even bear to look at herself again. And when she looked in the mirror, she said, "I saw a monster." But the real monsters were actually the people at the train company, the ones that operated the train, and she was on when this whole incident took place. At first, nobody believed that Gia had fallen through a hole in the train. There must be some sort of misunderstanding. Maybe she fell off the train door in the connecting part of the carriages. Maybe the door was a little bit opened a little bit and she fell through. Maybe she leaned up against the door and she lost her balance and it swung open and she fell out. When the investigators first arrived at the train tracks, Gia had already lost a ton of blood and was on the verge of death. She told them, "I fell through the center aisle of the train carriage door." And they're like, "What? That's impossible," right? And then she said, "Look, please, I had to get off the railroad tracks myself. If you look, my hands and legs, they're in the middle of the railroad tracks. I didn't cut them off myself. You have to pay attention to the scene. Remember everything. Please, you have to protect the crime scene so you can testify for me later," right? Even eventually, Gia would file a lawsuit with the train company and they tried to brush it off. They stated that during the departure inspections, the conductor and the train team did routine checks for the entire train, front to back to front, center, everywhere. There was nothing to be missed, right? So it's not their fault, right, is what they said. But things aren't adding up. Again, the hole technically had a trapdoor mechanism where essentially no one would know there's a hole there unless you stepped on that very specific spot in the carriage. So when Gia's husband was looking for her, there's no hole, right? There's no hole until somebody steps on that mechanism. But what is the purpose of installing a trapdoor like that right in the middle of a carriage? That doesn't make sense. Why would they do that? Well, they didn't intentionally do it. The train company basically took parts of different trains and refurbished it from the inside. They kept most of the original body and just ripped out the insides and kept the outside structure, right? This specific train itself was called something called like a rainbow train, right? It was painted many different colors, green, pink, yellow, because all the carriages were pieced together from different random trains, right? And so for that reason, they had to install air conditioning into the carriages that did not have an AC system. The only problem was they needed sometimes to test a portion of the train underneath to troubleshoot the AC. So instead of running wires from outside the window, out of the door of the train, they thought, hey, let's just create a hole at the bottom of the train that leads directly to the port of that AC. So we can test it very easily, and then we just cover it with a bolted system, and so nobody can fall through, right? If nobody can step on it, right? But it was supposed to have a cover that prevented anyone from stepping on the trapdoor mechanism, but apparently it was removed or moved. It was tilted to the side, so anytime anybody stepped on it, it would just open up. And like I don't think there's any way to look at this situation and not think that the company's at fault, right? Imagine being on a plane and the floor of the plane just disappears and you fall out from the sky. Like, how could anyone argue that that's not the fault of the airplane company, right? And so in the lawsuit, Geo filed for a compensation of $1.5 million. That was to cover the mental, emotional, physical trauma, the loss of future income, the compensation that was supposed to cover medical expenses, the disability compensation, employment of potential caregivers, prosthetic costs, nutritional costs, food subsidies, etc., right? The railroad company said it was ridiculous. That is a ridiculous amount. That is unreasonable, right? The compensation for you're asking for is too high. It's never been done before. Even when Gia came into the courtroom in a wheelchair, she showed up. She showed up to the courts where her bodies were and her limbs were severed off, and nobody could look at her. They couldn't even make eye contact with her. The air just felt frozen. In the end, the court rejected Gia's request for her compensation of $1.5 million. They only compensated her with about $100,000 and later raised it to about $200,000. But to add insult to injury, the train's company's motto is that, hey, like, if you don't want any accidents, then you must have a sense of responsibility. And they refused to take responsibility for what just happened, right? She only got $200,000. That's it. For all of the things she went through. That's all. She said physically she felt like she was being tortured nonstop, like the ancient times, like those type of torture tactics. That's how she felt. That's just the physical part. Psychologically, the damage was immeasurable. Like, both Gia and her husband, they had a very hard time adjusting afterwards, which is understandable. I mean, their lives changed overnight. The abruptness is what they struggled with a lot, right? Lee said he couldn't understand how his wife was so healthy just a few hours ago, and now she's in this state. Now she can't brush her hair or get dressed. She can't even support the weight of her own body. She can't even use the restroom when she wants. She said, my life changed drastically. I cannot take care of my own life. I have to ask for help for everything. I have no way of getting up, lying down by myself, going to the toilet by myself, washing my face, brushing my teeth, taking a bath by myself, eating by myself. If someone leaves a cup of milk in the dining room on the table in front of me, just a little further away from where I sit, if I put my hand out to try and grab it, my hand grip is not strong enough. It will fall off and spill on the table, which might spill onto the wheelchair, which might spill onto my clothes, and I can't even clean it up. If I want to read a book and it's placed out of reach for me, I cannot read. I can't even turn the pages of the book, right? I have incomparable frustration. I stay in the house all day, more than 9 months straight, and I did not get a day of sunshine. For more than 9 months straight, I lived in a contained area, less than 300 square feet. It felt like I was a prisoner. And I thought of ending it all. But I couldn't even physically do it. And she needs a large amount of sleepy pills to fall asleep every night. The likelihood that she's gonna develop, traumatic arthritis in her remaining one arm is very high. Her right shoulder has been practically severed off, that the doctors had to piece it together like a puzzle, because nobody in Gia's personal life could relate to what she had gone through. They couldn't even help her. They didn't even know how to help. And so one day, Gia's sister, she laid down on the train tracks and she waited to be run over, but not actually wait to be run over, because her sister just said she wanted to understand what Gia had gone through, because she was going crazy, because she was not able to help her. She couldn't know how to help her because she couldn't understand what she was going through. Everything she thought was helping wasn't helping. After 190 days in the hospital, Gia was discharged, and she would need to go through extensive rehabilitation to adjust to her new life, to adjust to her prosthetics, which, by the way, she went to a prosthetic center in Shanghai. They didn't even know how to help her. They had never seen this level of injury on somebody, and they're still alive. But she didn't give up. She said, I left home standing up, and I must go home standing up. I must appear in front of my family standing up. which kind of makes this sound like it's gonna have a happy ending. And in some ways it is, but you know, the truth is, Gia said, I have a mixture of happiness and sadness. I'm happy I get to see my son again, but I'm sad that my home is still the same, but I'm not the same. But I do hope that Gia is able to find happiness eventually. But however, this is where the story ends for now. And that is the story of the woman that vanished on a moving train. There you go. Hope you enjoyed the story. It's really graphic. There was a lot of graphic stuff when I was like looking into this. It was there was a lot of, I was like, whoa, that's a what? I mean, I played a lot of video games. Thank you. I played a lot of video games, and so I'm like, I've seen Mortal Kombat, but like I couldn't imagine going through what she had gone through, getting run over by a train and still being alive, still having the strength to just pull herself out of the train tracks while having 3 severed limbs. I'm like, what? How are you still alive? That's insane. That's kind of crazy. All right, let's put our regular music. Happy music now. Oh, let's get out of this one. So I'm what? I used to watch her. Was there any questions that anybody had earlier before story time? I don't think so. Is it a real story? Yes. It is very much real. It's a very real story. It happened in China. Story happened in China. Back in like 2005 or something. I was like worried I didn't turn on my loot scroll before I started it. Hi, Swogan. Welcome. We just got finished with another story time. I don't know if you had heard a bit of it before. We had talked about this woman that vanished from a train. Mysteriously. You were listening? Welcome, Swogan. Did you end up spending your Dakima tokens already for the memory fragments? Keep for now? Yeah, it's so like you're not gonna lose anything by not spending it now, so the Dakima token, so if you haven't spent it, just like leave it. Oh my god, I have 2,000. Damn, that's a lot of memory fragments. And if you guys are wondering why I'm getting into story videos, I've been watching a lot of story time videos, mostly Ray William Johnson. I love watching Ray William Johnson. Actually, this might be a good time to maybe take a break from the grind, because we started grinding Tungrads and then we went straight to Golden Pig and then we went straight back to Tungrad. So maybe we take a bit of a break from the grind, grab some food, and then maybe we'll listen to some other stories. Hi, Zombie. Zombie, I feel like it's been a hot minute since we had last talk. How have you been? I feel like you haven't been here for months. Welcome back. Hello. Hi. Do you like true crime? I do. It has been, yes. We just got done with some Tungrai ruins, did some Golden Pig Cave, and back to Tungrai ruins. But I want to take a bit of a break here, not from stream, but I just want to grab some food real quick and then just, I don't know, react to some videos for now. Oh, actually, I think Fallen had a BDO video. I don't know if Fallen is still here, but he wanted me to react to a BDO video a while back, but I don't know, I can't remember what it was called. Did you like quit BDO for a bit and then come back recently, Zombie? Is that why I haven't seen you in a while? You've been grinding the new area. Ulakita. Yeah, I think a console just got it, right, Zombie? Ulakita just got it. A console, and you're still enjoying console. You guys don't know, Zombie was actually one of my very first followers back like 3 years ago. Back when I first started. It's nice to see you again, Zombie. Highlands is yeah, everybody and their mother is trying to get Kabuas, right? Everybody and their mother is trying to get their Kabua artifact. I mean, it's a lot of stats, right? So makes sense, makes sense. Someone got deck in my guild? Really? Oh sheesh. Who was it? Who was it? Who got deck? I don't even know. Oh, was it Sponge? I think people are... Because I see Sponge. Is it Sponge? They're saying Gratz or something. So remember, yes, Jordan. You changed your name from like Jordan to Jordax, right? I remember. And you would always do John Cena, right? It was always the John Cena. Do I still have John Cena? I still have not done a face reveal, Zombie. I don't ever plan to, Zombie. I like my privacy. Okay, guys. I'm going to go grab some food from the kitchen. And so I just need some time to do that. Let me go pull up a hold on, a Ray William Johnson video. You had lunch at work right now. Enjoy your lunch, Zombie. Enjoy your lunch. Okay. Let me add this to queue. Okay.
So this
Gotta fund your BD addiction. Yeah, well, nice to see you again, Zombie. Again, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put up this video, grab some food, and see you guys in a bit.
cruise ship wrecks and the captain abandons it, and he leaves about 4,000 people there to die. Now, the captain's name is Francesco, and Francesco is 51 years old, living in Italy, and dude is the captain of this big-ass cruise ship that operates off the coast of Italy called the Costa Concordia. And one night in 2012, Francesco is piloting this boat with over 4,000 passengers and crew on board. And that is when he gets this idea that's gonna change his life forever. He decides he's gonna perform a sail-by salute. And that is when ships will sail really close to land, and sometimes they'll blow the horn. It's called a sail-by salute. And this will give everyone on the boat a cool view of the island they're passing, and I guess he's just trying to show off. And since he thinks this is going to be impressive, he invites a woman up to the bridge of the ship to watch the whole thing. But not just any woman, it's this woman, who we'll call Mistress, because she just happens to be Francesco's mistress, who is half his age. And this is an actual picture of her, just straight up looking like a mistress. And Francesco's married, by the way. So of course he's smashing with this much younger woman on the side. And because they're smashing, she's on this cruise for free. So she's humping the captain, so there is no charge for the buffet or whatever. Anyway, so Francesco wants to get the ship close to this island so that he can show off, and he decides he wants to do this sail-by salute manually. Which he doesn't have to do it manually, cruise ships are very technologically advanced, but I guess using that technology doesn't make him look very badass in front of his mistress. So he turns off the alarm for the computer navigation system. And under normal circumstances, this alarm would warn him if he were to get too close to shore or whatever. But I guess Francesco doesn't really care. So there he is on the bridge of the ship, chatting up his mistress, trying to flex and explain to her how incredible it is that he's steering the boat manually instead of using the navigation system, and he's the only one who's a good enough captain to be able to do such a thing because he knows the area super well and everything's definitely gonna be okay and the boat is totally not gonna crash. Until Francesco really screws up. He forgot his reading glasses, so I guess he can't really see what any of his instruments are saying. And I don't know if it's like too late to run and get them, or he just doesn't want to be seen in them, but he doesn't go and get them, and I guess he's also distracted by looking at his mistress, who is looking all fine, I guess. So he just keeps asking the first officer to check the radar to make sure the ship is good. So pretty quickly, they're in the middle of this sail-by salute, and they're moving close to the island, and suddenly, boom, he sees waves breaking on the rocks, and he's like, Mamma mia, because he realizes that he has misjudged the distance. He's not supposed to be this close to the rocks. So he tries to steer and swing the ship to the side to avoid it. But unfortunately, it's too late. And kapow! He scrapes the hull of the ship across the rocks, and this rips a massive 164-foot hole in it.
Oh my god, I remember this story.
The head of the engine room.
I remember this story from, what's his name? Frick. You know who I'm talking about? By just saying what's his name. I think he's from Australia, but he always does, Concordia. Yes, the Cost of Concordia. But it's like who made it? The history guy, yes. Cost of Concordia. This one, 4 years ago. Oh my god. That's like the short story for that. The recap. Here's the recap.
Calls up and he's like, "Yeah, we got a problem down here. There's a big ass gash in the side of the ship, and water is just pouring in, and it has submerged the generators and the engines, and now there's no propulsion and no backup electric power, and some of the instruments are failing, and so then, boom, the power goes out. So now all the passengers are suddenly sitting in darkness." And to make it worse, all this water coming in shifts the weight of the ship and makes the whole thing start tilting to one side. And of course the passengers are panicking at this point because most of the power is out and the boat is leaning and they're like, what the hell is happening here? And so the ship is slowly sinking to its side and it eventually comes to rest in more shallow waters as it runs up on the ground. But water is still rushing in. So Francesco immediately starts freaking out because he knows he really screwed up. He tells one of the crew just to let the Coast Guard know that they only experienced a little blackout and that they don't really need assistance. This is no big deal. And they also make an announcement to the passengers telling them not to panic and that everything is fine. However, obviously everything is
not fine.
And about an hour goes by. And some of the passengers finally report the wreck to Port Authority. And a little bit after that, Francesco gives the passengers and crew the order to evacuate. So basically, the passengers are ordered to put on their life vests and head toward the lifeboats, but to be calm about it. However, as time goes on, the ship keeps tilting more and more, and that makes it hard to launch the lifeboats. And you can actually see the ship tilting here. And now eventually the whole boat tilts over on its side. Now, this is an actual photo of it taken the next day at daylight. Whoa. And here's another picture, and here's another one. I mean, look at that. That looks insane. Now, at this point in the story, people are still evacuating, and it's all chaos. I mean, there are over 4,000 passengers and crew on this thing, so this is not a fast process.
How did they get everybody out?
And a good ship captain would be leading this effort to get his passengers to safety, and he would be on the ship until everything was handled. Because, you know, like a good captain goes down with his ship. I believe that's the saying. Here's the thing, though. Francesco is just not that guy. And he takes a very different approach.
He's like, thanks so much for the follow.
And he gets in a lifeboat and he is sailing away to safety toward the harbor. Now, somehow, the Coast Guard gets in touch with him, I guess by radio. And the Coast Guard is pissed. They're like, where the hell are you? And Francesco tells them that he had accidentally left his ship because he, and I'm not making this up, fell into a lifeboat,
ate away.
And that lifeboat made its way to the harbor where he is now safe. And the Coast Guard is like, you're the fucking captain! Get the hell back on your ship! Help people evacuate! Because, like, this is a serious matter. The ship is on its side. They need to know how many people are still on board. If those people need help, what kind of help do they need? Are people dead? Like, these are things a captain is supposed to know. And so Francesco tells them that he's trying to get back on the ship, but in fact, he is not. Not only did he make it to land at this point, but he was actually one of the first people to make it to land, beating all the other passengers. He's like, oh, f*** all this, I'm getting out of here. And he beat everyone there. And so anyway, a police officer sees Francesco and he runs up to him and he offers to get him a small boat to return to the ship to help the passengers evacuate.
Have you been on cruises before?
Francesco is
or
like,
is your first time on Spoken?
Nah, I'm good. Meanwhile, there are people from the island, like actual pedestrians, sailing out there in whatever vessels they own to try and help the passengers
in the middle of the ocean. Is that kind of scary?
And between that and the Coast Guard sending ships and helicopters, they are ultimately able to help most of the people evacuate safely. But unfortunately, some people do drown, some people get injured from the ship tilting, and some people get trapped. And in total, 32 people don't make it.
No.
And so the next day, bam, Captain Francesco is arrested. And I don't have a mugshot, but here's a real life picture of him. And he eventually goes to trial, and he's found guilty of manslaughter, causing a shipwreck, and abandoning a vessel. I didn't even know that was illegal, but he gets sentenced to 16 years in prison. So this woman
16 for killing 32 people?
Kills her whole family with
I guess it was an accident, right? I guess it was technically an accident. He didn't do it on purpose. He's just an idiot.
Shrooms. How's that for an opening? Now, the woman's name is Erin, and Erin's about 48 during this time, living in Australia, and Erin has a problem. She and her ex-husband are fighting a lot. Now, her ex-husband is this guy, Simon. And I guess she and Simon are separated, but they never officially got divorced. I'm not sure what that's all about, but it sounds like they're in the middle of what is about to be a divorce. Anyway, at some point, Erin and Simon start fighting all the time over finances, over child support, and, stuff like that. She's hitting him up like, you're a deadbeat, you're not doing enough for the kids. And of course, he's like, I've been helping these kids for years, fuck you. Plus, Erin feels like it's not just Simon who's being a jerk, it's also his whole side of the family, specifically his parents. She feels like they, especially, are always taking Simon's side instead of doing what's right for her and the kids. And so at this point, Erin has had enough, and she decides it's time to get rid of Simon for good. Not only that, but she also wants to take out his whole family. So in 2023, she comes up with an insane plan that she's pretty sure will work. She's gonna unalive her ex-husband and his parents. What? She plans to go out and find some poisonous mushrooms growing in the wild, and then cook them up and slip them into ex-husband's food. And so she starts looking online at this plant database website to see if anyone has spotted any poisonous mushrooms in her area. I guess people post sightings on this site to warn mushroom foragers to stay away so that they don't accidentally pick them and get poisoned. So she goes on this website and she basically hits the jackpot. Like, she learns that there are 2 nearby towns where people have spotted death cap mushrooms. Death cap mushrooms are like super poisonous mushrooms. Most of the fatal mushroom poisonings in the world are from death caps. So Erin goes out to these spots the website told her about, and she collects as many of these death caps as she can. She also goes out and buys a dehydrator, which she needs to dehydrate the mushrooms. Once she gets home, she dehydrates them and she crushes them into powder. And she gets ready to hide them in the beef Wellington she's making. And once everything is ready to go, Erin invites Simon over for lunch, and his parents, and his aunt and uncle too, because I guess she hates them as well. And when they ask why she's inviting them over for lunch, she's like, I got a medical issue and I want to discuss whether or not to tell the kids about it. And of course, everyone's thinking, oh, a medical issue? She probably has cancer or something. So of course they're going to be there. And so on that morning, on the day of the lunch, Erin makes all the food and she puts the poison mushroom powder into the mushroom paste that's on the beef Wellington and into the mushroom gravy that she makes. But Erin is careful to make a separate set of mushrooms for her food that, don't have poison in them. And when it's finally lunchtime, Simon's parents and his aunt and uncle show up to Erin's house. But Simon actually doesn't. I guess the day before he cancels because, Erin's been an asshole to him lately. But everyone else does show up. Now, keep in mind, she originally wanted to take Simon out, her ex-husband, but since he didn't show, I guess she's like, well, I'll just kill his whole family instead. So they all sit down at the table, and Erin brings over 4 gray plates with beef Wellington. She then puts her own food on an orange plate so that she doesn't screw up and accidentally
the YouTuber is Ray William Johnson.
So they all eat, and they're chatting, and near the end of the meal, Erin announces to them all that she has cancer, which she 100% does not have, but I guess she told them on the phone that she had something important to tell them, and I guess she has to keep the lie going, even though they're all about to be dead. Erin is just shameless. Regardless, all the guests think it's real, and they all feel really bad for her, and everyone starts giving her advice on how to break the news to the kids and stuff like that. Anyway, eventually lunch is over and everyone leaves and goes home. Later that night, those mushrooms start kicking in, because I guess they take 6 to 12 hours to start working. And Simon's family is all at their homes, and they all start getting sick. And they're like throwing up all night. In fact, they're throwing up so much that in the morning, they go to the hospital for treatment. And Erin learns that they all got sick and went to the hospital, and she wants to cover up her tracks. I mean, she can't be the only one who didn't get poisoned. That would look suspicious. So 2 days later, she also goes to the hospital, and she's like, I'm feeling sick too. Meanwhile, the condition of Simon's family keeps getting worse. They're still vomiting, they have diarrhea, they're severely dehydrated, and then their organs start failing, which is a really bad sign. So they all get a bunch of treatments, including one of them who receives an emergency liver transplant, which is just wild. But despite all that treatment, within a week, unfortunately, Simon's mom, dad, and aunt, all 3 of them, pass away in the hospital. While Simon's uncle, he's actually still alive. I mean, he's still poisoned, but he falls into a coma. And he spends weeks in the hospital in a coma, but he is eventually able to pull through. So he does survive.
He survived.
Meanwhile, Erin is out here talking to the news media for some reason, and she pretends to be sad about the whole thing.
It's a tragedy what's happened. With some of the best people I've ever met, they never did anything wrong to me, and I'm so devastated about what's happened.
Can you tell us a bit more about the lunch?
What I can tell you is that I just can't fathom what has happened. That Ian and Heather have lost their lives, and Gail has lost her life, and Donna's still in hospital, and I pray that he pulls through. Just can't believe it.
Can you tell us where the mushrooms came from?
Seems like it.
Not a bad performance, I guess. And she's still actively trying to cover her tracks. Like she goes to a local trash dump and disposes of the food dehydrator she used to dry out the mushrooms, because, you know, that's evidence. Plus, she starts wiping data off her phone by factory resetting it multiple times. She also apparently has multiple burner phones for some reason, and she throws those away because those are also evidence. And why do you need a burner phone to poison someone with mushrooms? Like, this woman is just weird. And so anyway, because doctors suspect all these deaths were maybe by poisonous
did she, like,
death
tell
cat
everybody?
mushrooms,
Like, did she...
they report all of this to the police. And so police start investigating
Did she
all
confess
this.
at the
And
end?
pretty quickly, the police, they talk to Erin, and they ask her, where did you get those mushrooms? They're poisonous. And she says, I bought them at the Asian supermarket. But, you know, that's bullshit, and none of her story is adding up. And as they keep investigating, they're able to interview Simon's uncle and get a lot of information out of him because, you know, he survived. And they get information like, you know, like she had the only orange plate and how she told them all she had cancer and all that stuff. Anyway, and so police eventually gather enough evidence, and so, bam, Erin is arrested. And I don't have her mugshot, but here is a picture of her fake crying.
This morning, police arrested Erin Patterson, the woman who cooked the beef Wellington at the centre of the case.
And so she goes to trial, and she was just found guilty of all of this a few days ago. And since this just happened, she actually hasn't been sentenced yet, but she faces life in prison. And a huge shout out to Leonardo.ai for sponsoring this video. If you want to make really cool art for your videos or just for your life, like this or like this, then sign up for Leonardo.ai. You heard of this movie Cocaine Bear? You know that's somewhat based on a true story, sort of? Now the story starts with this guy. His name's Andrew, and Andrew's in his 40s, living in Kentucky, and Andrew used to be a police officer, but recently he's turned bad and become a smuggler. Like he'll pilot a small plane, and sometimes he'll smuggle drugs, and sometimes he'll smuggle weapons and stuff like that. And he'll fly like thousands of pounds from the US all the way down to Colombia. Like it's crazy the operation they got going. And he does get caught once, and he gets 6 months in prison, but once he gets out, he goes right back in the game. So there is no stopping Andrew. He really seems to like this gig. But then, one day,
for 20 minutes, that bear was the most dangerous predator on the planet.
His whole life changes because he falls into a huge score, and this score would require him to fly from Georgia all the way down to Monteria, Colombia, and pick up a huge shipment of cocaine. 400 kilos, which is almost 900 pounds, which from what I read during this time in 1985 is worth about $15 million, or about $50 million in today's money. Now, this is a big job. Like 900 pounds is a lot, and Andrew can't do this score alone, so he decides to ask his karate instructor to go with him. This guy, who we'll just call karate instructor. Now, allegedly, Andrew doesn't tell karate instructor that he's going to traffic this illegal white powder. Instead, he lies to him, and he tells him that he's taking a trip to the Bahamas, I guess to like hang out. And he's like, you want to go? And karate instructor's like, all right. Whether or not karate instructor was actually tricked into being involved in this drug deal is in dispute. Anyway, so Andrew and karate instructor hop on a little plane, and Andrew starts flying them from Georgia, where this starts, all the way down to Colombia. And I guess about halfway through the trip, while they're in the air, allegedly, Andrew's like, hey, just FYI, I was lying about the vacation to the Bahamas. Actually, we're gonna go to Colombia and pick up 900 pounds of coke. Whoa. And at this point, karate instructor just like has to go along with this plan because like what else is he gonna do? Get out and walk? And again, this is if you believe karate instructor wasn't in on it the whole time, which I'm personally skeptical. So anyway, they land the plane in Colombia, and there they meet with Andrew's drug cartel contacts, and they start loading up the plane with duffel bags of coke. Once they're done, they take off, and they start flying back. Once they're in the air for a while, they reach the airspace over Florida. And so they're over Florida, and Andrew and karate instructor are listening to the open channels on the radio. And they hear that the feds have spotted their plane and that they're about to start following them. because I guess a lot of drug traffickers fly through that area, and the feds have flagged their flight as suspicious. And immediately, karate instructor's like, oh shit, and he starts freaking out. I mean, he doesn't want to get busted, so he goes to the back, he opens up the side doors, and he starts pushing the duffel bags of coke out of the plane. Here's the dildo.
And the bear
A common way to smuggle drugs during this time is called parasmuggling. And that's where traffickers will put narcotics into duffel bags, and then those duffel bags have parachutes on them, and they will then fly over a drop zone, and they'll push the product out, which will then parachute safely down to the buyer or whoever's down there to catch it. And they do it that way so that when the plane lands, if the smugglers get busted, they can be like, there are no drugs on my plane, I don't know what you're talking about. And so the bags of coke that the karate instructor has pushed out of the plane, I guess the parachutes on the bags open and they just start parachuting down. But up on the plane, Andrew sees karate instructor pushing the bags out and he's like, what the fuck, bro? That's worth millions of dollars. And he starts yelling at him, and soon they're yelling at each other. But I guess Andrew quickly realizes karate instructor actually has a point, and this is a lost cause, and if they stay in the plane, they're probably gonna get busted when they land. And he doesn't want to get busted, nor does he want to lose this expensive shipment. And so he decides the best course of action is to just throw the duffel bags out of the plane and have himself and karate instructor jump out with parachutes as well. And sure, the plane will end up crashing, but they'll survive, they won't get busted, and they can save their big-ass shipment of coke. And so, boom, Andrew straps a parachute onto himself, and karate instructor does too. Then he pushes most of the shipment out of the plane, and Andrew grabs one bag to take himself. And then karate instructor jumps out. He jumps out first, and he's like falling through the air, and he waits a beat, and then he opens his chute, and he crash lands in an open area kind of near a small airport in Tennessee, but he's safe. Meanwhile, Andrew also jumps, and he's falling through the air, and he goes to pull his chute, and it doesn't open. And so he tries again, and it doesn't open again. And he tries several more times, and still nothing. And so he activates his reserve chute, and it actually does work, and it starts to open, and that is when kaboom, it's too late. He hits the ground, landing in someone's backyard, and he dies. While karate instructor, he can't see what happened to Andrew. So he does what he and Andrew had planned to do. He walks to a nearby grocery store and he calls a taxi. And a taxi takes him to a hotel that he and Andrew had agreed to meet at. And of course, Andrew never shows up and meets him there because, he didn't survive. But you know what did survive? A lot of that cocaine. Like a lot of it. A lot of it lands safely on the ground in various places in the area, mostly in the forest. And some of it landed on the other side of the Tennessee border in Georgia. And that is when this girl shows up. We'll call her Paddington. Paddington is a black bear who lives in the area. And so Paddington is chilling in the forest, like stealing picnic baskets or doing whatever it is that bears do. And bro suddenly comes across one of the bags filled with about 75 pounds of coke. And I presume she's like, whoa, what's all this? And when she can't figure out what it is, she's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just eat it. And she starts eating it. And she eats a lot of it, like a lot of it. And pretty quickly, Paddington, unfortunately, overdoses and she dies. Then, a few months later, the feds find her furry little body out in the forest, and there are duffel bags of coke scattered everywhere. And so they later do an autopsy on her, and the medical examiner finds her stomach, as he puts it, literally packed to the brim with cocaine. That is an exact quote. Now, this medical examiner, I guess he thinks this story is amusing, and so he has Paddington's body taxidermied, like stuffed, and they give it to a local recreation area to put on display. A few years later, it ends up in Kentucky at this place called Kentucky for Kentucky Fun Mall. And there you can see that they have put Paddington, like the actual bear, on full display. And here is a side view of her, and they gave her a hat, and they now call her Pablo Escobar. Jesus. Anyway, and so now karate instructor, he does eventually get caught by the feds, and he cooperates
Like
with them,
Escobar?
and he blames
Like
everything on Andrew, and he tells them, no, I was in the plane, but I had no
Good
idea
one.
Andrew was smuggling drugs. And I guess they believe him because he gets no charges and no prison time.
Monka. Not Pablo Escobar. That's a good one. Good one. Haha. Okay. Food is secured. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. It's been nice being able to just microwave food and then you're done. Microwave, the meal prep is so nice. Bum, 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 bum. And I kind of feel like it sometimes tastes better because I usually like meal prep like curry, like Japanese style curry, and there's usually like rice available, like in the rice cooker, and so you just like microwave the curry or stew, put it over rice, you're done. So easy. You want to learn this dance? You know what? Maybe that monkey is kind of doing it. The monkey bliss. Oh no, there I go again. There I go again. Missing the YouTube comment. Mr. AZK, I don't know if you're still here, but I've mostly played Succession over Awakening. If you're still around. Which you're probably gone because I'm a bad YouTube streamer. F. Bum-ba-da. Bum-ba-dum. Hi, Argentdon. What's your thought on the Monster Zone changes with the global labs? I mean, seems like we might be killing things faster if we're able to utilize more of our AP, Argent. So I know a lot of people were like a little bit concerned. People were in my chat were like, oh my gosh, I might not be able to grind this spot anymore. But I feel like a lot of people are forgetting to take into account like all of the extra AP we're getting from like Black Star or something. Or let's say when Idania comes out, we get the Sovereigns, right? So it just would be weird if we got weaker after they, changed the AP scaling. So I'm almost positive we're going to be killing things faster after the changes. If that's what you're asking. Gyphon Agris is pretty known now. Yeah, they mentioned, I think we're going to be on average using 20 to 30k per hour now, right? Instead of things just disappearing right away if it had like bad Agris usage. So more silver overall. Surely. I mean, I usually just use my Agris at Tungard Ruins, and Tungard Ruins is terrible for Agris, by the way. You guys were wondering. You delete your Agris in like 30 minutes. If you have 100,000, you delete it in 30 minutes. It's gone. Goodbye. Are you ready for Sovereign offhand, Argenton? Have you gotten your Caphras and your Black Stars ready? Oh, the wooden horse didn't buck me. You're still grinding out silver to just buy a pen offhand. I see, I see. You don't want to go and try and enhance it, Argenton? Because someone was telling me that it's actually still more efficient to enhance it raw. Like if you're raw tapping and you pity it, apparently it's still like cheaper than buying one on average. I don't know. But definitely buying it would be like there's no thinking involved, you know, just less brain power. Just one tap it off the market. Yeah, the pity. I think most people hit the pity because, well, the pity used to be 40, right? So now the pity's 15. So you're more likely to hit the pity than actually hitting the pen black star on average. What they heard. Fire, fire, fire. Fire, fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. Okay. Let's see if anybody had taken our spot while we were taking a breaky break. Looks like we are still gooch. Doo, doo. Wait, what's this chest? Oh, the birthday chest. The birthday chest. If you guys don't know, Zirdan had his birthday a couple days ago, and he had a code. I think it was just Zirdan's birthday. I can't remember. Although it wasn't listed on Garmoth. Maybe they don't list people's birthdays anymore. Oh, it's on Garmoth now? Oh, okay, maybe it took a bit of time, because when I had visited Zirdan's stream last night, he just had it on his like little pin. But it looks like it takes some time for them to add it. Like lightning in a bottle. Hit me your electric love. Oh, I didn't return the volume back to normal. There we go. Pew pew pew. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. Hi Fat Boo, how are you? I'm wondering why I always say twin first when you first. I noticed that you've been saying that every time we come to my stream. Are we twins? Are we twins? Are we twinning? Are you twinning, son? I accept you as a twin? Oh. I see. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. We're all the same? I see. I see. We see each other. Right, I see what you're... I see. Instead of saying I see, you know how like people say I see, like me? You just change it to we see each other. We see each other. Needed to... These PvE changes? What about the PvE changes? What about the PvE changes? You gotta feel it out? Yeah. Numbers are numbers. But like... so how I'm thinking it is the thought process for the person is looking at the numbers and being like, oh yeah, they increased or decreased these numbers about these mobs, and they're comparing it to the current patch, right? How they feel it in the current patch and comparing it that. No, we're after the patch, we're gonna get changed too. Like classes will get changed too. So like, so we don't know for sure how it's gonna feel until it comes out, right? You can't predict it because it hasn't come out yet. So like, don't worry about something that hasn't happened yet. I'm sure there are those numbers for a reason. You know what I mean? They're just letting us know the numbers. They could have easily just said, oh, we increase or decrease these stats about these mobs without telling us the numbers, and it would be the exact same. Like, we just still don't know, right? Until we feel it out, right? Buff neck patch. I mean, that's kind of how the patch flows happen. Duty, right? For anything, guys, really, is if you don't get any balance patches for your class, right? There's 30 different class patches, right? Or there's 30 different classes. So, like, I have never seen a global labs where all 30 classes changed all at once. You know, so if you don't see your class like this week, but you saw 10 classes this week, there's probably going to be like 10 other classes next week that are going to get changed, you know? At the same time, too, they're probably focusing on these AP scaling changes to be done first before making any character changes, right, too? One thing at a time, because they're all factors, right? Because if you change X and Y at the same time, it might not go well, right? You got to change X first before you change Y. And then you adjust Y according to what X has changed, right? So everything is still in global labs, guys. So global labs is always subject to change. Just keep that in mind. Howdy, Carvas. We are at 18K-ish, 18.3. 18. Come on, what number is that? 18.3, yeah. We're almost there. Enamorados. Hi Pokemon, how are you? We are just grinding some ton grants. We did old golden pig earlier, but no treasure unfortunately. You sold 12k to Gamba. No, not the Gamba. Guys, I have an eyelash in my eye. I thought it was like, you know how like when you have a problem and you were like waiting for the problem to go away? Right? You were like, what if I just don't do anything and the problem will go away? It did not work. So let me go wash my eyeball. Hold on. Bear back. Okay, I am back. Oh man. The eyelash was like deep in there, guys. I was scraping my eyeball with the prints of my finger. It was deep in my eyeball, man. You're welcome for that imagery. You're welcome. We were exfoliating our eyeballs. We couldn't see. Thanks, Everdon. I had an eyelash in my eye, Everdon. I hate it when I get eyelashes in my eye. Eyeball. Is that like Norse? Whenever you talk about like, is that like you know, like when you talk about like Valhalla, is that like Norse mythology? Because I know that in like Norse stuff, you like spell it with the umlaut, right? That is correct. Oh, let's go. Here comes Dula Peep. Oh. Hallucinate. You've been killing blood wolves? Haven't been here in 5 years. Oh my god. What the helly? What the hell? What the helly? What the heliante? What the helibron James? What the hell? Dula Pep. It was horrible. That's why I listened to the choir version. The choir version is way better. You just finished Ronaros, you don't like it? I like Ronaros. Where were you grinding? Because maybe you just were at like a spot that like sucked. Unspoken. Maybe you just like your spot like sucked. Oh, there you go. Skull can show you. They are kind of far apart, yeah. So if you have a lot of AoE, you should be. No, wait, you have like infinite movement on a Deadeye. I feel like you should be fine now. Like you have forward F, shift L and B, so you get from pack to pack, right? Forward F, shift L and B, forward R and B, you know, shift space. You can do double. You can do. Do you know about the reload mechanic? Unspoken on Deadeye. Have you played around with the reload mechanic with like the Marty rounds? I've never heard this song from Dula Peep. Is this new? Is this a new one from Dula Peep? Regular is better for damage, but Marty is better for AoE. And so you might be doing more damage because you're hitting more things with the AoE. Does that make sense? Because let's say you hit 5 mobs for 100 damage each, right? But then you hit like 10 mobs for 60 damage each, right? In total, you did 600 damage with the Marnie rounds because you hit more mobs, you know what I mean? So that's what the Marnie rounds are for, is that you might kill things faster because you're hitting more of them more often. And so how the reload mechanic works too, Unspoken, is that you can reset certain abilities with it. So do WF, and then E, and then WF again. It will reset WF. And also swap your rounds as well, right? You can also reset Shift F, I believe. I'm trying to remember the other ones because I played Deadeye for a bit. I played it for a week, and so I still remember its mechanics. But those were the two main ones that I reset. Was Shift F. So you would do Shift F E, Shift F, and then or WF E, WF. And remember, you can also press spacebar after any ability to spam your shotgun. So it'll be ability and then spacebar and then ability and then spacebar, and then you can and then with the Marty rounds, your shotgun kind of like it kind of booty blasts everything in a cone, right? Because if it's the regular rounds, it's kind of like a projectile shot, but if it's the Marty rounds, it's like a flamethrower with the spacebar. You know what I mean? So those are things you got to think about when, you know, when you're doing your abilities. What's your favorite type of food? Probably stews. Skullfire. Like any kind of stew over rice. So like beef stew over rice, like Japanese style curry over rice. It's a very comforting, nostalgic food for me. I used to have stews all the time when I was growing up. Oh yeah, kimchi jjigae. I do know kimchi jjigae. Kimchi stew. Class sounds a tad bit difficult. You'll get used to it. Unspoken. Every class is a little bit difficult when you first start out, but once you get used to the muscle memory and develop the muscle memory, then it just comes naturally. Your fingers will just move on their own. But that only comes with time and experience, right? Of course, some people have different learning paces. Everybody learns at a different pace, so some people might get it right away, and some people might take a little bit of time to get down. That's why I like to always recommend people to set up cooldowns. And so if you go to edit UI, make sure in the settings you go to general settings and turn on separate quick slot. And that allows you to move your quick slots around like this. So you can put it together and then you could like place things. Also, one thing to note is that you can only place things with a yellow bar. Do you see how Kaleidoscope Swirl has a yellow bar around it, but Fan Kick does not? So you can drag this into a hot bar, but you cannot drag Fan Kick into a hot bar because it doesn't have the yellow. It doesn't have the yellow bar over here. It's really nice. I deleted my thing. What is that? CD5. And also check the skill cooldown slots too. If you press K, unspoken, you can, if you look in the bottom of the K menu, you can see cooldown slots, and then you can also separate your cooldown slots like this here too. So that helps a lot with just like remembering. And so if you want to remember a combo, you just line it up. You know, you can even go to the skill cooldown slot and then type in, like if you forget the keybind, you could type in Shift Q. Right? Or whatever the keybind is. So for Stormfall, it's Shift Q, and it will appear right below the cooldown slot for what that is. Or it's like, oh, I need to remember this is my super armor plus a stun.
To find out which logs are the most important, like all of the app and DP journals that need to be completed before worrying about the other stats.
So you're in luck, Craze. They are shoving every journal onto Bartali journal. So you just need to do the Bartali journal now, Craze. So if you're worried about like which logs to do, don't worry, because they're shoving everything into Bartali journal, so you don't have to worry about anything else anymore. So finish Bartali journal, and you should get every, like this one. If you do all of these, you just get all of these now from Bartali journal. Don't worry about all the other journals. So you are in luck, but it's not. I don't think it's here yet. I think you have to wait like a week or two before it comes out on Global Apps, because I think it was on Global Apps either this week or the last week. I don't know if it's here yet, but yeah, they're shoving everything in Bartali journal. So is it next week, Everdon? Okay. Have you done your Bartali journal? If not, that's something you can prepare ahead of time then. Right? Prepare your Bartali journal ahead of time, and then when the patch hits, then you should have all the stuff, you know? Rudimentary order of operations. Oh, there you go. However you want to put it, right? It's whatever you're comfortable with. So for me, I categorize it by kind of utility. if that makes sense. Unspoken. So here I have my buffs. I have my E buff, my healing, and my AoE heals. This is my utility from pre-awakening, and then I have my pre-awakening skills at the bottom. I have my main awakening skills in the middle, and then I have my movement skills in the top middle here. So it's honestly however you want to put it. The important thing is that you're able to track it accordingly, because I'm sure you've seen the dynamic cooldown. You know this one, where is it? Skill cooldown. This one, it's so bad. Like I hate it. Like this one, you have like if you do a lot of abilities at once, it's like how are you tracking this? It's so hard to. If everything keeps moving, right? Everything keeps moving, and I'm like I want to know when certain abilities are up, but they keep moving. So I'm like, is it up yet? You know, I hate it so much. I hate this one. I mean, it might work for some people. They're like, oh yeah, if I don't see it, then it's ready, but it's still not that intuitive personally for me. You can fly away with me tonight. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, I missed your message earlier, Arsha. You said, will crit damage in rank cups be a bigger damage boost in PvE? I'm not too sure on the math behind that, Arsha. And so all I can tell you is that you will eventually want those cups, but I don't know if it's going to be more prioritized than other upgrades, Arsha. But and so how I like to go about BDO is that number up good, you know? That's how I like to think about it, is number up is good generally. And so and then I don't think about anything else. Because if I think about the math behind things or like anything else, it hurts my brain. Does that make sense? So number up is good. That's the best way to go about it, I think, is don't worry about the math behind it. If you're curious about it, I mean, you know, go look it up, but I feel like it's so much easier to go about your BDO life not worrying about the math behind things. Personally. Oh, Deadeye from Lost? Or you played is it the same thing as well? Deadeye on Lost Ark is a gun class too? There's a song. What the hell? Oh. Here's the what the hell song. Oh. Isn't this more catchy, Skullfire? What the hell? What the hell? Deadeye is cooler in video, yeah. Have you ever looked into the lore of Deadeye by chance? Oh, Arsha, I guess yeah, I scrolled up to see your message earlier that I missed. I'm so sorry for missing it earlier. But I was essentially saying I'm not too sure about the math behind it, Arsha. But I like to go about BDO just saying number up is good. So it will be a boost in PvE. I just don't know how big of a boost. But, you know, just if I think logically speaking, right, it is a percentage scaling stat. So percentage scaling stats will scale better the higher your AP is, right? And so I don't know the exact, again, I don't know the exact math of when that would be more worth than other upgrades. Just know that number up is good and you eventually want a cup in your ring, you know? So just go for it whenever you feel like you're ready to go for it, right? Let's say you have other things you want to prioritize, like, oh yeah, I want to get, you know, my sovereign weapon for the glow, right? I want to get it to pen for the glow first, right? That would be, then go for it, right? But if you don't have your ring cup set, hey, like go for it after, right? But the math stuff, it hurts my brain. Do you like the math part of it, Arsha? Do you like knowing the math behind things? It hurts my brain whenever I try to look at the math behind things, so. And so I just try to think about it in a more like practical way. or logical way rather, than a theoretical way. Does that make sense? When I say logical way, then a theoretical way. So theoretical would be the math behind it, and then logical would be like, oh yeah, you know, it's a percentage scaling stat, so it will scale up better when I have more AP, you know, and number up good, right? Number up good. Number up is good. Always number up. I'm sitting here eating and I start getting bombed? What do you mean got bombed? What is the end game gear score right now? Like when end game starts, Rich Merchant? Generally, I would say 700 gear score is when the start of end game starts. And then, you know, the top end is about 800 gear score. Rich Merchant. I did it, guys. I remembered to look at my YouTube chat this time. I didn't forget about the YouTubers. I forgot about the Garmoth. Wait, there's a Garmoth event? What's the Garmoth event? You mean the free Garmoth? Your gear score is good. What's your progression looking like right now, Rice Merchant? Are you still working on endgame gear? Are you newer to BDO? Did you just get started? How'd you do that? I'm just playing consistently, really. I've been playing for the last 6 years. Like, I don't think my gear is anything special, if I have to be honest. I feel like it's just the result of just consistently playing. Have you ever watched a anime called Frieren Journey's End by chance, Rice Merchant? Because in that anime, if you haven't watched it, essentially there's this elf that's like 1,000 years old. And she's like OP, right? And everybody's like, oh my god, you're so OP, you're amazing. But like, you know, for her, it's like she's gone to that power because she's just lived a very long time, right? And so for her, it's like not anything special. It's like to be expected that something that's, you know, for her to live 1,000 years, she would have a lot of magical power because she's just constantly like, you know, learning and improving over 1,000 years. So not to say that I'm Frieren, the legendary magic elf, right? But it's like I've been playing for a while, so it's to be expected I would be at the gear score that I would be at, you know. Oh, you're planning to play, so you haven't started yet. You spend money on this game? Of course. It's a game I played for 6 years, so you know, I count it as my leisure that I, what's it called? Is it leisure? It's kind of like, you know, if you're gonna spend money going out for drinks or something like that, this is what I would spend money on because this is my hobby and my leisure. But if you're wondering if I like pay to win, not well. I guess technically, if you spend any money in this game, it's considered pay to win. But I would say I've spent a modest amount of money for the time I've spent playing the game. Like 6 years, maybe. I want to estimate maybe about $3,000 Canadian over 6 years, which is, I would say, is extremely modest for a hobby that you've done for 6 years with. Frieren was innately talented just like you. That's why her master chose her. I love Frieren Journey's End. That's such a interesting take on a well, I wouldn't really call it an isekai, but it kind of feels like an isekai, right? In a way. Because you just like live through a different lifetime. Right? She's lived for 1,000 years and lived so many lifetimes, and so it almost like feels very isekai-ish, but it's technically not an isekai. It's still that world. Nobody got isekai'd anywhere. But you know how like in a lot of the isekais, they tell the hero that was summoned from a different world to defeat the demon lord, right? But in this story, they had just defeated the demon lord. And talking about the story that happens after you defeat the Demon Lord, which I thought that was like, oh, you know, I never really thought about that. I read it, but for anime enjoyers, Freerun is getting a new season. Wait, it is 2026? Oh. What do you think about Dosa Awakening? Is he good? Yes, he's actually one of the more meta classes right now. If you're looking for a meta class, he is very straightforward to play as well, Rice Merchant. If you're looking for a easier class to learn and play, the class pretty much plays itself. So if you don't know the mechanics of the class, basically you rotate between 5 elements. Right, and if you're rotating between your 5 elements accordingly, then you're playing the class correctly, right, for the most part. And the 5 elements is fire, nature, water, metal, and earth. And you want to go in that order, always clockwise. You don't have to start with fire, but if you do cast fire, you want to cast a nature spell right after to proc the elemental explosions, right? There's always an elemental explosion and buff after you choose the correct ability, and the game has a visual indication of what spell you should cast next. So it's basically telling you how to play the game by just watching your screen, right? So if you cast a fire spell, then cast a nature spell. If you cast a nature spell, then cast a water spell. If you cast a water spell, then cast a metal spell, you know? It's always in that specific order, so it's a very straightforward class in that way. What server? I am in North America, NA, Canada. Oh, Canada. Have you made an account already, Rice Merchant? Have you made an account? Press shift the RMB FELMBQ. Are you talking to me, Everdon, or are you talking to someone else? Me? You're starting your account. Are you also from NA? Are you starting on an NA server? Is this your first time playing an MMO in general, Rice Merchant? Have you played any other MMOs like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy? I do kind of think if you've never played an MMO before, this game can be quite daunting because there's a lot of deep systems. But if you like deep systems, then you might enjoy BDO. But if you've never played an MMO in your life before, it might be a little bit confusing. I'm just warning you. Oh, you played on mobile. You played on mobile BDO. Oh, I've never played mobile BDO, but I've seen a little bit of it. Mainly Wukong. Rice Merchant. So Wukong just came out on NA on the PC servers, and Wukong has been on the mobile servers for like, I don't know, 4 years now, and it just came to PC. They made Wukong for PC now. And so I do know Wukong from the mobile version, but I've never really played the mobile version of BDO. It looks very different. It has BDO assets, of course. It has like the BDO characters, but it looks like just a very different kind of game than BDO, like the PC version. Oh, you're from the Asia region. Oh, then you would probably make an account on the SEA servers, the Southeast Asia servers, so you don't have that bad ping. Mobile has auto grinding? Really? They're like literally grinding at a spot? Interesting. Awakening and Suck are separate class themselves. I did see that, yeah. Like for Nova, it was like Nova was the Succession and then Eclipse was the Awakening. That was interesting. Nova and PT are the same, but they have different twists on it. Yeah, I noticed that, yeah. Oh, and if you guys are on Twitch, like wondering who I'm talking to, it's people on the YouTube side, and you can see the YouTube comments over here, and then Twitch is the purple comments in the bottom right. Futters. Futters, I'm not talking to the voices in my head, okay? Talking to demons. I'm not talking to any demons, okay? You're crazy. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Red King. Skullfire. The community of the Black Spirit, no. I'm not. I'm perfectly fine, chat. Earlier, he was sacrificing his eyelashes to the Black Spirit. I might as well have. I was unfortunately born with like really long eyelashes that regenerate every day. And they fall off every day as well. They regenerate and fall off every day into my eyeballs. Help. The pain. Farming in mobile is easy because of auto, but in PvP and PvE you have to manually play it. Oh. Well, if you're going to start on PC, I would recommend, so there's 3 starting zones, Rights Merchant. It will ask you Ancient Stone Chamber, Land of Morning Light, or Mountains of Eternal Winter. I recommend just doing Ancient Stone Chamber is my advice for you. Because the other 2 quest lines are kind of doo-doo, personally. They're gonna poop. And you should by default be making a seasoned character as well. So that would be the first thing you should focus on, is completing your quests and the season pass. Maybe you should patch the open PvP zone on your face. It might prevent eyelashes from flagging on your. I see, a Dukin. True. I need to equip more DP Dawn crystals so I can survive the lashes. Thank you, Adukin. I did not think of that before. Wait, isn't this the song from that one music video? Right? Is this the one? This is a song from that one music video. The video music. Yeah. Oh, I'm so, also, Rice Merchant, you can't hear the music on the YouTube side because YouTube hates music. The first time I multi-streamed to YouTube, it like took my stream down. It was like, oh, your stream is done. No copyrighted music allowed. So I had to take it off from the YouTube side, so you have no music there. What is the perfect gear score you could obtain when completing season servers? I think it's like 550 gear score, right, guys? Because that's full Pentuvala, right? So full Pentuvala is equivalent to Tet boss armor and Triad boss accessories. Yeah, so about 550 gear score. So you basically you want to pen everything in seasons, which is extremely easy in seasons. It's called Tuvala armor. And you get plenty of materials to get it up. Do you have Tuvala armor in the mobile? Is that a thing? You have Naru and Tuvala armor? Yeah, 550. They boost you to 550 right away, and then after seasons, you get to equip like, a bunch of free stuff. So they basically give you a free Pen Black Star right off the bat once you finish seasons and get to level 61. And so that's also another bunch of gear score there. After seasons, you should be at like probably like 630 or something like that. Maybe not 630, maybe like 600 closer, like right after you graduate. You get to about like 600 gear score with all the Kaposha accessories and all that jazz. But I wouldn't like look too far ahead yet. I would focus on completing your quests and season before thinking about what to do after seasons, you know? So don't worry about getting to 800 gear score when you've just started the game. Just focus on the seasons for now. Because I do feel like sometimes people get a little bit overwhelmed if they think about it too far ahead, you know? So just focus on seasons for now, get everything done in seasons, and then think about your plan after you graduate from seasons. Where are you from in Asia, Rice Merchant? Because I feel like your English is very good. Like, I couldn't even tell that you weren't from North America with the way you speak. You sound like a natural Twitch chatter. Wonder if they will one day do universal gear thing. Yeah, I think that's the thing on mobile, right? On the mobile's BDO, you have universal weapons. Fortunately, that's not a thing on PC. We only have tagging, which is just one character we can copy our gear over. You're a Kababayan, Rice Merchant? Oh my god, kamusta? I am a fellow Kababayan. I just grew up in Canada. Hello, hi. My mom is Filipino. Hello. That's why, like the English is like the second main language of the Philippines. What a coincidence. What the pack? Yeah, we have a lot of fellow Kababayans here in my Twitch chat as well, Mr. Rice Merchant. Hi, Hypernova, how are you? We're just grinding some Tungrad ruins. Hi. I love Tungrats. The Devourers don't sell. I use them for myself. I forgot about it. Because, you know, the Sovereign offhand is coming out soon. And so I'll need stacks for that. And then I'll need stacks for Edon armor. So, like, all of this is, like, full value to me, at least. Because I'm going to be using them myself. Are you usually a YouTube stream watcher, Rice Merchant? Do you usually just watch YouTube streams? Or do you also have a Twitch account? I'm probably not using them with what gear score. Kind of want crons. Cron stones. What's your next upgrade, TZ Hypernova? What you working on next? Can you understand Tagalog? Yeah. Konti. Marunong ako magsalita, konti. I understood because my mom watches CFC all the time, Mr. Rice Merchant. But I just mostly respond in English when she, speaks to me, It's just easier for my thoughts to gather up in English. But I can slowly translate in my head. Like, I can understand what the heck people are talking about in Tagalog. I just won't be able to, like, speak as fast, I just usually just respond in English. I'm gonna buy a Pen Blackstar Awakening weapon, I think. Oh, for your next upgrade? Oh. Have you already done the Deck 2 Vala system? Hypernova? That's a cheap way to get another Pen Blackstar. Your accent in English? Well, I just have like a Canadian accent, I guess. I grew up in Canada, so like it makes sense that I don't have a Filipino accent, I used my 2 black stars on a sovereign main hand. Ah. Talking about this Filipino accents reminds me of this one Filipino stand-up comedian that has a guitar. What is it? Let me see if I can find it. Where's his name? This one, JR De Guzman. And he had this really funny skit. This one funny skit where he was talking about, let me see if I can find it. Is it this one?
I'm staying at the Golden.
No, it's not. It's the same background, but I'm trying to find the one where he was talking about. I think I found it. I found it. This one. This guy, Jared De Guzman. I don't know if you know this guy, Rice Merchant, but he's so funny. Oh, shoot.
And I'm proud of both. I'm a dual citizen. I'm Filipino and American, and I'm proud of both. Because sometimes people will say that having 2 citizenships makes you less American. That. I feel like it makes you more American because you choose to be American. But sometimes I also choose to be Filipino. It's situational. Like I was in Vietnam at this war memorial tour in Ho Chi Minh City, and the tour guide was really aggressive. Right? He's like, Americans came here, they bombed women and children, they're the devils. Where are you from? The Philippines. Yeah. They're so bad. Oh my, they're crazy. They're crazy. Bang, bang, bang. You know? Oh my God. Oh, bang, bang. Oh, they love it. They love it. They're like, what part of the Philippines are you from? I was like, oh. San Francisco. It's an island that floated away.
Anyways. That guy's good. That guy's good. And he plays guitar while he's like doing his stand-up comedian stuff. My algorithm is more focused in NA than Filipino content. Dude, I love oh my god, you must know her. You know Abby? Lumpia Queen? You know Lumpia Queen? Abby Marquez. I think that's her name. She's amazing. She just lumpias everything. What is your favorite Filipino food, Rice Merchant? What's your favorite Filipino food? And don't say adobo, because adobo is a boring answer. Everybody says adobo. Oh my god, a Wagyu? Are you in a Wagyu by chance? Did you change your Twitch name to a Wagyu? Do you play a Wagyu? Should I go for my Kabuas or go for my other Kabuas? 100% right away. Kabuas gives you so much, it's like stacked with stats for how cheap you're spending for the stats, you know? You get like 40 monster DR. It's a ton of stats. Definitely Kabuas first before Sovereigns. Papa Ethan? I've never heard of that one. Never heard of that. Is that, I don't think that's very common. But for me, Rice Merchant, my favorite food is kare kare. I love kare kare. Kare kare with rice and bagoong. Oh my gosh. So good. Woosa is the better sister. If you have any interest in trying any class of Mr. Awegu, go for it. I mean, tagging isn't there a tag event right now? I think there's a tag event right now, right? Never mind. But it's still cheap. It's still cheap. It's very cheap to tag. So if you have any interested in trying any class, Mr. Awegu, just try it out. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Then you move on, right? But if you like it, then Poggies. Convince you? Well, I think the aesthetics of Awakening Woosa have always been really beautiful, really elegant, amazing. Additionally, she has some very unique aspects about her, such as Blooming Death, being able to hit from behind. So you can catch opponent. It's basically like a ranged block jump, which is really interesting, which is this ability here. It hits from behind, so you can float people you can CC people from behind. Additionally, her movement kit is also, I find, one of the best movement kits. Her butterfly step is just really flexible for movement, and it goes for a long time. And you have a lot of lingering super armors as well here. I can basically go between these two abilities here and stay super armor. So you have a lot of protection while moving. Her caveat is that whenever she's attacking, she's usually unprotected or in forward guard. So that's kind of her caveat, is that you have amazing movement and protection kit. But when you want to attack, that is when you leave yourself open for vulnerability. But her repositioning and mobility kit is, I find, one of the best. I find I can get from point A to point B really quickly with her. And you also have access to your pre-awakening movement, which is like this, right? You can access your pre-awakening movement, which basically you utilize your cooldowns to cancel your forward movement. And then you have your awakening movement as well, which is also a double dash, right? So you have a lot of movement in her kit. You're sold. And I also have a guide. There you go. I spent a lot of time on that guide. There is a little bit of unupdated things. They have added a new mechanic with detonating her flowers. So, for example, this is one of her main abilities, and if you shift F on top of it, it instantly explodes it. That's a new mechanic they added for her. I find it's a very niche mechanic. Like, you're not going to use that very often, but it is an option to explode your flowers right away. But most of the time you let your flowers explode just naturally as you're doing your combos anyways. And if you're ever wondering how the PvP is like, if you go to my YouTube channel, I also have some PvP videos for Node Wars and Guild League, if you wanted to see how the dynamic of the class is for those types of content. What I like about BDO and BDM combat is about muscle memory. It's not brain thingy or yeah, once you develop that muscle memory, Rice Merchant, yeah, the combat is extremely satisfying to play. It's a bit difficult at first, and I think that's one of the biggest things that a lot of people, when they're trying out a new class, make the mistake of, is expecting to play it right away. I like to compare it to like an instrument, Rice Merchant, is that I use this example all the time. Let's say you've played the piano for 10 years, right? And then you suddenly re-roll to violin. So you would probably understand the fundamentals of music, right? You know, your scales, your arpeggios, right? Your basics, right? The basic formulas, but you don't know how to like actually play it because you don't know the muscle memory. The muscle memory for piano is way different than using a violin. So don't expect to be able to play the violin right away perfectly and expect good trash per hour. You know, that's what I find a lot of people make the mistake of right away. So don't do that. Have some realistic expectations for yourself. You know, spend time. Want to do fangs? Do you have a group? Do you have a group? Because I don't want to form any groups. But if you have a group ready, in mobile, Succession and Awakening is individual classes. You have to choose wisely. Yeah, for BDO, you have access to both weapons in Awakening. Except Succession, of course. In Succession, you just have the main hand, but Awakening has access to both weapons, which I find such a cool aspect of the kit. However, you know, of course, there's going to be some classes who don't utilize both, right? For example, Awakening Witch and Wizard. For the most part, you're only going to pre-awakening to cast utility abilities, right? Like Magical Shield, PA, right? Those are pre-awakening utility healing spells. But for the most part, you're stuck using Awakening. But for at least Awakening Woosa, you actually have so many useful tools in pre-awakening that it makes it almost seamless and almost an extension of the Awakening kit. Very interesting in that manner. How many fangs do we need? So usually groups will run 20 to 30 per hour. So if you're in a top end group for fangs, you're running 150 fangs per hour, which is 30 scrolls. But if you're in a lower end group, maybe 100 fangs, which is about 20 scrolls per group. Must have been a lot of work. Not really. I mean, when Woosa came out, right, she only had access to her pre-awakening, right? So my muscle memory has already been developed because Succession, I think Awakening came out like a year after, right? So I had a year of experience with Succession beforehand, right? So I already understood the muscle memory for pre-awakening essentially. And then I just had to add in Awakening afterwards. So it wasn't a lot of work because I just have already done the work. You know what I mean? Is there any difference in grinding in private Marnie Realm? Slightly. Unspoken. There are certain spots where the Marnie Realm is kind of better because it has like a different spawn rate. But they're not too different from, like, the majority of it is about the same, but there are certain spots where the Marnie Realm is slightly better. For example, Hex Sanctuary has a higher spawn rate of the mobs. And so sometimes you might want to prioritize the Marnie Realm over the regular realm. But for the most part, the Marnie Realm was there to introduce private grind spots for people. But if you're, you know, by yourself, then you don't need the private one. And also, have you been in the Marnie Realm before as well? Unspoken? You might notice you're limited to a specific area as well. So some people might choose not to go to the Marnie Realm even though it's available because you're limited to one specific area, and certain areas might be, you know, not as good to be grinding, you know, like the terrain kind of sucks or something. I don't know. What are you farming in that region? Essence of Devours. Do I have any right now? I guess I don't have any more, but Essence of Devours or stacks. So you can use these to make fail stacks, which is really nice. You don't have to like rely on stacking, as well as just general silver per hour. Ragdoll 47, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, really appreciate it. You like it better than Roneros? The annoying thing about Sherikon is that it stuns you a lot, so you might want to run some resistance crystals. I think they both stun and knockdown in Sherikons. The mobs are a little bit annoying. And they also forward guard you. Like, they block your damage, which I hate. Do they have infinite potion here as well? Yes. You can actually buy the infinite potion off the market if you don't want to grind for it, but there's currently a infinite potion event right now where you can get 15 of the pity pieces per week. It's going on for 4 weeks, and so you basically get 60 because you need 100 pieces for the piece to make it, and so you can get 60 if you do the whole 4 weeks of 100 pieces to make it. And you can do all of the pieces too. There's the infinite mana pot and infinite HP pot. You can buy the infinite pots. Yes. They're called Ornette's Spirit Essence. But looks like everybody, it's not, well, if you put a buy order, it might fill. But you can buy it for about 11 bill. But if you're a new player, you might as well take advantage of the event right now to just craft one yourself. Woosa needs caps lock to play? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by caps lock to play? Quoi? Je ne sais quoi? What do you mean by that, Willis? You had caps lock when you typed Ornette? Oh, I didn't get it. No, you don't need caps lock to play. Sometimes I have sometimes, okay, my fingers, I have really long fingers, and so I tend to fat finger things all the time. I have really, really long, slender fingers. They're piano fingers, is what my teacher told me. My piano teacher. I have long piano fingers. If you're wondering how long my fingers are, think of a piano, and then I can reach like 11 kind of comfortably. And then if I stretch, I can do 12 notes on the piano with one hand. That's how long I have long fingers. Almost if I'm like stretching, you know. If I'm like literally on the edge, every now, like I'm like off the piano. That's how I have to read. But probably like 10 comfortably, 11 like a little bit uncomfortably, and then 12 I have to like cheat. My hands are so small I can't reach the number keys, and I have to lift my hands to press them. You have to lift your hands to press. What do you mean? Oh, lift your hands to press. Oh, not the hangs. Should I tap Kerzad or buy pen and transform it? Pen Debo is technically the most efficient way, Hypernova. However, saving up 200 bill is like understandably, like I understand if you don't want to save up 200 bill is what I'm trying to say, because it's a long time, right? For an upgrade, you have to wait 200 bill for an upgrade. It's like I understand if you want to just go for a Tet Debo and just see your incremental gains right away, even though it's less efficient. But yes, technically trading in a Pen Debo is the most efficient way, but at the same time, it's freaking 200 bill. And so it's understandable if you don't want to wait for 200 bill. So crafting infinite potion in mobile is really hard? Really? What do you have to do on mobile to craft an infinite potion, Mr. Rice Merchant? What's happening? Does anyone recognize this song from Monster Hunter Rise? Ba-da-bum. How does Awakening Woosa feel at Dolan's 2? It's a lot of work. Awako, I would say. There's a lot of things you have to upkeep. So it's not chill if you're looking for a chill class. Actually, I was grinding there yesterday. And so maybe I can timestamp you. Here, let me pull up my VOD. Was it yesterday I was grinding, or was it the other day? Nobody's buying your Tridon. Just be patient. I found it. Okay, here you go, Mr. Awegu. So you can see, so I'm grinding with a Shy and another and a Sakwusa. So our comp is Awakening Woosa, Sakwusa, and Shy. And you can see the dynamic of the grind. But it is a lot of work. I have to press a lot of buttons to keep the DPS up, because you don't want to like miss the DPS check, right, on the golem. If you value Origins, is DSR better than Dolan's 2 at equal gear levels? Not too sure, Docs. Not too sure. I honestly just grind wherever I feel like. For me, is how I just go about it. Like I know I can make more money somewhere else, but I just really like Tungard Ruins. Or like, oh, if I get a group with a Shy, then I'll go Olins. You know what I mean? It's kind of just like that for me. I'm not too sure on the math behind those comparisons. So I guess, yeah, it's really nice because I focus on streaming more than making gains in game. And so you saw what I just did there earlier, right? I could tab out, just relax, not worry about anything, and then, you know, interact with my chat without stressing about the grind. Because if I was grinding at Orzekia, then I would be clenching my butthole the entire time, you know what I mean? Etc, etc. Not to say that DSR is like butt clench worthy, but at Tundra Ruins, I just feel so like secure and safe, you know? So one time I actually died at DSR because I was showing off something in the Pearl Shop, and then the mobs respawned right away and they lasered me in the back and I died. And then I didn't lose anything, luckily, but that's what happened last time I went to DSR. Because I stop all the time to grind. I don't really prioritize getting like max trash per hour. I'm mostly just having fun talking with you guys in chat. So, and Tungad Ruins allows me to do that really safely. So it's a really streamer friendly spot is what I'm trying to say. Your set show us to us? Like my costume? Of course. Here you go. This is the summer outfit. Oh, whoa. This is the summer outfit. This is the set. You get a lot of armor. DP and armor. Oh, whoa. There you go. This is my Woosa. She's looking fancy. Spicy. And then I can go screenshot mode. Have you ever grinded in screenshot mode, Awaken? Watch this. Screenshot mode. Activate. All the time. Yes. Oh, armor set? I'm so sorry. I thought you wanted to look at my Woosa. Oh, yeah, here. This is my armor set. How's the Canadian women at it? They're all very nice. You know how like they always say Canada, like everyone's nice in Canada? It's kind of true. Everyone just says sorry all the time for whatever reason. Like, sorry about that. Sorry. It's true. I say sorry all the time for like for no reason. If the inferior sister is worth the money, if you... Both sisters are great, Awegu. Both sisters are great. I just play for the aesthetics, and Awakening Woosa, I personally think, has the better aesthetic than Awakening Megu, personally. He says it's okay to be wrong sometimes. So much. You wish your wife was Canadian, Unspoken? Is she not nice to you, Unspoken? Is she not nice to you? Why do you say that? What do you say? Ah! What was that? Was that a delayed response? Did somebody prime sub to me by chance? No. She's lovely but never apologizes. I see. He's very unapologetic.
Where in Canada, sir? Smile.
Yo, TZ Hyper now, West Coast. I'm from West Coast. I'm from the West Coast. The better coast, by the way. The superior coast, you know? Imagine living on the East Coast. Just kidding. You're in Quebec. You're Québécois. TZ Hypernova, salut. Comment ça va? Comment ça va? Je peux parler un peu. One outfit for my new Woosa Gunnar summer outfit? Of course. Wait, actually, here's my favorite outfit for Woosa that I use all the time. It's called the Rosalind outfit. And I have it set to be like very like battle mage-esque. This is the outfit. I love this outfit for my Woosa. Maybe I can go to the J menu. There we go. I love this outfit for my Woosa. It looks so regal, you know? She looks so professional, you know, distinguished, you know? This is my favorite outfit for her. Yeah, very demure, you know? Very mindful. I also like the Selenar outfit as well. This is also, I kind of call this the K-pop outfit. This one. She kind of looks like a K-pop star. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like the hat or something like that. The Selenar outfit. Oh, and also the Academia outfit, of course. I love the Academia outfit as well. Oh, wait. Not my Black Star helmet. But the Academia outfit is also one of my favorites. Oh my god, her shirt's dirty. Her shirt's dirty. I need to... Hold on, let me clean up her shirt. There we go. Her shirt's dirty. There we go. Wait, why is it still dirty? How come there's still bumps on her thing? What? Oh, okay, I tapped my Wailing Fallen God with a hammer the other night. I didn't repair it all the way. No. A single outfit? Generally it's about 20 bucks for a classic and 30 bucks for a premium. So 2,200 pearls for the classic outfits and 3,400 for the premium outfits. Your weapon is fire. Yeah, this is the Sovereign weapon. The Sovereign weapon has like a glow. It's on fire. What's she writing in here? She writing Korean? FF14 scholar vibes? Does my whistle look like a scholar? I think in FF14 the scholar has like a is that the one with like the laser beams? Dansky? Or am I thinking of a different one? There's like a support with like laser beams. Or is that Sage? That would be Sage or something. I don't know. What's the difference between classic and premium? So classic is just the like the outfit, and then premium includes the weapons too. But I don't really use the weapon skins because my natural weapons look really cool, right? Because if I use the skin for the weapon, it's like it's not that cool, you know. So I just take off the skin anyways. You should still wear it because it has set bonus. It helps you with like getting some extra bonuses to wear it, but I usually just hide the weapon. I have an old monitor. My game looks cracked, but I can't play with crop mode anymore. I might get burned. Oh. Is that your only monitor, Arsha? You only have one monitor? Is shield class? Yes, the shield classes have really nice sovereign shields. Oh, OLED monitor. I thought you meant old monitor. An OLED monitor. I thought you meant like it's an old monitor. I get it now. Good one, Arsha. Scholar Summoner is the Grimoire as their primary weapon. Oh. Speaking of tapping, I just succeeded my TED Fallen God gloves. Let's go, Slipos. Let's go. How many taps did you do, Slipos? How many taps? Ten taps? Damn, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I've been meaning to potentially dye this outfit here because I think the hair is really pretty, but I'm not too sure about this bottom part because I've always felt this bottom part was a little tacky, you know. I do like the top half part. The top half looks great, but the bottom part, I don't know, there's just something missing about it. It doesn't look that good. We first met, I would never forget. Didn't know you yet. We were down together now and forever. This back on. I can't wait to know. What do you think about things? Believe it. First crush hairdo. Tell me anything you don't listen. I forgot where I put these. First crush, first crush, first crush. Bum, bum, ba-da-bum. Bum, bum, ba-da. Looking frosh. Selenar. I don't know where this went. Academia? I guess I just don't have another apparel bag for it. Yeah, I think I just don't have another apparel bag. Sometime we all know why men place female classes in the the female classes are the more popular classes, I find. I mean, there's more female classes than male classes too at the same time, so you kind of have less choices for male classes. But definitely a lot of people like their Gunnar classes for sure. I set my family name as Shadow Lily. Oh, you finally made a new account, Shadow Lily? Did you ever end up inputting the mentor code thingy that we had like talked about a while ago? You did? Okay. Did you need a power level, Charlie? I can help you with a power level. I know I was trying to power level a bunch of other people like last week, but I guess you finally, because you were having some computer issues last week, right? So hopefully that's all been situated. What's your graphics settings? Hold on, let me go this back real quick. So on my game window, I have 70% scaling. I have crop mode at 50% for the height. And then for display quality, I have high, remastered, FXAA, SSAO, depth of field, blah, blah. Then I have AMD fidelity at ultra quality. And then for effects, I have it photo filter at warm. And then I have minus 50 on gamma and minus 25 on contrast. And that's pretty much it. There you go. Are doing that is the Pegasus. Yes. Yeah. Gonna try. Yeah. Try it out. What is your pack-to-pack movement? Usually consists of Shift W and F. So like Shift W twice and then F and then Shift W again. So F also helps you get your 20 AP buff in between packs too. So my usual, so I would get to the next pack and then side movement, AD R&B for lateral soul cleanse to cast it. And then if you're wondering my specific Tungrad combos, I actually have a combo command. You can see my combos that I regularly use at Tungrad Ruins, as well as Golden Pig Cave. Did you happen to check the summoned skill damage for ADVgg Woosa? Yeah, I did see they were making it scale now properly with special attack and all that stuff. So hopefully that helps us out. Do you have a particular name that is a little bit easier to say for your name? I'm trying to read your name. Is it Gun? Is that it? Ooh, I got Origin of Darkire. Juan. Is that Juan Ori? Good. Is that how you say it? I'm like slowly trying to read it. My Korean friend told me how to like read Korean words. I just don't know how to like say it easily. He taught me about like Gana Dada Mapata Aja Chaka Tapaha. And so I'm just trying to remember everything he taught me. Tovelo Period. What are you talking about, Icy Watcher? It seems better than before or not as good. I'm kind of waiting until it comes to live servers. Mr. Korean person. I'll just call you Mr. Korean person until you let me know what you want me to call you. But waiting for the patch to happen before I determine for myself, because we don't have the patch yet on live servers yet, right? So it's just on global labs. So I haven't like been to the global lab servers to like test out the damage. So we're kind of just waiting and seeing. Waiting until the patch comes before we make any conclusions, you know? That's you.
Two velo. Period.
Why did she yell at him? Why did she yell like that? Icy Watcher. Is there a specific day when the rifts are spawned? I believe it's 120 hours after you kill that rift. Yeah. So not specific day, but they made the cooldown even across everything. So if you want everything to be spawning at around the same time, just wait until all 6 are up and then kill them all on the same day, and they will always spawn 120 hours after, which is 7 days. am learning, but it's like rough inflamed duck. What the heck is rough inflamed duck? What are you talking about? What you talking about? Can the weeklies for infinite pots be done in a party? Yes. It's a kill quest, right? And so all kills that your party's members make will be credited to you and your party's, progression on the quest. Any news about the most recent patch notes? They said it's really good for the FTP. Any news about the recent patch notes? They said it's really good for the Do you mean is FTP mean free to play? Because I'm really bad at acronyms. Is that what it is? But if so, yes. Like nowadays in PCBDO, you can get away with not spending anything in the game, and you can get really far. There is actually a content creator, rice merchant, on NA. His name is on EU, I think. No, NA. They're on NA, and their name is Grimkill, and he's a free-to-play player. He hasn't paid anything for the game. He still uses. It's like he spent zero money on the game, and he grinded for 6 months, and he's gotten to 780 gear score in like 6 months. Just like pure hard grinding. So you can get very far into the game without spending anything. And if you wanted to ask more questions about how he did that, I mean, he streams all the time on Twitch. So if you ever go to Twitch, just search up Grimkill on Twitch. And then if you have questions on how he was able to get to that kind of gear score, I'm sure he's just gonna say, just grind really hard. He spent like so many hours grinding, so you can get very far without spending any money if you have a lot of time to dedicate, for sure. Hi Hilo, how are you? How are you, Hilo? I'm assuming you've already read the global labs, right? A lot of people have been telling me they're worried. They've been telling me their worries, but I'm like, hey, like it's global labs, you know, let's wait until it hits the patch before we start worrying about something that hasn't happened yet, you know? Things change all the time, you know? Like the grabs, they suddenly got super armors after they fail their thing, right? That was just recently changed. So, hey, things might change when it comes to live servers, so don't worry too much. Yeah, so another worry was like someone told me that they're gonna grind worse, right? They're worried that they can't go to grind this one spot anymore, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure we're getting stronger after the patch, right? And so I was telling them, hey, like, did you account for the offhand kind of giving us a billion AP, you know, as well as, you know, more AP after 310. It's 8 AP per sheet AP, so. I'm pretty sure we're getting stronger after the patch and not weaker after the patch, you know? Almost positive. Jay said he doesn't like it. Oh, the Cantabile outfit? I don't like the Cantabile outfit. I hate the Cantabile outfit. Show him the other outfit. Ice Watcher. Show him the other outfit. Show the one with the one that I did like. The Prowling Tiger one. That one's way better. The cockroach outfit. Show him the cockroach outfit. Awegu, tell me this next one is way better than his other one. You got through 3-4 series? Let's go. You're looking at that one too. You saw it? Wait, Mr. Wego? Wait, where did you see it? Did they post it? Oh, you're talking about the times 3 forest series? Yes, times 3 forest series until July 31st. Oh, you're talking about the prowling. Oh, the outfit in the store. Oh. So this one, they mixed the Prowling Tiger outfit with the Monkey King one, and it's so much better. Like, I like that one way better, personally. You see? Do you have 7TV, Owego? Do you have 7TV by chance? Please tell me you have 7TV. And if you don't, what the heck? The minion, yes. My favorite one is this one. This one's way better. I like better than LOL. That one's so good. So it's so good. On my own. Hey, hydrate, guys, hydrate. Make sure you guys hydrate. Drink water. My pets are almost out of food. Ba-na-ba. The Nike Goddess of Victory song. This one's actually so good. Oh my god, someone's posting in server chat 2,000 Pila face scrolls? What? That's a lot of Pila face scrolls. 2,000? We rise. Yes, Vendinium, hi. Val 5? Did you find a group? Okay, are you guys over there already? Are you guys there? No? Yeah, because I was gonna like telescope over. Never. They got a person? Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. It'd be like that. It's okay when they no worries. I'll just be here at Town Grad. They don't need me. I would like to try those scrolls, but I don't know how to do them. The Venomous Nightfang scrolls, do you have any? Venomous Nightfang scrolls, TZ Hypernova? Essentially you simple alchemy them and you get a scroll, and then you go to a specific spot, and then you talk to the little structure. There's gonna be a little structure at the spot. And then the party leader puts a scroll in, and then everybody puts their scroll in, so that's how you do them. So recap, simple alchemy, the scrolls, simple alchemy, the fangs, you get a scroll, and then go to NPC location and then talk to the structure there. That's it. Are they hard? Not really. No, if you have a 5-man party, it's very fast. Especially nowadays when we have so much gear. We have so much gear. Kinda cut my thumb, not on purpose, was opening a Pepsi Max syrup bottle with a knife. Whoa. Wait, Pepsi Max syrup bottle? Pepsi Max syrup bottle? Like one of these? The SodaStream ones? This one? The SodaStream ones? Wait, you need a knife to open these? I thought you just twist the top, no? Or do you mean like you're cutting like plastic off? Is it wrapped in plastic? It was SodaStream. Oh. I've never really tried those soda making machines before. A lot of my flavored drinks that if I'm gonna pick up a flavored drink, is usually like an Asian tea drink or something. You guys know what TNT is? But like not the bomb TNT, but like the supermarket TNT. But there's a TNT downstairs. And so, I mean, I guess they do have like Pepsi or something, but I usually pick up like a tea drink or something. I bought one tea drink that was called it was like chrysanthemums, and it tasted like flowers and grass, and I was like, I'm disappointed. I'm like, oh, so that's what chrysanthemums and grass tastes like. Oh. I still drank it because I'm like, I'm not gonna waste like, you know, drinks, you know. It was just less pleasant than I thought. And so I just stick with the green tea drinks. Have you heard of a Ninja Creamy? Ninja Creamy. Oh my god, I've seen this on TikTok. Yes, I just didn't know what they were called, but I've seen these on TikTok so many times. Yes, I have seen these. I don't have one. They look fancy. But I've seen them on TikTok a lot. I've seen them. You like jasmine teas? I use it every single day except weekends. It's the best thing ever. What do you usually use them for? Like ice cream or something? Whereas, yeah, a lot of the TikTok videos that I see, they make like fruit sorbets. Like there was like this one recipe where it was just like mangoes and pineapple juice, and they made it in the Ninja Creamy, and it looked really refreshing. Mangoes and pineapple juice, that's all they used. A protein ice cream. Ah. The protein. Doo-doo. Apparently you're supposed to get like 100 grams of protein a day. But sometimes that's a little expensive. And like I get bored of eggs sometime, you know, because you know how like eggs, like that's like everything for the most part. Whenever you're looking like protein, adding extra protein, it's like, oh yeah, eggs, you know. But I don't know if I want to have eggs every day, you know what I mean? The protein. Yeah, eggs are like easy protein. Your fart's gonna kill you. Not the farts. They kill you and everybody around you. Carnivore for 2, like you haven't eaten any vegetables in 2 years? Skullfire? Like you've only eaten meat for 2 years. Damn. The carnivore diet. Yeah, JJK Jujutsu Kaisen intro, of course. Hi, Hayam. How are you? Only meats. What kind of meats do you usually eat, Skullfire? What's your like preferred meat type? It's like chicken, beef, pork. Only beef? Hi George, how are you? How are you, George? How are you this fine Friday after evening? What about you, Mr. Hayam? What are you up to this evening? Just grinding away? Would a female or male Ardonat be more valuable? The male one more valuable. Shout out Lily. Wait. Shadow Lily, you should pick up the T10 Pegasus, which doesn't have a gender. And then as for like the free T9, then you would pick a male there, but I would pick up the mythical Ardonat. Oh, you did. Okay. Well, why are you picking up another Ardonat with the other one? You don't need another T10 Ardonat. But yeah, pick a male unicorn or male doom for your other horse. As far as meat goes, pork and chicken is not a good option for carnivore. Wait, really? Why? Male unicorn because you'll be going to the desert eventually. True. Yeah. So pick up, yeah, I would. That's a good reason. That's a good point, Mr. Nudie Duty. Good one. Good one. Boots and cats and boots and cats and. Any Doom perks? Not really. I guess it just runs a little faster on the ground. I guess it just runs a little faster on the ground. Triple XL. Dine? Yeah, I recommend Dine because you'll visit the desert eventually, and having a Dine for that helps quite a bit. C'est toi. I'm lazy after doing the few things that require desert travel. I just take the long way around. I guess you could do that, yeah. You could go around. You're doing solo shrine bosses, maybe grinding after, thinking of tagging Woosa back. Oh. Yeah, if you guys don't know, the reset for Black Shrine is tomorrow, so better get your Black Shrines done by tomorrow. What class do you currently play? Since you said you were planning to potentially tag Woosa back. What's your main class? Use it as your bathroom break or stack break while you're autopathing. Praying for more harmony crystals so I can make Macalods. Do you have any Sampion coins? These ones? How do I spell it? Hit these ones. Do you have any Sampion coins? You can exchange these for crystals of harmony. If you've done a lot of boss splits in the past. Was a Shy main and it's Suck DK nowadays, basically, but I just got back into Woosa since she's chill. Yes. We love Woosa. Have you given Awakening a try? Awakening's pretty cool. Ooh. Goes ow, ow, ow. What does the fox say? I remember this video was like, they made this music video as a joke, and it got so many views. I have no idea about Awakening Woosa. I just play Suck Woosa again, enjoying the not exhausted grind, but I have an Oct main hand and just a Pen Awakening. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it won't be that big of a difference in terms of like like actual damage. But if you prefer Succession Woosa, then you know keep playing Succession Woosa. But I had a lot of people ask me that. It's like, oh, should I play Succession or Awakening if this is that or higher? And my answer to that is always like, oh, if you ever have an interest in trying out a new class, whether it's Awakening or main, give it a try, you know, regardless of AP. The most important thing is like figuring out if you like it or not, right? If you have that interest, of course. Or you can just booty blast the mobs once you get enough gear. Used to play Sakusa when back when Decade Thornwood was hard and she has like the most frontal guard out of all the classes. Yes, her frontal guards are pretty nice. In Awakening, she still has like I still utilize a lot of her pre-awakening. It still hits really hard. Like if I use some of my pre-awakening here, like this still like clears really hard. That's you know my pre-awakening combo. Of course, it's a little bit weaker than the Succession variation, but it's still like fairly strong for just fast clearing, and you still get all the utility like forward guard and HP recovery and movement speed from the forward guard spells. Me and you and awkward silence. Okay guys, I'm just gonna quickly use the washroom real quick. And then maybe make myself a cup of tea because I'm feeling a little bit parched. Is there any new Pisanity videos I can put up? I think we've seen this one already, but we might as well just put it up for something. Well, all right, I'll be right back, guys. I just need to use the washroom.
You gotta hit the drop just right. Gotta hit it just right. All the tinfoil, baby.
Whoa, why are there so many yellow names? It's the goddamn Permian Massacre! Holy shit. What the fuck is going on?
You know what's the best grinding spot in this game? Calcium Ball. 20k crawling for 3 hour, watching 3 hour. Yeah, Calcium Ball grinding 2 hour, 30k crawling, yes.
Meu não. Tá flippando.
Bora.
Mano, o bonde dos careca.
Tá carroça, vou ver se vai aplicar também.
Olha
aí.
Ah, viado. Vai aparecer? Quase.
Não.
Tanta forma que chega.
Legal.
All right, it's winning time. Let's get this show on the road. After all, it's not called Bing Stop, it's called Bing Go.
That's very clever.
Yeah, and maybe if I win, I'll yell Bing Joe.
Don't force it.
Yeah, be quiet, Joe. Me and the gang are trying to hear our numbers.
You in the gang? I'm the one who brought you here.
Boys, I'm out of my mind.
Why is the shy non-stop playing the flute, Luke? Look, why is the shy non-stop playing the flute? This is TOS, I think.
Is your ban or choice? This is choice ban. I did not get banned, okay? I never got banned here. You got banned on his Menti account.
What are we naming the hippo, chat? Somebody that looks like a hippo. Welcome to the squad.
Easy to Garmoth hard. Easy to Garmoth hard. Easy to Garmoth hard. Here we go. Cheer, cheer, cheer. 3 Garmoth hard. 3 Garmoth hard. 3 Garmoth hard.
Because if I burn, you burn with me. On the drop.
Welcome back to Chris Poly channel. Basilisk belt, Paltara belt, Tundrat belt, Centaur belt, Okinak belt, Turo belt, and Capotia belt. As you can see, this is don't hesitate to contact me via Discord. I will gladly to chat with you. As you can see, this is and this is location.
Maybe you should ask for the streamer client back.
Like, I grew in nice and thick right here. I actually trimmed it down here. Normally it's thicker here, but it was kind of coming down onto my lip and shit. But like my cheeks and stuff, I wish it grew in a bit thick.
They were just all treasure items completed. All treasure items completed. Let's go. We finished video. That's it. I'm done. Peace out.
Why'd you go for like
That's crazy.
contact videos? Oh shit.
Oh,
it's
no fucking way.
Motherfucker. He's at 80%. They're literally trading us. I hope that CTG is at our base.
Take CTG. I can't hear you. I think he said take CTG. Take it. Take CTG, man.
Take CTG and get back home. Take CTG back home. Jump down and kill.
Take CTG.
Oh my god, I landed on my goddamn fort. I landed on the goddamn fort.
Jump down and kill. Jump down and kill. Jump down and kill. Jump down and kill. Spawn home with Cathy. Spawn home with Cathy. We're just full center burn.
Oh my god, look at this shit.
Take CTG.
Why
Take CTG.
Wait, do we get one pumped? Do we get one pumped?
You didn't hear
now we're fun.
She called it.
I did not hear her.
Yeah, you did not hear her. She called it. Just burn all inside and you can do quick.
Burn.
They're all dead. 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 Double check.
Alright, their base is clear.
Yep, double check and see if they have a flag.
Did they CTG us or no?
I know. No, you're good.
They had to, right? They kind of just disappeared.
See if they have a flag.
That was either an extremely coordinated, really sneaky horseplay. I could have been though.
Oh, it's a Kuno. It's S.
Oh, I horse charged him.
Oh, correct.
4 pink ball on pinks.
Oh, I see it. Northwest. Oh, no, favorite
I'm shooting on him over the wall somehow.
Oh wow, there's a lot.
Oh, in the back with the Otter. Holy Otter's killing them all. And we pray in the name of Rampolus the Father, Byrogham the Son, and the Holy fucking Black Spirit. Oh my God! What the fuck?
You just played Pro this. You could have gone to Turkey with it and gotten a head transplant, just saying.
Listen al Kaiba!
It's over. Let's ship it. Do we go? Do we stop with the skip? We skip number 3. We skip number 3. Alright. Come on. Surely I can one-tap something. Is today it? Okay, I did it! I got a one-tap! It's a okay. And sometimes
I remember seeing this.
4 trillion.
I saw this, guys. He got one off the market.
In
Jeez.
3 months. And sometimes your plans, they kind of change along the way. So I know.
Oh, do you need one, Windinia?
I know.
Ball 5? Okay.
I had promised some big dick enhancing today, and we're gonna get it. I'm sorry I couldn't bring the 3 trillion. I made 4, but some things came up, and I figured.
How many scrolls are you making?
So a couple of days ago, I bought a pin folding guard on.
Yeah, 60? Like you made 60? Because I just recommend only crafting as many as your group like makes, so that you like, you know, you're not timed, because it gets timed when you craft it, right? What is your is it just Windinium for the family name? I think I have you on the Whispers here. No. Is anyone a shy already? There is. Okay, good. Okay, just this swap back and then craft a scroll from the song. There's a song on YouTube, not on Spotify, from the show called The Sandman. It's so freaking good. You can DM me or like put it in our Discord Icy Watcher, and you know, if I like it, I can just add it locally. Like I can just download the song and add it locally to Spotify. If I remember. Okay, ready. Do. I feel like I'm missing a buff somewhere. I think we'll be fine. I ain't gonna hold my hair. I'm gonna go anywhere. Everything loose. An evil being borrowed by the looks. I got a Spectre's energy, 809 30 mil, let's go. Oh, did you want to do the arm, Windinium? Because most groups that I do, like, they skip the arm. Because you get more, like, scrolls per hour if you skip the arm. But if you want to do the arm, I can like, stop DPS. You know, then why are you making backhanded comments? Why are you throwing shade in chat right now, huh? What the hell-y? What the hell, Yante? Oh, it's Nick. I'm so sorry, Windinium. It's Nick. It's Nick. I thought it was you, Windinium. Is your first time here? Oh. It's this Nick person. He's throwing shade at me. I'm not allergic to dust, Mr. Nick. Catching the stray. Yeah, when Denny was catching the stray from me. That's a lot for me. Lot. Lot. What do you think about Woosa? Oh, Suck Woosa right now. She didn't get any buffs and nerfs and stuff compared to. She did. They increased her like base damage for a lot of her abilities. Along with Awakening Woosa. But if you're asking if she's meta, not meta, but definitely not like last. Because some people think meta is, like if you're not first, you're last kind of mentality. But she's definitely not last. She's in a good spot right now. Like she's not like super OP, but definitely not like a bad class at all. But some people think that being, you know, not first is a bad class, you know. But the important thing is if you like Suck Woosa, play it. That's the most important thing. Is like regardless of whatever anyone says about the class you play or prefer to play, just keep playing it. Just have more fun. Right, because I find that the people who stick to the class they enjoy tend to progress faster in the game. They tend to progress more and further into the game, rather. Play Sage. Yeah, if you want to play a meta class, Sage is a meta class. But meta class is whatever. I keep liking her more, reminding you of the days when she was very, very top. Yeah, keep playing her then. Just keep playing her. Woosa seems to be KD knockdown class for PvP. For succession, it's stun and knockdowns. She has one float, one like it's a forward R&B. That's a float for succession. Shift Q is stun, and knockdown E for knockdown, and also her bomb is knockdown. But in Awakening, you have a little bit more spread out. So SE is a float from behind. SLMB is stun from far away, a ranged stun. Stiffen into stun. And SE after certain abilities, this one River's End, is a knockdown. It used to be a float, but it's kind of like more even on Awakening Woosa because her main catch SE, Blooming Death, is a float ability. And she has a lot of down attack. Yeah, pretty much everything down attacks. Even her flowers down attack. She has no air attack, but a lot of down attack. It will be very difficult to follow up with air attacks if she does have some air attacks, which she does. Do you know how to like filter for it? You can filter for it using this. So if you have like air attacks, so it's a little bit hard to pull off air attacks because she has slower animations. In you know, just in general compared to other classes. So you won't be able to make use of the air attacks as well. She does have some air attacks, just it's very difficult to uphold. Is there a way to gather faster? Yes. I believe you can get your gather down. Yes, here. So, this one, you have 5 gathering. So at level 5 reduces gathering speed by 75%. And you can easily get some gathering speed using food consumables unspoken. And so, like simple seafood cron meal is a way to get 2 more gathering speed. You can get an alchemy stone for more gathering speed as well. Oh, look into a quest for season. I don't think it's seasons. Is this seasons, guys? It's called the Treant Heart. This one, Treant's Tier. Gives you 2 gathering speed. And I think where do you get it from? Is it the Chef in Velia? I'm pretty sure. I think it's the Chef in Velia, but it's the Treant's Tier. It's kind of like the season. Well, it's not really seasons, but it's like a beginner kind of life stone, life alchemy stone. And so that should get you your gathering speed down to, you know, up to level 5. Additionally, you can use mouse to move to gather as well. And you can turn on mouse to move in the settings menu. But basically, you have your mouse out and you're like right clicking. Like go to a spot and then you can right click to interact with certain things. So here I can show you after. So let's say you're gathering herbs. You can like right click. Do you see how like I can interact with this from far away? Instead of running up to it, I can still press R on it from all the way over here. So you have like an extended range when you try to gather with mouse to move. So you just need to like spam right click and then R and stuff like that. And again, you can turn on mouse to move using settings. You can search it in here too. Mouse to move. It's under hotkey input mouse interface. Oh my god, I ran out of... Hold on, I need to quickly simple alchemy more. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-bum. Damn. These mobs interrupted me. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Tick and talk. Have you guys ever frozen mandarins before? They're so good. They're like icy. They're still easy to like peel too, because they're mandarins. And they're like a little bit loose on the skin. But you peel them and then, you know, little like icy orangey bites. They're so good. I have never done black shrines before. Can you give me a little rundown? So the lower tiers will pretty much almost instantly die. So my first direction to point you towards is do a Calamity 2. Calamity 2 will unlock 1 light orb. And so do any Calamity 2. My suggestion for Calamity 2 right away is Golden Pig. Do Golden Pig at Calamity 2. You'll probably booty blast him. And then the next one, do a Calamity 4 of any type. You can do Calamity 4 Golden Pig again if you prefer, or you can try out some of the other ones. But they essentially are like boss fights, right, with mechanics. Have you played Monster Hunter before by chance? Skullfire? Because they all have their... I'm sure you've seen me do boss splits with like Sangun, right? With the tiger. Monster Hunter, yeah, then it's like learning those patterns on the higher levels for the monster. So do a 2 and a 4. I don't think you have to do 3 and 5 anymore because they're shoving everything on Baltali. So do a 2 and a 4, and then from there you can do whatever you want because you should have all the light orbs by then. And make sure you are using the light orbs specifically on the element of the boss. So if the boss is fire or sun, you would use the sun orbs. You would like put all the light orbs on the sun side. You know what I mean? So sun boss, use sun orbs. Earth boss, use earth orbs. Oh my god. I forgot to make some more simple alchemy things. I keep forgetting. My bad, team. My bad. Hurry. Yes, weekly. Skullfire. So they reset tomorrow, actually. So try to get them done today, and you can do 5 bosses per week. You can do 5 bosses per week. And you get better rewards as you keep doing it up. Oh my god, this Taros like knocked me down. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, do. If you're looking for some more easy ones to do, Golden Pig is generally an easy one. Bamboo Legion is kind of just like you're killing mobs. Sangoon is one of the easier ones too. Bari, I think, is kind of easy as well. And some people think Adduction is hard. I find Adduction kind of easy personally. I got stunned. Ain't no way. On Saturdays, do they still do Elephant Run for Silver and Calpheon? Oh, you mean the wagons? Yes, the wagons I'm pretty sure still are active. I don't know how popular it is though. I haven't really looked into that in a long time. Not looked into that in a very, very long time. And I don't know if it's on Saturday as well. I don't remember. I think the last time I attended that was like years ago. But I know it's still going on. But it's been a hot minute. This is Venomous Nightfang Scrolls. And it's really good for Caphras. And you get it from riding an Odalita. Tax cart, that's what it's called, yeah. That's what it's called, yeah, tax cart. Mm-hmm. Dang, I ran out of mandarins. I should have froze more mandarins. I only got 2 little baby mandarins. Why are mandarins so small? They're like baby oranges. Frozen dark chocolate? Monka. Is that even good? Frozen dark chocolate. It lasts longer when you eat it? Hmm. Ah. Peppermint patties? What the heck are peppermint patties? What the hell? Patties that are peppermint? Oh, minted. I've had minted chocolate, but I don't think I've ever heard of like peppermint patties before. But I've had the flavor combo of minted chocolate. But I've always like kind of felt like mint kind of tastes like toothpaste a little bit, you know. I've always associated with like the toothpaste taste, and it's like, I don't know if I want to eat toothpaste. I can't believe you're eating toothpaste, Windinium. That's crazy. Toothpaste and chocolate. Oh my god. Come on. Come on. Let's get physical. No! So close. Thin mints is where it's at. Whenever I think of the name Venomous, it always reminds me of this one, like, David Dobrik bot. Did anyone watch David Dobrik be? I know he's like canceled right now, but like, did anyone watch his like older vlog videos back in the day? Because there's this one clip that was like so funny where this guy was like petting this like lizard, right? And then they had like a label that said venomous, and he's like, "Oh, what's this guy's name?" And then they point at the label. It's like, "Guys, like, look." And he's like, "Oh, your name is Vino Moose. Hi, Vino Moose." And he starts petting the lizard, but it's like labeled venomous. I'm pretty sure they just stuck it on there as like a, you know, like a skit kind of thing, you know, for funsies, like for the video, for the vlog. But that was just really funny, like the comedic timing. Yeah, Vino Moose. That's how they read it, Vino Moose. Frank. Not Frank. How much you making from fangs? I haven't really been looking at how much Caphras, if you're wondering, because I kind of just have dust. But I think we're doing at least 25-ish scrolls an hour, James. However much 25 scrolls gives you. Like 25, 30 scrolls per hour. Think you could pronounce my character's name? Vahelix. Is it Vahelix? Vahelix. Is it Vahelix? Is it Vinomoose? Wait, it's Vinomoose. Do you have pets in your apartment? No. No pets. No pets, no pets. I have a pet plant. Have you seen my pet plants? Plants could be pets, right? Yeah. What kind of plants? Let me show you. I just have to scroll up until like I should really make a. Hold on, I gotta kill this boss real quick. Should really make a command for my plants. Where is it? I'm scrolling up. I can't find it. What core? I use Nether Blast, Caesar. Nether Blast. Do. I'm trying very hard to like play and and scroll up on my Discord every time. Oh, you're heading to bed, Icy Watcher? Alright. See you tomorrow, Icy Watcher. See you tomorrow. Is mouse movement gone? They're removing it for combat, but it's still there for other things like gathering. You can still use gathering with it. Oh my god, I gotta turn. Okay. I gotta turn off streamer mode to like look. I was just gonna like look for the link instead of scrolling up. I only got a few seconds to tab out. I will get to it as soon as I can, Scott. Surely I get it soon, right? Okay, I found it. Finally. It's a picture of my computer. And then I just have a bunch of plants like near the window. And it's mostly cactuses. Mostly cacti, I guess. But that's my new computer that I built last year. And my living room's very messy. Plants, we have lots of plants. That's right, the plants. And a keyboard, yeah, I play the piano. And they're by the windowsill. The windowsill. Caramel. I don't know. How many do you have left, Windanium? So I know how many more to make. The man. Do, 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 do. 46. Okay, so that guy has 3 and 40 fangs. 40 divided by 5 is 8. 8 plus 3 is 11. So we got 11 more to do, I guess. For the knowers, is Awakening Corsair absolutely unplayable, or can I make her work? If I get her good, because she's kind of cool. I think you can make any class work if you work hard enough on it, personally. I mean, look at me. I'm making Awakening Woosa work. Somewhat, surely. How burst Woosa compared to Megu? For Succession, I would say Succession has much more consistent burst, if that makes sense. And then for Woosa, and then Awakening has more like timed bursts because they're like waiting. It's kind of like a roller coaster. Like if you look at the graph, and it's like a wave, whereas Succession Woosa is like more steady. And then for Megu, you'd have to ask the Megu, because I've never played Megu, so I'm not really too sure about their burst dynamic. But at least for Succession, Megu, and Woosa, that's how it is. Is that Awakening is more like a wave, like it goes up and down for her burst, and then Succession is a lot more steady. Hi Lee-san, how are you? Hello. Catching party. Ooh. Oh, there you go. Lee-san's a Megu main now. I forgot. Lee-san plays Megu. That's crazy. The timing, yeah. You still need your dungeon run, right, Lee-san? Or did you have a different group, or found a different group yet? If not, I can try to set up a group for you. I just started the other reach. It's chill. It's chill. Are you sure it's chill? Well, it's chill because you play Ninja. And Ninja's not chill. You know what I mean? And so anything like that's like less than Ninja is probably chill. Is that the case, Mr. Leaf? Because if you were an Awakening Witch main and you swapped to Awakening Megu, I'm like, It is high APM. You're just a Ninja main. Your normal APM is Ninja. Your normal APM is high. That's your normal. It's where is the boss? There it is. Gonna try to do it tomorrow or a Sunday. Okay, okay. Like you found a group for tomorrow Sunday, or you still need to do it. You don't have a group and you're planning for tomorrow or Sunday. Is what I'm saying is, do you need my help getting a group to go? Julian. Oh, July in. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. He needs you and Isako. I'm thinking of making a second character. I'm not sure if I want to play Megu or Woosa. Do you prefer faster APM characters or slower APM characters? Because I feel like they have a very similar, like, magic-y vibe. Well, maybe not Awakening Megu. Awakening Megu gives you, like, assassin vibes more than magic vibes. And then maybe you could pick based on your preferred APM. APM Woosa, like, well, you can see my APM. It's like 30 right now. So it's not very high. I do have shy buffs, so it might be a little higher because I have shy buffs. You have a counter. It's called Desktop APM, Beefson. And then I just used a bunch of OBS filters to make it look nice. The program that shows my input overlay is called OBS Input Overlay. And then you can customize it so that you can just have the specific keybinds that you use for BDO, which is what I did. I didn't do the whole keyboard. There's like a controller one too. If you have controller games, you can do a controller input. Can you overlay it over the game? Not sure what you mean by that, but I have it as like an OBS folder, like the source folder on OBS. Like it's like a source in the scene. You mean like overlay it on the game? You'd probably have to put it on your streaming PC, not your gaming PC, if that's what you're asking. Like where you want to download the program. So you probably need it on your OBS MP, yeah. But since your keyboard is tied to your gaming PC, I'm not sure it would work because you need to have it connected to your gaming, like whatever is connected to your keyboard to like track it. Maybe you could figure out something with like, you know, sending the image over from your gaming PC to your dual PC. So that is tricky. What the frick? That's tricky. I'm sure there's a way for dual PC. I'm sure there's a way, but I just don't know of a way. But I'm sure like we have the technology for that. I feel like we do. It's 2025. It's 20. Oh my gosh. So close, so close. You're so close. You're so close. Trying to see if I try a mono setup. Oh. Well, dual setup. I feel like you shouldn't compromise your dual setup just for an APM counter. I mean, what you could do is just have the APM counter on your gaming PC and just tell people, just look over and like, hey, I have 50 APM. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to have it on your screen. You can just tell people what your APM is because you have the program, you know? Don't compromise your whole dual PC setup just to get a desktop APM. That's like that's like a big downgrade. That's a like, I'm pretty sure you'd rather have your dual PC setup. Is there a guide or something for beginner crystals? I can tell you what cheap crystals there are unspoken that I can tell you. I have a beginner set. This is just like a really tanky beginner setup. But hold on. How after we get through these scrolls, I think we have like only a few more scrolls left, and then I can properly show you. I don't have like a command for it, but maybe I should after this. Like if I have like beginner tanky setup. Stop crying. It? Okay, okay. Let me see how more they have here. They said 4. So I have 1, 2. I need to make 1 more scroll. Okay. But for sure you should have 1 gear and steer. I can tell you verbally right now if you want to follow along. Unspoken. Definitely get at least 1 gear and steer and let me know once you've got that. GIRIN. Get in. Gear and steer, yes, the tier, yeah. They're fairly cheap nowadays, and they give a lot of stats, and you can only wear 1 of it. So just buy 1 gear and tier. Final Fantasy 10, anybody? And then just to be safe, I want you to buy probably 2 frozen bitterness. Like this is gonna make you feel really tanky. It's a little expensive, but I feel like 300 mil is fairly cheap to just get super tanky. And you're gonna want these potentially in the future as well, so just have them. So 2 frozen bitterness. Should I get Kabuas? Yeah, actually. Can you wear Kabuas in seasonal? Guys? If not, wait on buying it until you graduate. Because you can't use it right away, right? You can use any crystals right away though. Lyra Vol. Hopefully said your name right. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. We're just doing some excuse me. That's a waste of a good hot dog. What the hell? It's the ride of your life. What? Windinium. What? Not the combo at the end. What the frick? What the hell? What the helly? What the heliante? What the hell, LeBron James? What the Holly Berry? What? Parry the. Did you pick up the 2 bitterness already on Silken? And then the next one I would have you probably pick up is some 1 HP crystals. These ones. These are very cheap. So pick up these 1 HP crystals. Just search max HP and pick up the 1 version. WON. The Jin one is technically the strictly better one, but it's like significantly more expensive, right? So just go for a budget one like wands for now. Two wands. Most crystals you can wear two of, and there's a few exceptions of where you want to wear 4 of the same crystal. But buy 2 of the wands. Been to heaven. Is this the last one? One more. Oh, the sweetest pie. With us. And then probably buy 2 fortitudes too. 2 crystal of stalwart fortitudes. That should give you some nice amount of AP and defense as well. Sweetest pie. And then once you've gotten the stalwart fortitudes, you should have 4 slots left. In which case, are corrupteds available right now? Corrupteds? Because your last 2 would probably be corrupteds. Oh, there's none on the market. Ugh. Well, there should be some crit damage ones. That should be nice for now before you get corrupteds. So get the critical hit damage. Critical... This one? Buy 2 of these ones. Magic of Crystal Infinity critical hit. And then your last one should probably be an Okrod or something. Not the 3-bill one, but the Glorious one, probably. Glorious Okrods. If you just search Glorious, you can find it. And this should be the last one, so I can finally show you. GG's. Critical hit. Yes. Critical hit. Yes. 2 of these magic crystals of infinity critical hits. And then... Okay. And then it should look like this, but with the cheaper versions of the crystals, right? So let me see if I can open up Crod. Just search Crod. 2 of these glorious Okrods. So it should look something like this. If you can't get the first, oh wait, you should have two from Land of Morning Light, right? You finished it from Land of Morning Light. In which case you could just get a destruction crystal for the last one. So it should look like this. It doesn't have to be in these specific spots. It's just like, you know, arrange them however you want. Oh wait, actually you might have two extra things here. Now that I think about it. Just kidding. Hold on. You could probably do this, and a last extra crystal could be... Do you happen to have any Black Spirit crystals or Awakened crystals or Voltara crystals from questing by chance? Do you happen to have any Voltara crystal, these ones, Voltara crystals or Black Spirit crystals? Why are they so expensive? But this should have been given out for like from a quest or something. Surely. Or awakened crystals. They're usually from a quest or something. In which case, this is what it should look like, just for like a really safe beginner crystal setup, but like obviously not the super expensive versions of some of these. You don't have any of those? Really? Okay. Well, I guess instead of that, you could maybe shove in... That's kind of expensive, 500 mil. Something budget. Maybe, honestly, an HP recovery crystal. Just for like recovery. Unspoken. So these ones recovery. Oh, that's not MP recovery. Absorption. These ones, just for safety. Yeah, but these crystals break. That's why I don't want you to like spend on the super expensive crystals until you're like good on knowing how to protect with your class and you have like a really tanky setup. That's why I'm having you get like a budget version of a lot of these crystals. So get the budget version of Destruction, budget version of Okrods, get the defensive bitterness crystals and the wand version of this, fortitudes. So I don't want you to spend like billions on silver on crystals because they can break, right? So is Garmoth Heart still hard to get? Oh, they actually gave one for free recently, Bobzilla. It's still hard to get. If for your original question, they're still like just as hard to get, but they gave one for free recently if you log in. So, how long ago was the last time you had played? Actually, Bobzilla. So welcome, Bobzilla. Guys, I did it. I looked at my YouTube chat. I did not ignore them this time. You're in luck, Bobzilla. Sometimes there's a good chance I usually ignore the YouTube chat because I forget to look at my YouTube chat. But hello, hi. Congrats me for looking at my YouTube chat. Professional multi-streamer. Nitty duty. But depending on how long you were away, I might have a link, a useful link for you. Which I will link for you on the YouTube side. There you go. And this is the history page of BDO, which is just linked in chat for you. And it basically outlines the newest content in chronological order. So we actually have a new class that just came out a couple weeks ago called Wukong. And he uses a large spear or pole. Did you just pat yourself on the back for reading? I did, Mr. Leafson. I did. Monsieur Leafson, I did. You don't do that? You don't appreciate yourself? Do you know the I just want to be appreciated lady? Leafson? Do you know the I just want to be appreciated? Let me show you. Let me culture you.
Have you feel that way? I just want to be appreciated. I want to be appreciated.
Same. About a year and a half ago. Huh? Then the link should be pretty useful. Five, please. High five, please. Welcome. You got 800 Caphras? Sheesh. There you go. That's a lot of Caphras. What was the class you made, by the way, Bobzilla? What class did you play? I don't want just anyone told. Right when Dosa came out, so maybe not long ago. Oh. No. Yeah, Dosa is one of the newer classes. I mean, Awakening Dosa released as well, if you were looking for a new style of Dosa. But Deadeye has come out. A gun class has come out since. And Wukong. I see a leaves on. I see. There's no music on the YouTube side, so you can't enjoy the music. Have you seen this video? I don't think so.
Hey, how's it going? Just get a Bud Light. First day of December. Christmas come quick this year. Thank you. It's a good day. Cheers to you. Yes, sir.
He just doesn't. He just don't.
Florida.
You biting glass?
Hmm?
You biting that glass?
I'm eating it.
Huh?
Eating it.
Eating glass?
I can't. It's probably candy, right? It's.
You gonna eat that?
Are you gonna?
Glass? Yes, sir.
Interesting. Only in Florida, guys. Only in Florida. Wait, it gets better? I thought that was the end of it. Wait, what happens in the end?
You want that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just candy, right? It's just candy. I have Akrod 1, max HP, Garen's. What from this list do you not see? That's like a baby, that's like not already a baby version. So you have bitterness, fortitude, absorption, critical hit. Critical hit is the corrupteds. There's a lot of free things you can get now. Free J hammers as well. Redeem those quickly. Yes. Yeah, they've given out 20,000 crons, a bunch of hammers, like 3 of them at least, and then you get 3 more for logging in for 3 weeks. You installed right after. Ah, you haven't played for very long, Bobzilla? There's a lot of catch-up mechanics now, so get a lot of free stuff. I mean, that seems like everything, right? You got Ockrons, you got Wanmax, crit hits, Bitterness, Garens, Fortitude. I guess the absorption crystal, this one. Void Destruction. Oh, they're just the so you can get the regular destruction crystals. They're a lot cheaper. These where is it? This one? There's just 100 mil. And there's a ton of them on the market. So you can get 2 of these. And these should give you 6 monster AP each. 6 each, 6 each. Yeah, the void ones are much more expensive, so just go with the cheaper ones for now. And then I'm trying to see, I don't think you can wear kabuas, right? On a seasonal. I know you can wear like regular artifacts, but can you wear kabuas? Let's see. Bum, 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 bum. You cannot. I may not wear the kabuas. It doesn't matter. I guess I can technically finish. I haven't finished my season from last season, so maybe we should go do that. Maybe we should go do that. It's my strike. I don't know how to move. How do you move on a striker? Is there like, do I have shift space? No. You press buttons? Hi, Asako. I'm pressing buttons. Oh, here we go. We found it. We found the mobility skill. Monkey jumps, yeah. Watch this, guys. Oh! To have time, dance. What is this? A weapon. I didn't even realize it looked like a weapon. Carrot streamer? What do you mean? Oh! 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 I should just spam it. I don't know. I should just spam it. They're all 70% anyways. Seasonal? Yes. This is from the last, this is from 2 seasons ago, Vexer. This is when, like, I think Deadeye released, I guess. Or something like that. Dance, dance. Dance, dance. Dance, dance. What? What? You main Lawn and tagged Woosa Sork Draconia. Ah, Lawn enjoyer. They're all still fairly good. Draconia did get kind of nerfed or toned down is how you would say it. Sorry, I'm just trying to be dramatic. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be dramatic. Is it working? Is it working? Is it working? No, I ran out. The old school roulette. I mean, technically that is the more efficient way to go about it, right? The middle slot, I just put swiftness. Yes, yeah. If you have the black spirit claw on it, you don't technically need to put anything in there. Your consumables will probably get you the movement speed, but yeah, a lot of people would put swiftness in the middle. But you have to like use a black spirit claw on your costume. So you need 3 of these, and you put them in a line together. They're fairly cheap though. However, the swiftness crystal, I don't know if you have one. You need like a kind of a pay to win item to get the crystal. That's why a lot of people skip it, because it's very optional. You don't really need it. Your consumables will just give you 5 movement speed anyways. But you need a pay to win item to get the crystal. How do I deal with the blue fire AoE stun from Orc? I iframe and he just spans it over and over. Oh, the golden pig skullfire. So he has a ring around him, and if you try to go outside the ring, he will do like more dangerous attacks. Skullfire. I actually have, hold on, Calamity 7. What calamity you're doing, by the way? Skullfire. Do that in the future? Yeah, only if you need it, but you don't really need it. I also enjoyed Tamer and DK had moments where I can figure out how to main. That is one of the biggest dilemmas in BDO, that's for sure. Just figuring out who to main. But yeah, what level were you doing for the golden pig skullfire? Because you don't want to go outside his like ring. His when if you do, he'll do like dangerous attacks, and that might be the thing that's killing you over and over. Is going outside his like little ring. I saw your title. Ask me stuff. I have questions on how to pick a class. What I'm about to main. I'm about to be 650 gear score with no logs done because I have nothing but level 60 characters. Well, 2 things. The first thing is good news on the logs. They are shoving every single buff into the first adventure log, which is the Bartali log. This one. So basically you just need to do this. You don't have to do anything else. They're shoving all the buffs into this one specific log up here. So then you just cut like basically 80% of the things you need to do for the logs, which is great. And then first thing is, do you have a particular play style or aesthetic you enjoy on? Because for me, my preferred aesthetic and playstyle has always been magic oriented classes. So my main class is Woosa, and I tag a Dosa. So I always like the magic oriented classes. I also prefer slower paced classes too, like low APM. And so with those two in mind, the aesthetics and the playstyle, that's the class I enjoy a lot. And then maybe you want to consider performance too. Some people really prefer to make those meta classes if you want to play a meta class. But I find that people who choose a class that they enjoy more than picking and preferring the meta tend to progress in the game further than anyone else. Than the people who pick for the meta, because I find that the people who pick for the meta and if they don't enjoy the class, they tend to burn out quicker, right? So I always like to recommend people to pick the class they enjoy. So maybe we can narrow you down some suggestions if you can tell me, what you kind of like in terms of playstyle. Is it slower paced, faster paced, range, melee? And then aesthetic being, do you like more, magic oriented classes, assassin type classes, warrior type classes, martial artists, It was the range. Yeah. Don't go in the ring, Skullfire. Don't go in the ring. What the hecky? Let's go. You one tap? Let's go. Normally, melee classes in other MMOs intend to like things like that. The dual wield would mind high or low APN. Okay. Things that dual wield wouldn't mind high or low APM. And generally melee classes. You said you have a bunch of classes at level 60, right? Like all of them? Like all 30 classes spawn? All 30 classes? Do you like something that is more complex or more straightforward? That would be my next question for you. Do you prefer more straightforward classes that are like, you can press any button and you'll do well, or complex classes that have like deeper mechanics? Because I would say if you like more complex classes and it's melee and things that dual wield, I kind of think maybe Hashishin. This is a dual wield king class, kind of. I guess Awakening Ranger is technically dual wielding swords. And it's a faster paced class. Oh, Awakening Megu. I feel like you might enjoy Awakening Megu if you... This has like a very dancer type class. It dual wields fans. And it's one of the newer classes, so she has like more fancy animations too. And she's a melee class, so if you haven't seen her combat video yet, I'll just mute the combat video. But again, she's more of like a little bit of dancer. She dual wields fans. She moves her across the battlefield. It's a very cool class in that way. And then I think another class, melee dual wielding class. Yeah, and chat was suggesting ninjas. Ninja does have like a bunch of swords. Oh, Lawn, that's true. That is true. Awakening Lawn, she uses 2 dual wielding chain swords. So I might enjoy Lawn if I can find Lawn here. You have a Striker, Deadeye, Musa, Zerker, Wukong, Ninja, Hashishin, Lawn, Warrior, and Dosa. yeah, if you're looking for an agile melee class that is fairly good at dueling, decent at PvE, and kind of fits your suggestion and description of a melee class that dual wields, then Lon would probably fit the best for her awakening style. Do you care if you play a melee, a male or a female class as well? I know some people prefer to play males or females. Sorry. Suck Zerker is dual wield? Ah, yeah, it is. You're right. It's Succession. He does wield 2 axes. You were thinking a Ranger or a Megu. Yeah. Those sound pretty good choices to me. Ranger has the option. If you're playing Awakening, does have some ranged options. So if you want to add that kind of extra layer onto Awakening, is utilizing some of your pre-awakening skills. I mean, same thing with Awakening Megu, actually. Awakening Megu has some ranged abilities as well in Succession. So you can incorporate that extra layer as well if you want to add some more complexity, or just stick with the Awakening to just keep things simple. And for me, I would lean more towards Megu just because she's a newer fancy class. I do like Megu. I don't really, just trying to find the one I can grind without feeling it off. I see. Well, I mean, the best thing really is to try out the class, keep playing, and if you feel bored of it, then you move on, right? That's the only way, because everything is kind of subjective person to person, right? So I can only really make suggestions, but ultimately is going to be you to figure out whether you enjoy a class or not. And the best way to do that is to play the class. But I'm glad we were able to narrow it down to a couple choices here. Hopefully I was able to give you some direction. I played Awakening Ranger and I felt like I wanted to range more and AoE. Yeah, she is one of those classes that utilizes her pre-awakening a lot more, I noticed, than other classes. Megu come out without an awakening? Yeah, both Woosa and Megu started off with just Succession, and then about a year later they got their awakening. And so if you wanted to see the trailer for Awakening Megu, this is the trailer. X-Spawn. There you go. You can get a good feel of the class in that way. You can even make a trial character. You know how to make a trial character? It's just like on the top right of the character select screen. There's trial, and then you can make a character with all the skills, and then you just go to the NPC in Battle Arena to buy some boxes that have some weapons and stuff for you to use. Thank you for helping with suggestions. Of course. Yeah, if you have any other questions, I'm happy to help. Lucci, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Guess we might as well finish off our seasons here. Convert Pennaru to I did. Okay, there we go. Units to Vala main hand. No. We do this. Special growth. Distance. 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 Lots of things to talk to the Black Spirit about. Jay, is it true Awakening Woosa is doing better than Suck? I would say they're about the same. And one, I would say both of them have their strengths and weaknesses at certain spots. I think Awakening performs really, really well in places where you don't have to move too much, and the mobs are generally on a more tanky side. And Succession, I would say, does better in spots that you're moving a lot. But I would say they're about the same, personally. I don't want to say like one is like significantly strictly better than the other. And you'll do better on the spec that you perform, that you're more comfortable with, right? If you're not comfortable with Awakening Woosa, you'll probably perform worse on Awakening Woosa. If you're not comfortable with Succession, you'll probably perform worse on Succession, right? But I have, you know, with my experience on both, remember, so I played Succession for the first year that I was out, so I have a lot of experience in Succession. Same with Awakening. It's still, I would say it's still about the same. They're a lot more even now. So before, you know, Awakening was catching up, right? They need to tone her up, which they did. They did tone her up quite a bit. So now they're about the same, which is how it's supposed to be, right? Is that's how balancing works, right? Is you can think of balance as, let's say you're balancing on a tightrope, right? You're balancing on a tightrope, like on the, you know, those circus people. If you lean too much to the left, you'll fall. If you lean too much to the right, you'll fall. You need to like have a nice balance, you know, of both left and right to stay in the middle, right? To stay balanced. Where's the next one here? No music today? Do you not hear the music? Come always. Can you guys not hear the music? Ariana's playing right now. Yeah. To be honest, I've been enjoying making it since the release. It's been fun turning it into your main class song. Let's go. You can hear it, Lucci? Yeah. Giveaways? Have you maybe refresh the thing? I don't know. Oh my god, I have so many quests to finish. Look at all these quests, guys. Holy. Good thing I know how to quickly get through these. So the trick is, I'm sure, I don't know if you've had this experience, unspoken, but have you had this experience where you had to like untalk with your Black Spirit, like get out of the menu and then get back in? But you can actually click the go back thingy to like finish the quest that tells you to like re-talk to your Black Spirit if you click go back. So that's why I don't have to like get out of the menu. And that's what I mean by it takes a bit of time to get used to the way the BDO works for questing. Is that there's like some weird obscure things you got to do sometimes to you know, finish things that happen to my And so if you know how to click the go back button, then you can complete things without getting out of the menu. Something hard, so sky. Swipe over to Twitch. You're Bobzilla Red Cross. Let's go. Oh, so you have visited my stream before, Bob. Because it says here you've been on my channel back in 2024, a year ago. March 2nd, 2024, at least according to my log of you. Otherwise, it would have said first time messaging, like first message. Welcome. Forever. I know, to Red Cross. So they were on the YouTube side. I stream on YouTube as well, and their name is Bob. But you're Ban, right? X-Ban. But yeah, they had swapped over from the YouTube side. No, you have very similar names. It's you're good. You're good. Yeah, similar names. What else do I need to do here? Tuvala main weapon to duo. Okay, that's easy. Tuvala armor to duo. Watching new players not have to struggle with enhancing Grunel makes you so mad. It's so easy now. 6. Enhance Tuvala ring to pry at least. Oh, X-Man X17, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Oh my god. Just it's the memory fragment box. Of course I got memory fragments. Help. Tuvala ring to pry. Okay, I gotta go get a Tuvala ring. Ah! Oh my gosh. That's good. Oh, Red Cross 2017. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. The Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Did you guys know you only get 1 Prime sub per month? So thank you for choosing me. Thank you. The Grunel grind pit. Yeah, but Tuhan, yeah. The Grunel. Did anyone ever enhance Lavertos? Does anybody remember Lavertos? Does anyone even know what a Laverto is? Any OG? If you don't know what a Laverto is, good. That's actually a good thing. Good. You wish you didn't? One of the recurring... Damn. I gotta hit stuff. Frick. How do I use a striker? Well, why don't we get things to a pen first? We can do that easily, right? Weekly how long do these take again? I have to go to season server, right? Yeah. Season server. Oh, Expo, thanks so much for the sub. Thank you. Thanks so much for the support. I really appreciate that. I remember, oh my god, Dragon Slayers, Shawns. Dragon Slayers. I actually got my Zarka from a pre-order. I remember my first Zarka was from a pre-order. I think I pre-ordered it for like, I don't know. I can't remember. I feel like it was kind of like 300 mil or something off the market for a base one. Not the world. Over the, oh yeah. It's nice that these are just guaranteed now. Maybe we just leave it at that for now. And then wait, I can grab my Krogdalos, right? Somebody checked it in. No, I didn't check it in. No. Fuck. Fuck! It's on a regular server. Oh man. Frick. That's so annoying. I hate how I keep forgetting to like check in my horse, so I can't. Let us see. Okay, so I do know that I almost have enough for a full mana potion. Where did I put it? Maybe in Dragon? It's in Kaplan. Yes. So I almost have enough for a full potion. I just need, I think it's the Sherikon piece, right? Yeah, I just need this Sherikon piece. And I almost have enough Atanus elements. So do I have any Dragon's Fang? I do. I have 2. So maybe we should grind some Sherikon. Ugh. And we can do the new quest for it too. This one, Dragon's Fang. I'll reinstall it just to drop in and see the rewards. I'm still using Black Star weapons. Well, they gave away free Black Star weapons. I don't know if you got the free pen Black Star from a while back, as well as they had allowed you to get a Deck Tuvala weapon. And so you can enhance one of your Pen Tuvala weapons into a deck, and that allows you to exchange it for a Pen Black Star as well. So it's very easy to get triple Pen Black Star these days. And you also need Pen Black Stars to craft the weapon beyond that, which is Sovereigns. So everything is like culminates forward. So everything you used in the past can still be utilized for the future. Night Vendor was yours, DK. My first boss armor, actually, I think it was the Uragons, was from the Night Vendor too. It was the Uragon shoes. Make sure you get all the codes too, Red Cross, from Garmouth.com. Yeah, Sovereign Offhand is coming as well. You should have me in Game Chica. I am OG Mama in NA. I don't really check my friends list too often, Klaxon. However, if you want to contact me for any like questions, Klaxon, you can always go to my Discord. I have a Discord link in the YouTube description, but I rarely look at my whispers in game. If you're trying to like contact me, I never really use my friends list. It's usually just Discord stuff, Discord or just live on Twitch or something. That's where you can contact me the fastest. Okay, let's grab our Crocdolos. I should probably do my Awakening questline before I start grinding, you know? That's probably a good idea. Let's go do that. Can I use an Ator's Heart on my seasonal? I cannot. Guess maybe we just go Tothros's. And then let's go do our Awakening questline. What does Golden Pig drop? Do I need to do that, boss? Oh, the Land of Wind and Light bosses? They all drop the same thing. The 4 Land of Wind and Light bosses. They pretty much drop all the same thing. And it's a weekly, so you should try to do it every week. They all spawn every day, too. All 4 bosses spawn every day, but you only need to kill them once a week. So it's very easy to not miss it. Oh my god, is it Calpheon? Oh my god, Boom Pops, you're playing again? Let's go, Boom Pops. I thought you were just stopping by, but you're playing BDO again. Let's go. Once each week, yeah, you'll get like a week. You know how like in Garmoth, Booba Pops, there's like a weekly thingy bundle that you get over here. Same thing for them. It's a weekly bundle. Technically, they still have their own drop loot if you kill them each time, but it's like it's like nothing. So like, don't worry about killing them multiple times. Just kill them once a week and then you're good. So you're it's slowly sucking you in. Let's go. We love getting sucked. I'm looking at my Garmoth gear layout. Oh, what's your Garmoth looking like? What's your gear looking like? Do you need a boost? No, I'm level 60 on this. I made this like a while back. I just never finished my seasons. Like this is the character I got my cool wind fishing rod with, and then I just stopped like doing anything seasonal. I just got it to 60 and then it's like done. And so I was like, oh, why don't we just finish it now since while I'm here? So copy on. Is it your link? It's looking pretty good, to be honest. If you're returning, this is looking pretty good. The first thing I would do is probably Kabuas. Those are very cheap. And then do a deck Tuvala offhand. Also, I don't know how many times you've tapped on your Pen Blackstar, but they reduced the pity to 15 taps. So try enhancing it, or like hover over your Tet and see how many pities you have, and then maybe you can just finish that off too. And additionally, look for if you want to get into the deck Tuvala thing, have the graduation cap in your inventory. Talk to your Black Spirit and look for a quest in suggested tab called Leveling Aid Fugar's Aid. You should get a quest to talk to Fugar, and he should give you something called an Essence of Ascent, and you can use it on any non-seasonal Pen Tuvala weapon. Doesn't have to be main, awakening, or offhand. You can enhance any of them, and you'll get a box back that you could choose a main, awakening, or pen or offhand. So just have any Pen Tuvala weapon. You can get it to a hex using it, and then you enhance it up from hex to deck. And if you're wondering how much it would cost, it's about 20 to 30 billion silver, which is, you know, a steal, right? If you look at Black Star weapons, right? So Black Star weapons are like 70, 80 bills. So if you can make a Black Star, Pen Black Star weapon for 20 to 30 bill, that's like a steal, right? So. Your gear is sad. Do you have a Garmoth link set up by chance? And then as for Kabuas, you can just buy it off the market as well. Red costs. They're very cheap. They're like 5 or 6 bill, and you get a ton of survivability stats, way more than anything. And so once you get your Pen Tuvala offhand, I honestly think Sovereign offhand, like before your Karazads, I honestly think so. Sovereign offhand is equivalent to C20 Nuver and C20 Kudum combined. So this is what it would look like with a base Sovereign offhand. It's a ton of stats. So I honestly think before you ever go for Karazads, probably the Sovereign, you save for Sovereign offhand if you want to just get like a big boost in your stats. It's 13 to 15 sheet AP, and enhancing it up to try is like fairly easy. People just raw top up to try. Yeah, you have a Garmoth? Yeah. Send it away. Send it away. Oh, you have Kabuas. That was a lot. Did I go too fast? Did I go too fast, Red Cost? Just let me know if I need to slow down. What was the last thing I said that you needed to listen to again? I'm so sorry for going so fast. Sometimes I just get carried away talking about this game. I love this game. Okay, this is yours, X-Man. It says failed to get character. That doesn't sound good. Let's try again. Yeah, I keep saying failed to get character. Is anyone else getting the same error? It's not working. Did you save it? It ain't working. It no worky. Okay, is it working now? There we go. I can see it now. Oh, you have triple pin Black Star already? Damn. Yeah. Probably Kabuas into Tet Distos is what I would do. And then into Jatina Pen Rings. And then that should keep you busy for the next little while. Get these to C4 real quick just to get some extra DP. And that should keep you busy for a while. And then like, once you have these, then come back. I don't want to overwhelm you. I think I overwhelmed Red Cross earlier. But yeah, it would be Kabuas, Tet Distos, and Jatina Pen Rings. You can get 2 of them. Do you know how to do Jatina Pen Rings, Xpan? If not, you can, this is how you do it. You press your inventory and then click this button, Old Moon Guild Support, and then follow the steps and you can do it twice, up to twice, and get 2 of these rings. And then that should keep you busy for the next little while. That's about a 20 bill investment. You melted your first one to make your neck. Well, you melted a what? Like a Kabua? Or you melted a Jatina? You can melt Jatinas? Wait, where am I going? Oh, is that your boom pops? Yours? Okay, let's see. Hi, Netherwing. I honestly think save for Sovereign offhand. Are you good with your DP right now? Boom Pops? Because you could just go for an Ators real quick. And then from here, you know, definitely Sovereign offhand. And just wait on your accessories. Because the Sovereign offhand is Giga Stats. This is what it would look like with a base Sovereign offhand. Yeah, make your Ators duo is pretty easy, and then save for Sovereign offhand. And then that's pretty much it. And then from here, I don't know if you knew, Boom Pops, but the best way to get a Nov Karazad is actually saving up for a Pen Debo. And you exchange these for a Nov Karazad. And so you could do that like after you get your Sovereign offhand, which would take you a while. That's going to take you a hot minute. Tap or pray? I think you save up Boom Pops. People raw tap it. People raw tap Debos these days. But like raw tapping is like not always the best choice. You know what I mean? It's not. Yeah, they just raw tap Debos now. Yeah, there's like 30 bill now on the market. I don't know if you looked at it. And the amount to tap it is about the same price with a crons, right? So if you use crons, you're still paying about 30 bill because you need 11,000 crons. And so people just raw tap Tets nowadays. No chronoms, go raw. Yum. How much stats? It's combined stats of Nuver and Kudum. So you're getting 13 to 15 sheet AP. And then probably you're going to enhance it to try right away because enhancing it to try Sovereign is like stupidly easy, which is another 3 sheet AP. So you're getting maybe like 16 to 18 sheet AP for Sovereign, for base Sovereign. And you just need 2 Pen Black Stars and 20,000 Kafris. Which is like not that bad to get these days. Oh, here. What do I do with this Pen Black Star box? So the route you can take, there's 2 routes you can take, Boom Pops, is you can do C20 Kudum, C20 Nuver, and your Pen Black Star. So, or you can do 2 Pen Black Stars and 20,000 Kafris, or 1 Pen Black Star, 20,000 Kafris, and a new item from the new region, which is probably the longest to take. So most people will either go 2 Pen Black Stars and 20,000 Kafris, or 1 Pen Black Star, 1 C20 Kudum, and 1 C20 Nuver, or the methods. If you already have a C20 Kudum, you could wait. Maybe you want to like just calculate if it's better to extract. I think 2 pen black stars and 20,000 Caphras is generally the cheaper option, but again, I don't know how much difference it would be. Like, you know, you have to do the math. Like, oh, is it worth it to extract all my Caphras from the maneuver and then just go double pen black star? You know, etc. etc. But you have to do the math on that. So I wish my horse moved that fast on console. That's fast. Do you not have T10s on console? Nightmare? I didn't do the deck thing. Yeah, you can get more. Well, you need at least 6 pen black stars total. Well, technically 3 pen black stars total because you can use the primordial flame to make the sovereigns, but you need multiple pen black stars generally for crafting the sovereigns anyways. So if you make the black star, if you just buy it, they're about the same. Yeah. Just go with whatever method. Whatever method. Hammers with the gear, you could potentially tap some black stars with it. Boom boom bumps. You could tap a pen fallen god. Or you could be smart about it and just using a black star to potentially get a free pen black star, right? A little behind on competent. Oh yeah. Well, I wouldn't say Console's a little behind. I feel like they're kind of very behind. We're about to get a new region. And you guys are still missing Land of Wonderlight Part 2 as well. Oh. It's a little bit sad. I have been kind of, I guess you could say I've been poaching players from console. I've been saying like, are you fairly progressed on console? If not, you might want to start over on PC. It's very easy to start over on PC if you know how to play the game already. Just for the better experience, because you're missing quite a bit of content on the console side. That's been my spiel lately for all the console players. I've been poaching the console players to PC. Would it be ways to tap hammers on a TED Debo? You can't use the Jay's hammer on the Debo unless it's an accessory hammer. The precision hammer. Do you have? I don't think precision hammers exist anymore. But the Jay's hammers of loyalty you can only use on armors and weapons. Yeah, there was a specific hammer for regular accessories called Jay's Hammer Precision, but those don't exist anymore. To be fair, they were waiting for next gen update to add old gen stuff and holding back. Yeah, I'm hoping that the new gen stuff is gonna speed things up. Hopefully. Patrick. Hopefully, Patrick. Surely, Patrick, right? Am I going the right way for this quest line? It is, okay. Whee! This is why T10 Pegasus is the best. Am I just killing these mobs? Okay, how do I play Striker, guys? Help. What buttons do I press? What spec? I'm in basic spec. I don't have an awakening weapon. Swamp to Woosa. I'm doing my quest line. I need to kill 100? Are you serious? I need to kill 100 of these for the Awakening Striker quest line? That's crazy. What the hell? That's it. I'm getting my Doom Horse out. Wait, how do I jump on this class? How do I like skip the do? What the hell? We hate strikers. Not like Striker 500, but like strikers. my god, this might take forever. Oh my god. Choice, you're not helping. My horse's name is Choice. I don't know the key inputs on keyboard. I don't know either. Q, LMB, R&B is strong. So I just keep doing that. In that striker guide when? In report, somebody says, did you quit Woosa? Hi, Ted. Do you want to hit some rocks? I think I'm just chilling for now, to be honest, Ted. It's a little late, so I'm just like chilling for now. My brain is like kind of fried today, but thank you for asking. Next time, yeah, next time for sure. My brain is fried today. Main ones are Infernal Destruction, Leg Drop, Ferocious Assault, and Roaring Tiger. Wait, I probably don't have any ability. That's probably why I couldn't use my abilities. Ain't no way. Lol. That would probably help, guys. Bro, I had one ability. I didn't know. I didn't know. Here we go. Oh shit, that's not a... Let me transferring my BSR to an enemy. Oh my god, there's a person here. Don't kill me. I'm a two-ball. Wait. They're also in season. They can't kill me. I'm invincible. Oh god. Whoa. This is Hadoken, right? Is this the one? No, this is Horyuken. This is Horyuken, right? Horyuken. Hadoken is the one where you like throw a fireball, isn't it? Oh, this is Shoryuken. This is Shoryuken. Tatsumakai Senpoken. Is that one of the abilities? I don't remember. Shift RMB 3 hits. LMB hold. LMB RMB SRMB hold LMB. Yup. Definitely got it. I got it, futters. Yup. This is a lot of monsters to kill. They're not even grouped up. There's an uppercut dash. I wouldn't do it on a cliff. Oh. What's the... How do I like extend this? Oh, here we go. Whee! Do 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 do. Oh, here, moms. Do 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 do. Oh my god, we did it, guys. Oh my. Did I even need to do that? Please tell me. Huh. I did. What? Suck Striker is really fun when you get him down. I'm sure it is. But it is. I'm sure. Yup. Not that emote. Striker. What? Is it in the cave? Ah. Dude, you made it to level 17 with annoyance. Ah. Level 17. Do, 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 do. What? My horse won't get out of the corner. There we go. You got Golden Pig down? Let's go. Skullfire, let's go. Crab. We'd use the what? Here, my control jump. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Blame it on the boogie. Oh my god, I'm fighting the striker clone. Help. I'm pressing buttons. Sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the sunshine. Okay. Oh my, back to the stupid spirit again. Blame it on the boogie. Oh shoot. Wait, where is it? Ah. Okay. Awakening is done. Nice. Okay, guys. I think this is a good opportunity to take a break. I have been up a little bit early today, so I'm feeling a bit sleepy. But that was a good session. Nice 9-hour session. I will be back tomorrow, probably. But for now, let's send you guys over to Striker streaming. She's not a striker, she's a scholar. She's grinding some Orzekia. Please go give her some support, guys. She is an amazing content creator. She's hitting the crab. Please go give her some love. I'll see you guys over there. Can you guys spam my rating mode? All you need to do to use the rating mode is be a follower. So be a follower on my channel. I'll see you guys over there. Have a good night. I'll be back around like maybe 1 or 2 p.m. as per usual tomorrow, PST. And if you'd like to know, like get a heads up a bit, notifications on my Discord. I'll see you then. Have a good night.